Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, Azuma. Goodbye. The two waved goodbye. This scene, for the staff on site, still felt somewhat unreal. After all, that doll-like girl really didn't show much emotion. But right after that, the staff were stunned when they saw Kurokawa-san arrive. The staff member in charge of directing the voice acting politely said, "Kurokawa-san, let's start today's work, good luck." Previously, Kurokawa-san would only nod indifferently. But today, "Yeah, let's do our best together," Kurokawa-san said seriously, with a full energetic smile on her face. Her voice was full of vitality, making it clear to everyone that the girl was determined to give her all. The staff member chatting with her rubbed his eyes. "Naniker, who are you? Where did the emotionless doll go? Did someone get kissed by Truck-kun and Ice-kai into her body?" The other side. After leaving the workplace, Yakama Azuma went to the Chiyoda area in Tokyo. Today, Yakama Azuma had an appointment. Yesterday, when he visited the studio, Yakama Azuma happened to ask the anime director about the progress of the movie production. Overall, there hadn't been any major changes. The only minor issue might be with one of the designers. This person was a famous illustrator who had worked on the illustrations for much romantic comedy anime series. They was the core artist for this movie, Iromanga Sensei. It wasn't that Iromanga Sensei's drawings were problematic. In fact, the issue was the communication between the production team and Iromanga Sensei, which was extremely difficult. Normally, the work for an anime movie like this would be carried out through in-person meetings. The artist would submit their work, the director would review it, and then they would discuss any issues. But it seemed Iromanga Sensei couldn't meet in person. Most of the communication was limited to messages online. One could only say that Iromanga Sensei's drawing skills were excellent. If not, such a lack of communication would certainly lead to the collapse of a production step. After Yakama Azuma understood the issue, he arranged to meet with Iromanga Sensei. The plan was to talk about the problems that had accumulated on the current illustrations. Perhaps because of Iromanga Sensei's recognition of Yakama Azuma, the famous artist, always headless and tailless, agreed to meet Yakama Azuma. The meeting location was decided to be Iromanga Sensei's house. It was located in an apartment in Chiyoda. After paying for the ride and getting out of the car, Yakama Azuma looked up at the apartment before him. This was not a large apartment, at least much smaller than Yakama's own house. It also had 2 floors. There were some plants around the entrance, but it was clear that it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. The weeds were overgrown, and the trees that had been planted weren't pruned, looking quite unkempt. Next to the door was a family name sign, Izumi. This was Iromanga Sensei's home. Yakama Azuma walked up and pressed the doorbell. The bell rang for a long time with no sound from inside. Instead, his phone vibrated. Yakama Azuma took out his phone to check. It was a message from Iromanga Sensei. "The key is on the grass to the left." Yakama Azuma looked to the left. It took him about 3 minutes to search. Finally, under a patch of weeds, he found the key. He picked it up and examined it closely. The end of the key had a thin string tied to it. The string was loose and stretched towards a window on the left side of the 2nd floor of the apartment. Now Yakama Azuma could imagine how this key ended up here. He used the key to open the door. Upon entering, he arrived at the entrance area. There were only 2 pairs of slippers in the entrance area, and the air was somewhat cold. On the right side, on a shelf, there was a picture frame. Yakama Azuma's attention was drawn to the picture. It was of a man, a woman, and a small girl. A happy family photo, the standard of a 3-person family. The woman and the girl both had silver hair, their cute faces looked nearly identical. Yakama Azuma recognized that this was Iromanga Sensei from both the past and present. However, what caught Yakama Azuma's attention wasn't the mother and daughter. It was the man standing next to them. He looked at the photo for a moment, feeling surprised. The man in the photo, Yakama Azuma recognized him. He was someone Yakama Azuma knew in this life. His last name was also Izumi. When Yakama Azuma first arrived in Tokyo, he didn't connect this Izumi with Izumi Sagiri's Izumi. After meeting Kasumijoka Utaha and beginning to pursue her, Yakama Azuma frequently visited the bookstore that Kasumijoka Utaha often went to. He went there to read books and also to meet Kasumijoka Utaha and make progress in courting her. 1/3 of the books in the library corner on the second floor of Yakama Azuma's house were from that bookstore. The owner of that bookstore was the person in this family photo. Because he went there often, Yakama Azuma was quite familiar with the bookstore owner. Since Yakama Azuma was a regular, the bookstore owner, Izumi, had often helped him by keeping him updated. Whenever Kasumijoka Utaha appeared at the bookstore, Izumi, the owner, would send messages to Yakama Azuma. No wonder. I haven't been able to reach him recently. Yakama Azuma muttered to himself, his gaze dropping. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from above. Yakama Azuma looked at his phone. Manga-sensei had sent more messages. Go to the farthest room on the second floor. Don't run around in someone else's house. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Looking at the messages, Yakama Azuma chuckled softly, a hopeless smile forming. There was really no other way. Inviting a strange man into your home was indeed a risk for a small girl. If it weren't for the passion and dedication that she had for her work, this silver-haired girl likely wouldn't have allowed him into her apartment. Yakama Azuma obediently didn't wander around, but went straight to the second floor. Finally, he stopped in front of the door at the far end. This door had a pink flower-shaped nameplate. It read Izumi Seigiri. Looking at the nameplate, Yakama Azuma smiled. Manga-sensei, I'm standing outside the door now. Yakama Azuma called out. However, there was no response, only more messages. If there's anything, just say it. I'm listening. Looking at this message, Yakama Azuma sighed and rubbed his forehead. Manga-sensei, don't be too unreasonable. If this is how you're going to communicate, why did I come all the way here? Even if you don't want me in your room, at least open the door, we can talk through it. Yakama Azuma didn't press her to come out. He cleverly avoided the sensitive topic. Asking a hikikomori to leave her room was like asking Bocce to hug strangers on the street. It was an impossible task. Is this not okay? Of course not. Please take your work seriously. But. No buts. Manga-sensei, you know how much effort I've put into this project. There was complete silence on the other end. A moment later, strange noises could be heard coming from inside the room. Objects clattered against each other. After a long while, the door finally creaked open just a tiny bit. The gap opened, but there was no further reaction. Yakama Azuma tried to push the door a little more. Immediately, he saw inside the pink-colored room. Izumi Seigiri, dressed in sportswear, looked like a little green dumpling. She wore a large pink cartoon mask. Sitting in the corner of the room, far from the door. She was leaning against her small bed. Still vigilantly watching the door like a frightened little animal. Yakama Azuma had a moment where he wanted to rush into the room and tease the cute little girl. But in the end, he restrained himself. That would be too cruel. Moreover, it might create a psychological trauma for Izumi Seigiri. Yakama Azuma sat down on the floor outside the door. As he had said before, one person inside the room, one person outside the door. He took a tablet out of his bag. Yakama Azuma began to briefly explain the points the anime director had communicated, as well as his own requests and suggestions for the illustrations. At this moment, Izumi Seigiri, who had been cautious earlier, saw that Yakama Azuma was truly talking about work. She clearly relaxed much more. She grabbed the tablet from the corner of the room, started taking notes, and began adjusting the illustrations according to what Yakama Azuma had said. Chapter 142, Using a Meal to Tempt the Genius Artist to Sell Herself to Capitalism. Is this okay? The girl's voice was a bit hesitant. Because there was no longer the barrier of the internet, even a Manga-sensei from the legend could no longer maintain her tough demeanor. The sound was as soft as a whisper. Fortunately, Seigiri had a live streaming device, wore headphones, and connected it to the room's audio system. It wasn't impossible to hear the voice. It was just that the headphones output couldn't use a voice changer, so she had to speak with her real, soft voice to communicate with Yakama Azuma. As she spoke, her small fingers raised the drawing board, presenting it to Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma nodded. The issues the director had raised had mostly been dealt with. Additionally, the character emotions Yakama Azuma mentioned had been perfectly adjusted. At this level, the draft was already a work of art. However, by the way, why are all the characters in Manga-sensei's drawings flat-chested? Kurokawa Akan's character was designed with a B cup. But the feel that Izumi Seigiri drew was almost like an A cup. Though it was a minor flaw, it felt strange when such small issues appeared in Izumi Seigiri's otherwise perfect artwork. Upon hearing Yakama Azuma's question, Izumi Seigiri hesitated. She noticed Yakama Azuma was staring at her. and it was related to her work. Izumi Sagiori closed her eyes and yelled, "Because there are things I've never seen in real life, I can't draw them." Yakama Azuma glanced at Izumi Sagiori's flat, unremarkable body. After all, she's just a little girl. Come to think of it, in the past, Iro manga sensei's works always had similarly styled characters. Looks like she's using herself as a reference for the drawings. Seeing Yakama Azuma nodding as if in thought, Izumi Sagiori immediately crossed her arms, warily stepping back a bit. She looked like she was guarding against a pervert. However, since she was wearing a large cartoon mask, her actual facial expression couldn't be seen. But, this little skit unexpectedly had an incident. Izumi Sagiori suddenly stood up, and her small body unexpectedly staggered. As if she couldn't stand properly, she fell forward. Initially feeling a bit embarrassed, Izumi Sagiori suddenly felt dizzy. Soon, the world before her seemed to flip. The distance between her and the tatami mat on the floor was getting closer. She reflexively shut her eyes. She waited for a long time, but the pain never came. Her body didn't feel the impact of the tatami either. Instead, it felt as though she had fallen into a soft sofa. Carefully opening her eyes, Izumi Sagiori realized Yakama Azuma, who was previously standing at the door, was now right in front of her. She had fallen into the arms of the young man, which explained the soft feeling. Having never experienced close contact with the opposite sex, let alone hugging, she had never even had a boy's finger touch hers. Not to mention being someone with severe social anxiety, to the point of not daring to leave her room. For someone like Izumi Sagiori, suddenly falling into the arms of a young man, one could imagine what would happen. As soon as she realized the situation, Izumi Sagiori nearly exploded. She struggled to break free. But after only a few movements, dizziness hit again. Her small hand, which had risen, went limp and dropped. Her eyes rolled back, and Izumi Sagiori passed out on the spot. Even Yakama Azuma was startled by this unexpected situation. He didn't recall Izumi Sagiori having any serious medical conditions. After removing the large cartoon mask, Yakama Azuma immediately understood why the girl fainted. In the summer heat, even though the room had the air conditioner on, it wasn't enough to handle the fact that Izumi Sagiori had wrapped herself up like a sticky rice cake. She must have been too focused on drawing and not noticed her condition. Standing up and moving around caused her to suffer from heat stroke. Yakama Azuma quickly helped her remove the soaking wet sportswear, leaving just the inner clothes, which were drenched in sweat. He didn't want her to misunderstand the situation when she woke up, as those typical scenes in anime. If heat stroke wasn't dealt with in time, it could lead to serious issues. Afterward, he laid her down with her limbs spread out on the tatami mat. Yakama Azuma went downstairs and found some ice from the fridge. He placed the ice on Izumi Sagiori's forehead, soaked a towel in cool water, and wiped her hands and feet. Izumi Sagiori only felt a vague dizziness, her body felt hot and hard to breathe. It wasn't until a cool breeze blew through that she began to feel a bit better. She wasn't sure how much time had passed, but Izumi Sagiori drowsily opened her eyes. By reflex, she looked toward the cool breeze. She saw Yakama Azuma, holding her paper fan in his hand, gently fanning her. She tried to move her body but still felt weak and nauseous. At the same time, Izumi Sagiori noticed that the cartoon mask on her face was gone. Immediately, she tried to sit up and resist. Yakama Azuma extended his hand, placing it gently on her forehead, and gently pressed her back down. "Don't try to move anymore. You've got heat stroke, it's very dangerous, do you understand?" Normally, Izumi Sagiori would definitely be embarrassed and angry, refusing to listen. But now, because of the heat stroke, she had no strength left to get up. She could only lie there like a dried fish, allowing Yakama Azuma to take care of her. Not to mention her emotions, this state also allowed her to hear him speak more clearly. The cool breeze from the paper fan blew across Sagiori's silver hair. Each gust of cool air made her feel more exhausted. From being unable to move to not wanting to move at all. "I've handled your first aid, but if you still feel unwell tomorrow, we should go to the hospital for a checkup. Don't think this is a small matter. Severe heat stroke can. In any case, you need to be careful about staying cool in the summer." As he spoke, Yakama Azuma lightly tapped Izumi Sagiori's forehead with the paper fan. Thank you." Izumi Sagiori's small pale pink lips moved. Her voice was so quiet it couldn't be heard clearly. But Yakama Azuma could tell from the shape of her mouth that she was thanking him. Since Sagiori was now a patient, he didn't tease her by saying, "Huh? What did you just say?" About half an hour later, Izumi Sagiori sat up. Her head still felt a bit dizzy, but most of the symptoms had subsided. Regaining some strength, Sagiori no longer reacted strongly. If it were before, she would have tried to force Yakama Azuma out of the room by any means. But now, they had been sitting next to each other for a while. Seigiri understood that Yakama Azuma wasn't a bad person. So even though she was still embarrassed, she no longer wanted to act aggressively toward him. Seeing Seigiri's shy demeanor, Yakama Azuma quietly thought to himself that today was indeed lucky. If it weren't for Seigiri getting heat stroke, trying to have a face-to-face conversation with this little girl would certainly take a lot of effort. If this were a gal game, the relationship progress bar would have definitely jumped up significantly. My name is Izumi Seigiri. Seigiri softly spoke, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Perhaps she thought that since Yakama Azuma had come into her room, it would be difficult to just maintain a purely professional relationship. My name is Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma said, using the paper fan to write his name in the air. Izumi Seigiri seriously committed the name to memory. Then, just as she was about to say something, guru guru yulu. Seigiri's stomach betrayed her first. The protest from her stomach immediately made Seigiri's small face turn bright red. She quickly placed her hand over her stomach and cautiously glanced up at Yakama Azuma's reaction. If he dared to laugh at her, then she would. She would definitely get mad. However, Yakama Azuma clearly had no intention of mocking her. How does Seigiri usually handle meals? Yakama Azuma noticed that Seigiri hadn't left her room, and the house didn't seem like it was regularly lived in. It seemed like the aunt who adopted Seigiri wasn't home every day. I order takeout. Seigiri mumbled, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the windowsill. There, a basket was tied with a long nylon rope. Yakama Azuma followed her gaze and immediately understood the system. After ordering the food, the basket would be lowered through the window, the food placed inside, and then the basket pulled back up. Should he praise Seigiri for being such a clever girl? She even thought of this method. Is there anything for cooking in the fridge? Yakama Azuma asked casually. Eating takeout all the time isn't good. Let me cook for you, change it up a bit. Hearing that, Seigiri gently shook her head. I don't know. Yakama Azuma smacked his forehead. Of course, this girl never leaves her room. Then I'll go check downstairs. No need. It's too much trouble. It's fine. We're probably friends now, right? It's nothing. Friends. Friends. Isn't that so? It's... Note, why do I feel like I've experienced deja vu at this part? Seigiri felt that Yakama Azuma, who shared her interests and even entered her room, truly fit the image of a friend she had in mind. Yakama Azuma smiled and waved, then went downstairs. Seigiri's kitchen was clearly not used often, but there were some fresh ingredients in the fridge. They must have been stored for convenience. Yakama Azuma quickly took a look. In the end, he decided to make grilled mackerel with miso soup, along with a small serving of rice. These were traditional Japanese dishes. Yakama Azuma didn't eat them much himself, but considering Seigiri's usual takeout choices, simple traditional Japanese food like this seemed like the best option. Even a basic dish needs the right hands to make it. When Yakama Azuma, with his cooking level 7, started preparing, the aroma of grilled mackerel immediately filled the air, tempting everyone nearby. It didn't take long before Yakama Azuma placed a plate of fragrant grilled mackerel, a bowl of miso soup, and a small bowl of rice on the table. Enjoy. Yakama Azuma placed the food on the small table and smiled. The smell of the food enticed Seigiri so much that she couldn't take her eyes off it. The aroma was truly irresistible. Normally, Seigiri would never eat in front of others. But with a dish made by someone with cooking skills like Yakama Azuma, the little girl was completely defeated. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, grabbed a small piece of fish, and put it in her mouth. The wonderful taste spread across her tongue, making Seigiri close her eyes in pleasure. So delicious. She murmured in awe. Yakama Azuma sat down beside her, maintaining a respectful distance so she wouldn't feel pressured and could take her time to adjust. After Seigiri had eaten a few bites, Yakama Azuma smiled and said, By the way, I don't think you've ever signed a contract with any company, right? Seigiri, captivated by the taste of the food, unconsciously nodded. But immediately, she realized something. Wait. She had fallen into a trap. However, the food was already in her mouth. Could she really spit it out now? Having eaten someone else's food, it felt like she was in a vulnerable position. Never signed. For some special reasons. Seigiri replied quietly. Is it because you're not good at communicating? Yakama Azuma said bluntly. Seigiri swallowed a small bite of rice, staring at Yakama Azuma, unsure how he knew this about her. Seeing her confusion, Yakama Azuma seized the opportunity to continue. Why not try signing a contract with my company? I'll handle all the communication issues for you, and then there won't be any problems, right? If there's a company managing the contracts and revenue sharing, you'll be able to focus more on drawing, which would be better, wouldn't it? After hearing this, Seigiri tried to imagine it. It seemed Not too bad. Seeing the hesitant expression on the girl's face, Yakama Azuma secretly smiled variation, thinking, everything just according to Kaku. Chapter 143, On-chan, it's time to eat. Seigiri will definitely want to focus on drawing rather than contracts or any other communication. Yakama Azuma said. Besides, even if we sign a collaboration contract, I will make sure Seigiri retains her freedom to only draw what she wants to. Yakama Azuma's words were full of temptation. Especially since Seigiri saw Yakama Azuma as a friend and was enjoying the meal Yakama Azuma had prepared. She thought for a long time. Finally, Seigiri turned her head away and whispered, if you can do what you said, and we sign the contract. Then that's fine. Yakama Azuma smiled lightly. Wasn't that already a sign of persuasion? When Seigiri finished the delicious meal, it was time for Yakama Azuma to leave. He took the empty plate, and was about to step out of the room. Seigiri's call made Yakama Azuma stop. You. When will you bring the contract? Her voice held a hint of expectation. Yakama Azuma turned back, facing Seigiri's bright eyes. It was easy to guess how small Seigiri still was. She was still just a little girl. Since that incident, she had locked herself up at home. She couldn't even step out of her room. At home, only her aunt took care of her. Her aunt had a strong personality and was difficult to communicate with. Even though Seigiri might have social anxiety, she surely wanted to interact with others. Now, suddenly having a friend, it was understandable for her to look forward to the next meeting. Thinking of this, Yakama Azuma took out his phone and shook it. Seigiri has my line, right? We can arrange a convenient time. Besides, we're friends. If Seigiri needs anything, just call me. As friends, even if it's midnight and raining heavily, if Seigiri calls, I'll come right away. Yakama Azuma's words made Seigiri widen her eyes. The scariest thing for people is when, after feeling like they have nothing, they find a place to rely on. It becomes easy to fall into it, which is dangerous. Right now, little Seigiri felt like that too. The promise had deeply etched itself into her heart. Her heartbeat started to race. I understand. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Iromanga-sensei. I don't know anyone with that name. Ha ha ha. With Yakama Azuma's laughter, Seigiri finally got angry and pushed him out of the room. After Yakama Azuma finished washing the dishes and neatly arranged them, he went to the entrance to change his shoes. Before leaving, he glanced at the photo by the door. He pulled open the large entrance door and left Azumi's house. Yakama Azuma took a few steps, then immediately turned around and looked at the second-floor window. Sure enough, behind the glass, he saw a small silver head. Seigiri realized she had been spotted and immediately pulled her head back. She crouched down below the windowsill for a few seconds. Then, she stuck her head out again. As a result, she saw Yakama Azuma hadn't moved and was still standing in place. He even raised his hand, forming a gun shape with his thumb and index finger. Accompanied by an audible bang. The bullet flew towards her. Seigiri pulled her head back again. This time, when she raised her head, Yakama Azuma had already gone far. Watching his silhouette, Seigiri raised her hand, pointed her little finger at his distant figure, and banged. The initial feeling of separation suddenly vanished. Waiting until Yakama Azuma's figure completely disappeared from sight, Seigiri rushed to her bed, hugging her pillow and rolling around. On her cute face was the brightest smile she had worn in the entire year. On the other side, after returning home, Yakama Azuma began thinking about the next steps. The progress of the movie version of Bunny Girl Senpai was stable, and there were no concerns at the moment. Mommy Guardian. Kurokawa-akan, the symptoms of adolescence syndrome were almost gone. And this was achieved just from the light novel. Yakama Azuma felt he had possibly overdone it. At first, he thought the light novel's audience might not be sufficient. It might not be able to fully change the direction of online discussions and extinguish the initial flame. That was why he prepared the movie version, which targeted a much wider audience. Once the film was released, everything would be completely turned around. After all, compared to the light novel world, the audience for anime was on a completely different level. It would be enough to make the people who were initially involved in the loud controversy speak up in support, dozens or even hundreds of times. But looking at it now, adolescence syndrome didn't necessarily require changing the objective facts completely. It was enough to heal the wounds in the heart. Although it was a bit heavy-handed, it was fine. The good news was that adolescence syndrome was relatively easy to treat. Moreover, after the film's release, it would bring profits to Laplace Corporation. It could even help Kurokawa-akan gain fame. And now, Kurokawa-akan was an artist contracted with Laplace Corporation. She was also the best promoter for the youth series. 2 volumes had been released, And the sales of the upcoming volumes might even increase. A twofold benefit. After all, this wasn't a losing deal. So there was nothing to complain about. And it seemed that there was nothing else left to do. Yukino Azuma's thoughts then wandered back to the fallen comet. The fragments of Charlotte. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the window, in a particular direction. It was the direction of Gaifu Prefecture. Yukino Azuma had asked someone to investigate the situation of the comet crater. But there had been almost no news. The comet fragments had fallen, but it was unknown whether they had been recovered and sent for research. Or if they were still lying at the bottom of the lake, hidden from sight. Yes, because it was related to an inland lake. The crater where the fragments of Charlotte had fallen had now become a new inland lake. Should he go see it himself? Yukino Azuma briefly considered this thought. But immediately shook his head. Even if something could truly be discovered from the fragments of Charlotte, he didn't need to compete for that ability. He had the system. As long as he followed the steps to upgrade his skills, he would have a stable supply of supernatural abilities. Laplace Corporation was also thriving at present. The structure of modern society was truly not something easily disrupted. After all, what if the comet could help someone achieve magic or supernatural abilities? The greatest wizard, the great Dumbledore, might be able to use legendary magic, Firestorm. But old man, how much power could your Firestorm actually have? Yukino Azuma shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was better to focus on the future development of Laplace Corporation. Even though, looking at the present, Laplace Corporation had risen very quickly in a short time, there was still a fundamental gap between it and the real business tycoon families, a gap that couldn't be erased. Many families had reached this point. After several generations of effort, they had only stopped here. So far, in the land of the rising sun, there were only 4 major tycoon families. Apart from the Shimanoya family, most were traditional families with history spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. These were noble families that had existed since the time of the shogunate and had passed down through the generations until today. However, there were advantages. Yukino Azuma's vision for the future, as a Laplace demon, was an advantage. Proactively preparing in advance, recruiting talent in fields like artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things was an advantage. We'll create a short video platform. Yukino Azuma tapped his hand on the table and made his decision. The short video platform has an advantage over current video platforms. Moreover, it has its own inherent superiority. Fragmented information makes it easier for viewers to immerse themselves. Currently, some people have started pursuing this idea. However, the core competitiveness of the current short video platform has yet to be grasped by anyone. That is the big data model. Laplace Corporation has the capability to build a user data model. This is a little-known theoretical topic, and Laplace Corporation has been continuously training talent in this field. Additionally, creating a video platform in Japan is also an advantage. Because, right now and in the future, all video platforms or video websites in Japan are very bad. Nikoniko Video Organization is referred to as N. These platforms only launched 720p online video quality in 2024. And the data storage media of their servers still use floppy disks. It's really ridiculous. Another advantage is that video platforms have a social nature. They are channels for expression and information platforms. Currently, in Japan, most of the political leaders and officials still cling to traditional media. They don't realize that the focus of data and channels of expression is gradually shifting. If they can create a quality short video platform and put it into operation before most people realize that short video will be an important channel for information, Yukino Azuma could avoid some trouble and gain significant power from this channel of expression. Thinking about the beginning of next year, Laplace Corporation would have a large amount of money. No matter how much money they spent, it wouldn't be an issue. A short video platform would definitely be the best development direction for Laplace Corporation. After careful consideration, Yukino Azuma had confirmed this direction. He simply made a plan and prepared to hand it to Yukino the next day. Then, Yukino Azuma looked at his 2 cats, hugged them, and sniffed them for a while until he was high and then prepared to go to sleep. I just entered high school, no need to rush. There's plenty of time. Before falling asleep, Yukino Azuma thought to himself. The future was long. Even Shimanoya Genin, when building their family business, was already over 50 years old. But he was still a teenager. With that belief, he fell into a deep sleep. Then, when he opened his eyes again, Yukino Azuma saw a strange ceiling. Yukino Azuma, _? Is this really happening? A second eye sky with no chance to enjoy it? What is this? Raised a flag and locked it immediately. Was I about to build a harem and then die? Kono Hino Danashi. He sat up, looking around the unfamiliar room. Before him was a completely different room from his own at home. There was no bed, and the blankets were directly spread over to Tommy. There were Japanese-style sliding doors and windows that were frosted like paper. Yakama Azuma recalled that most old houses in Japan had this kind of style. On the desk, there was a lamp, textbooks, and office supplies. In the large closet, there were several skirts and JK uniforms hanging. Although the room was a little messy, it was clear this was definitely a girl's room. Yakama Azuma felt very confused. Had someone broken into his house last night, knocked him out, and then brought him to some girl's house to make him her husband? With his shogi skill range and sensitivity, the person who could do this would have to be at least level 10 in stealth, with peak proficiency. As Yakama Azuma was lost in thought, the sliding door of the room opened from the outside. On-chan, it's time to eat. A black-haired girl said to Yakama Azuma. After speaking, she didn't turn back and walked straight out. On-chan? Yakama Azuma repeated this form of address in his mind, and a new question arose. Chapter 144, Your Name? Mimizu Mitsuo. Oaiyo. Yakama Azuma entered the unfamiliar living room and greeted the kind elderly lady. On-chan, why so late? The unfamiliar little girl looked at Yakama Azuma and uttered a teasing reproach. Yakama Azuma sat down at the empty spot next to the low table. He looked at the dining table. There was grilled fish, smoked meat, and egg soup. For a breakfast, this was quite a hearty meal. Yakama Azuma opened the rice cooker next to him and served himself a bowl of rice. He also kindly added another bowl for the elderly lady. As he ate, Yakama Azuma thought about the current situation. Earlier, he had rummaged a bit through the room. And he had somewhat understood the situation of the room's owner. Mimizu Mitsuo. The eldest daughter of the Mimizu family, the heir to the Mimizu shrine, a Maiko, and also a high school girl. It seemed like it was the vacation before Mimizu Mitsuo entered high school. Yakama Azuma naturally knew of Mimizu Mitsuo. Since he knew Mitsuo, Yakama also had some understanding of his current situation. At first, Mimizu Mitsuo had a miraculous fate. She was the Maiko of Itamori, a town in Gaifu, and the heir of the Mimizu family. Every time she reached puberty, she would undergo a brief body swap with a fated person. This was a hereditary event in the Mimizu family. It was a favor received from the gods worshipped at Itamari. Mimizu Mitsuo would initially swap souls with her fated person, crossing through time. Then, the town of Itamari would be struck by a meteorite and destroyed. Mimizu Mitsuo and her fated person would work together to save the people of the town who were supposed to die. It wasn't clear whether it was because Yakama Azuma often looked towards Skaifu, but now, it seemed that Yakama was the chosen fated person for Mimizu Mitsuo. However, it wasn't a soul swap. Rather, Yakama Azuma's body had truly been brought into this space as well. But to others, Yakama Azuma was now Mimizu Mitsuo. At the same time, as long as Yakama Azuma closed his eyes, he could see the scenes on the other side. Those were the scenes that Mimizu Mitsuo, who had been brought into Yakama Azuma's space, saw. Yakama Azuma felt it. As long as he used his supernatural skills, it seemed that he could sever this connection. Once severed, he would immediately be returned to his own space. But when Yakama Azuma was about to do so, a gentle voice sounded in his head. The voice was not like normal speech. Though he couldn't understand the words, Yakama could grasp the meaning. It seemed that the speaker was asking Yakama Azuma to stay and help save the town of Itamori. Indeed, the fragment of Charlotte had fallen onto the town of Itamori. It could be inferred that the owner of this voice was most likely the god of Itamori. With the act of being pulled into unpaid labor like this, Yakama Azuma felt embarrassed. But after all, the other party was a deity. Yakama Azuma decided to show respect. It was just a formality. Helping the deity this time. In the future, when he needed the deity's assistance, could the deity refuse? Maiko Mimizu Mitsuo knew the location of the Itamori shrine. If the other party returned and refused, Yakama Azuma wouldn't hesitate to overturn their shrine. It seemed that because Yakama Azuma had agreed to help save Itamari, the god of Itamari continued to explain a few things. For example, the time-space exchange this time would last for 47 days. But that was 47 days for Mimizu Mitsuo. Mimizu Mitsuo's time here, each 7 days equaled 1 day for Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma could operate for 47 days, while Mimizu Mitsuo could only act for 7 days in total. This was also to minimize the disruption to Yakama Azuma's life. And maximize the ability to save Itamari. During the exchange period, they would swap identities, like gaining an extra layer of consciousness. Just like now, Yakama Azuma. Though it was truly his body, the grandmother and younger sister of Mimizu Mitsuo thought that the person in front of them was Mimizu Mitsuo. But in reality, the body hadn't changed. The voice of the god of Itamori grew fainter. It seemed to take a lot of effort. Yakama Azuma also felt that this god, whom he had never met, seemed to have good intentions. If the 47 days of Yakama Azuma's time were wasted, or the bodies not swapped, Yakama Azuma would certainly stop helping. For now, the conditions set by the god of Itomori were something Yakama Azuma could reluctantly accept. However, what Yakama Azuma found strange was the time on Mimizu Mitsua's side. It was 3 years before the comet Charlotte arrived. This time space exchange was very peculiar. He had to carry out the plan from 3 years ago to save the town of Itomori 3 years later. The difficulty level was definitely higher compared to preparing when the comet was near. Yakama Azuma couldn't help but wonder if the god of Itomori had some sort of restriction, or if there was another reason. 3 years, affecting a third of Itomori, the planning needed to be done. Yakama Azuma pondered how to save the town of Itomori. What's wrong? Mitsuo, you look worried. The kind grandmother spoke up. Yakama Azuma froze. His expression should be fine, right? Mimizu Mitsuo's grandmother. Probably called Mimizu Hitoa, right? The Mimizu family was a Miku lineage, and this grandmother seemed very sharp. It's nothing, just a little distracted. Yakama Azuma waved his hand to decline. It was fine, denying it didn't matter. After all, it was normal for a high school girl to be concerned about various things, so he could just brush it off. Sure enough, when Mimizu's grandmother heard Yakama Azuma say that, she didn't pay much attention. After breakfast, Yakama Azuma still hadn't returned to Mitsuo's room. Then, someone arrived at the Mimizu house. It was Mimizu Mitsuo's friends. A boy and a girl. Yakama Azuma didn't remember their names. Luckily, there was a diary of Mimizu Mitsuo in the room. It mentioned them. Teshigawara, Sayaka, good morning. Yakama Azuma greeted them. The boy, Teshigawara, Yakama Azuma didn't know his first name, so he just addressed him by his last name. The girl's name was Natori Sayaka, who had a close relationship with Mitsuo, and they called each other by their first names. Mitsuo, oe-ai-yo. Sayaka waved back cheerfully. Yo. Teshigawara's response was rather normal. After greeting, both of them headed outside. It was obvious they had an appointment with Mimizu Mitsuo. As for the details of the appointment, Yakama Azuma didn't know yet. But for now, he lacked information, so it would be good to follow them and see if there was anything related to Itomori. With this thought, Yakama Azuma decided to follow them. Itomori was a town nestled in the mountains. Although Gifu Prefecture was one of the larger prefectures in Japan, the town of Itomori, located in the mountains, could hardly be described as bustling. There were no trains, and buses only ran every 2 hours. The whole town didn't have a single coffee shop, nor any stores like dentists. It only had 2 shops selling snacks. On the other hand, it did have 3 izakayas. Note, an izakaya is a type of informal Japanese bar that serves alcoholic drinks and snacks. Izakayas are casual places for after-work drinking, similar to a pub, a Spanish tapas bar, or an American saloon or tavern. Wiki, the town only had 1 junior high school and 1 high school, and most of the children in the town were classmates. Along the narrow road by the rice fields, the 3 of them walked toward a destination Yakama Azuma didn't know. We'll be in high school soon, I wonder if there will be new classmates. Teshigawara muttered. Mostly, the people from this town continue to study here, so it will probably be kids from our old class. There are no other students in the town. Sayaka exposed Teshigawara's illusion. Yakama Azuma could only shake his head upon hearing that. The environment was truly difficult, entering high school and starting a career seemed almost impossible. As the 3 were chatting, a group of people appeared ahead on the road. There were both boys and girls, and based on their ages, they were probably around Mitsuo's age. Haze. Teshigawara sighed. The group noticed the 3 of them as well. Each of them looked with curiosity. As the distance between the 2 groups narrowed, one of them said, "Ah, isn't that the mayor's daughter? And the son of a businessman, the broadcaster's little sister. Oh, it really suits them. What's the term? Ah yes, birds of a feather. Haha, that's not how that term is used. Just a little closer." The mocking voices were loud and unhidden. Yakama Azuma raised an eyebrow. The mayor's daughter? Ah, it seemed there was some background like that. Mimizu Mitsuo's father, a man who had joined the Mimizu family, gave up inheriting the shrine and entered politics, becoming the mayor of Itomori. Teshigawara's family seemed to be involved in construction, and their business was quite well known in town. Natori Sayaka's older sister was a news anchor for the Gifu Prefecture TV station. Due to these identities, the 3 of them had often been teased by their classmates. Yakama Azuma felt a bit helpless. Middle school kids really couldn't understand. What was there to tease about the mayor's daughter? Yakama Azuma glanced at the group. The teasing laughter gradually faded. The people in that group began to feel chills from being stared at. In the past, Mimizu Mitsuo, whenever she was teased, would lower her head and hurriedly walk away. She had never dared to face them. But now, her gaze felt like sharp knives, sweeping over their faces, bringing a cold, painful sensation. Yakuma Azuma didn't even use any skills like shogi aura. For something as childish as teasing, he handled it effortlessly. Just a little psychological pressure was enough to have a clear effect. In reality, if it were the real Mimizu Mitsuo, just occasionally raising her head a little would suffice. Those people wouldn't dare say anything bad anymore. It was only through constant endurance and self-doubt that these people became more and more unreasonable. The silence lasted for several seconds. Yakuma Azuma withdrew his gaze and sighed dramatically. Sayaka, who was standing next to him, thought Mitsuo was upset and softly comforted her. "Mitsuo, don't mind them." But Yakuma Azuma shook his head. "I'm not bothered, I just think it's a pity." This time, Yakuma Azuma didn't say it quietly. Sayaka was stunned for a moment, and without thinking, asked, "What do you mean, pity? Our parents achieved success through hard work. What's so funny about that? We don't brag about relying on our parents' pampering, so what's there to mock? They laugh at us. It's strange, their perspective is wrong. It's really a pity." After saying that, Yakuma Azuma sighed again. As soon as those words left his mouth, the people who had been laughing earlier all turned red. For these kids who hadn't even entered high school, they really wanted to jump up and scold them. They wouldn't mind, and could even retort. But if someone looked at them with pity and said their perspective was wrong, and sighed as if feeling sorry for them, that would strike straight at their hearts. The reason they teased Mitsuo and the others was essentially due to their own inferiority complex. Now, being made to feel pitied by Mitsuo was truly a devastating blow. Chapter 145, Thank you, my name is Souyuki. Mitsuo. So cool. Sayaka's eyes seemed to sparkle like tiny stars. They must be so furious right now. Teshigawara also laughed joyfully. Yakuma Azuma didn't really care much. Now that they had switched identities, he decided to go ahead and solve the youthful troubles of Mimizu Mitsuo too. But what Yakuma Azuma didn't worry about, Mitsuo's two close friends were clearly very excited. Today, Mitsuo seems different somehow. Sayaka hugged one of Yakuma Azuma's arms, laughing as she spoke. Even though Mitsuo was normally very cute, today, she was especially captivating. Since they were Mitsuo's friends, Yakuma Azuma just let Sayaka hug him. His other hand gently drew a line in the air. It's just a little change in determination, like standing up straight while walking, or adjusting the pace of your steps. Even small changes like that can affect a person's aura. It's a little tip I read online to help boost confidence. Sayaka's gaze was subconsciously drawn to Yakuma Azuma's finger. By the time Yakuma Azuma finished speaking, she suddenly realized. Recalling his words, she unconsciously stood up straighter. Boosting confidence wasn't that important, but Mitsuo was so cool, it made one want to imitate her. "Hey, speaking of which, where are we going today?" Yakuma Azuma thought asking such a question now wasn't out of place. "Weren't we supposed to go to the cafe on the street?" Teshigawara answered casually. Right. Sayaka nodded eagerly. "Mitsuo is looking forward to it too, right?" Yakuma Azuma smiled slightly and nodded. Well, changing the environment a bit to think about countermeasures was also fine. The three of them waited at the bus stop. The bus came every 2 hours, so if they missed it, they would have to wait another 2 hours. The only good news was that the bus was on time. The three didn't miss the morning bus. As the bus started moving, looking out the window, the rural scenery stretched before them. Yakuma Azuma blinked. It seemed that saving Itamari wouldn't be an easy task. In the eyes of many, this small town was cramped and inconvenient. Perhaps some people would want to move to a more bustling place to live. But at the same time, there were definitely people who loved a life detached from the world. Not to mention the leisurely comfort and ease of living in such a small, quiet town. At least, there were not few people with deep affection for this land. Telling them to leave would not be easy. But there were still 3 years before the comet would fall, there was still time. The scenery outside the window gradually changed. Though the mountains and forests still dominated, some tall buildings began to appear in the distance. The three of them got off the bus at a station. The streets here already had the semblance of a city. Following the directions on the map, they arrived in front of a small cafe. Looking at the fancy sign in front, Teshigawara and Sayaka swallowed, looking a bit guilty. "Do we have enough savings for this?" "Probably enough, we've been saving for a long time." While the two of them whispered and discussed, Yakuma Azuma had already walked up and pulled open the cafe door. "Welcome." The voice of the waitress rang out from inside. The two of them froze in place. But with the spirit of sharing the burden when there are difficulties, they quickly followed Mitsuo. Inside, the cafe had a rather unique decoration style. But Yakuma Azuma didn't care much. Leading the two of them, he sat down at a 4-seat table by the window. Sayaka instinctively hugged Azum's arm tightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Mitsuo, aren't you scared?" Azuma lightly tapped Sayaka's forehead. "Be confident, Gambare." Upon hearing that, Teshigawara was the first to perk up. Confidence. He sat up straight, looking around nervously, trying to act like he wasn't scared at all. But the next second when he saw the waitress walking toward them with a menu, he immediately deflated, burying his face on the table and pretending to be dead. Azuma took the menu. 2 donuts, 1 cappuccino. After ordering expertly, he handed the menu to Sayaka. Sayaka looked at the variety of items before her, momentarily overwhelmed. But after hesitating for a while, she realized it would be awkward to not choose something. As she was debating choose either the milk cream cake or fruit cream cake. Things like macarons may look pretty, but honestly, the taste is just average. And for coffee, the canned coffee has the same sweetness as a latte with added sugar. If you can't handle the bitterness, definitely don't go for espresso or Americano. Mocha has chocolate in it. Thanks to Azuma's explanation, Sayaka, who had been confused, finally made her choice. Mango cake and a latte. She had originally planned to order a macaron. It looked beautiful. But when eating it, it might not taste as expected. This kind of thing happened quite often. Being deceived by its flashy appearance and hastily making a decision. Only to regret it once receiving the result. But all we could do was accept it, silently making a mental note. The so-called learn a lesson after one experience. After all, the 3 of them had saved up for a long time for the chance to go to the cafe. Azuma still tried to preserve some of that expectation. On Teshigawara's side, they quickly made their choices too. After all, Azuma had guided them. Once the waitress left with the menus, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Sayaka looked at Azuma with eyes that sparkled like stars. Her feelings of fondness were clearly surpassing just friendship, rising in an instant. When the desserts arrived at the table, Sayaka immediately took out her phone and started snapping pictures. Azuma also took his phone out to snap a picture. After all, this was money Mitsuo had saved up over time. She couldn't enjoy it, so he, who had switched identities and was enjoying what was meant for her, should take a picture as a memory. Although in Tokyo, such things could be eaten to the point of getting tired of them, the meaning was completely different. So delicious. Sayaka ate a small piece of the mango cake, her eyes squinting with delight. The anticipation was finally worth it. Azuma took a sip of his cappuccino, his gaze unconsciously drifting outside the window. His thoughts wandered. Buying back the affected area in Itamari, perhaps that was the most direct and feasible way. Even so, earning that money within a month and a half wasn't difficult, but buying land was another matter. After all, Mitsuo was still just an ordinary high school girl. Unless he received help from Mitsuo's father, but that was even more difficult. Purchasing land personally was very complicated, requiring someone's help. That person needed to have enough status, and more importantly, shouldn't look down on a high school student. In the midst of his thoughts, Azuma's gaze suddenly froze at a corner outside the window. The motion of him biting into the donut paused. The next moment, he jumped up and dashed out of the cafe. Mitsuo, what's wrong? Sayaka's voice rang out behind him. Across the street, a girl with long black hair was sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. She looked in great pain, cold sweat dripping continuously from her forehead. Thinking quickly, Azuma immediately crossed the street, bracing himself on the guardrail, and leaped over it. He quickly rushed to the girl's side. "Do you have any emergency medicine?" Squatting down, Azuma asked bluntly. Asking "Are you okay?" would be wasting time at this point. The girl struggled to shake her head. Seeing her gasping for breath, Azuma had already figured out her condition. Asthma. "And the nearest hospital is?" He looked up. Fortunately, the city hospital was just a street away. Asthma is a condition where every second counts. Azuma slid his hands under the girl's thighs and back, gently lifting her up in a princess carry. He tried to make sure her upper body wasn't constricted or blocking her breathing. Holding this posture, Azuma rushed toward the hospital with the girl in his arms. Sayaka and Teshigawara quickly caught up. "What's going on?" "She has asthma, we need to get her to the hospital immediately." While running, Azuma explained. Upon hearing this, Sayaka and Teshigawara immediately assisted. One ran ahead, clearing the path and parting the crowd. The other stayed by his side, watching over Azuma to make sure he didn't exhaust himself. Fortunately, this was Azuma's body. Years of training were not in vain. Even while carrying a girl, his speed could still be described as lightning fast. In less than 3 minutes, Azuma dashed straight into the emergency room of the hospital. The attending doctor quickly understood the situation at a glance. Without asking many questions, they immediately prepared a hospital bed and instructed Azuma to lay the girl down. Then the nurse swiftly retrieved the inhaler for asthma. Placing the inhaler over the girl's nose and mouth, they proceeded with the emergency treatment. Her rapid and labored breathing gradually calmed down. Thank goodness you got her here in time. Acute asthma like this could cause permanent damage. Is this her first time? Has she had similar issues before? Has she used any medication? Once the girl's condition was stabilized, the doctor let out a sigh of relief and turned to Yakama Azuma. He could only shrug helplessly. I don't know. She suddenly had an attack on the street. I just brought her here. Upon hearing this, the doctor looked at him with a sense of respect. It was truly an act of heroism. Yakama Azuma looked at the girl, his mind already calculating. Saving her could be a highlight to get the mayor's attention. It wouldn't be a problem if this made it into the news. For a politician like Mitsuo's father, this might actually be a good thing. Gaining some reputation would give him the opportunity to meet people beyond the reach of a high school student. This would be helpful for his future plan to save the town. To reiterate, Yakama Azuma was not the kind of person to jump into action whenever he saw injustice. But his plans immediately crumbled. After using the medication, the girl's condition greatly improved. She set the inhaler aside, took a few breaths of normal air, then coughed lightly a few times. After adjusting for a bit, she looked up at Yakama Azuma with bright eyes, like two purple gems, staring at him intently. Thank you. I'm Soaoyuki. I truly appreciate you saving my life. Yakama Azuma blinked. Soaoyuki? In that case, there was no need to build a reputation. The girl before him gradually matched the image in Yakama Azuma's memory. The young lady of the Soawa family, the most prestigious family in Gaifu Prefecture, Soaoyuki. Looking at her, Yakama Azuma's thoughts became clearer. He extended his hand, taking her delicate, pale hand in his. He gave a small smile. It's nothing, just a small thing. Don't worry about it, Yuki. Her face, which had been slightly pale from the asthma attack, immediately turned a light pink. She coughed softly twice, looking a little embarrassed. A question mark appeared above Yakama Azuma's head. Soaoyuki, before high school, was she always this shy? Just holding hands and her face was already turning red. Okawai Koto. Chapter 146, Speedrun into the Soao house. The girl Yakama Azuma happened to save on the street turned out to be Soaoyuki, the eldest daughter of the Soao family. Yakama Azuma was quite pleased with this unexpected joy. With this, did he still need to go through the trouble of building a reputation to find a partner? In Gaifu Prefecture, was there any better partner than the Soawa family, the most prestigious family here? But why would a high-born lady like Soaoyuki be walking alone on the street? To the point of having an asthma attack and needing help from a stranger? It seemed her understood the question in Yakama Azuma's eyes. Soaoyuki softly said, it's too stuffy at home, so I secretly snuck out for a walk. I didn't expect my body to have an issue. Upon hearing this, Yakama Azuma immediately understood. The Soawa family was an aristocratic family, and the pressure on its descendants was truly overwhelming. Moreover, in the original story, Soaoyuki's parents often argued over work and love affairs. Soaoyuki said she went out to relax. But in reality, she had left home without informing the Soao family. The overwhelming pressure was also one of the causes of her asthma. Too much pressure, and asthma will relapse. Just go with the flow, don't force yourself too much. Yakama Azuma gently patted Soaoyuki's head. After all, at this moment, he was still in Mitsuo's form. It was normal to have some light contact between girls, right? However, just like earlier, Soaoyuki's face turned a little red. Her gaze occasionally glanced at Yakama Azuma's face, as if observing something carefully. This reaction made Yakama Azuma feel a bit suspicious. On the other hand, Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara, who were standing beside him, didn't think much of it. Soaoyuki was even a little younger than them. It was normal to show more care to someone younger. Not long after, footsteps echoed down the hospital hallway. The footsteps stopped in front of the door. Only one beautiful woman and a girl about Soaoyuki's age entered. The beautiful woman and the girl looked about 7 or 8 parts alike. At first glance, they seemed to be mother and daughter. But they didn't resemble Soaoyuki much. Uja-sama, how are you feeling? The beautiful woman bowed to Soaoyuki, who was lying in bed, then asked her condition with concern. Kimishima-san, don't worry, I'm fine. Soaoyuki said, then looked over at Yakama Azuma, thanks to this person. Who brought me to the hospital? The woman called Kimishima turned her gaze toward Yakama Azuma. Then, she bowed deeply. Young lady, thank you so much. Yakama Azuma waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. At this point, the girl accompanying the woman was bowing her head low, stepping closer to Soaoyuki. She seemed to be blaming herself. Soaoyuki gently patted the girl's head. It's fine, I ran out on my own, don't blame Ayano. Seeing this scene, Yakuma Azuma felt a bit weird. The Kimishima family. It was a branch family of the Suao family. This beautiful woman was a maid who was close to Suao Yuki's mother. The girl standing next to Suao Yuki now was Suao Yuki's close maid, Kimishima Ayano, who had grown up alongside her. Did prestigious families like to do this kind of thing? Yakuma Azuma thought of Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Ai. If his family grew stronger in the future, maybe he should also look for a family with a daughter to be his maid? While lost in thought, Natori Sayaka tugged lightly on Yakuma Azuma's sleeve. Yakuma Azuma turned to look at her. At this moment, both Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara seemed uneasy. Mitsuo, did you save someone important? Natori Sayaka whispered. She had just noticed several men in black suits waiting in the hallway. No matter how awkward it was clear that Suao Yuki's identity wasn't ordinary. It's nothing, just lending a hand. Whether they're a regular person or a princess, it doesn't make a difference. Yakuma Azuma answered casually. Natori Sayaka paused for a moment. Right, she hadn't expected anything in return from Suao Yuki. So, Suao Yuki's identity didn't seem to matter much. The woman called Kimishima subtly moved her ears. At this moment, the Suawa family had arrived. Yakuma Azuma also had no intention of staying any longer. There was nothing to say to the Suao family. The only person he wanted to converse with was Suao Yuki. Yakuma Azuma stood up and said, "It's getting late, Suao-san is fine now, we should leave. Goodbye." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman didn't try to stop him. She only bowed to Yakuma Azuma once more. Thank you very much for saving her life. This time, her words were much more sincere. Yakuma Azuma nodded and prepared to leave. But at that moment, Suao Yuki suddenly sat up. May I have your line? This request was exactly what Yakuma Azuma had hoped for. Therefore, he took out Mitsuo's phone and exchanged line details with Suao Yuki. After seeing Yakuma Azuma and the three others off, Suao Yuki lay back down on the hospital bed. Uja-sama, the family car is getting ready to handle the asthma treatment. It will be here in about half an hour. And about that girl's identity. Should we investigate a bit? What do you think, should we repay her? The woman asked. Suao Yuki blinked her pale purple eyes. First, investigate, but don't tell my parents. As for the repayment, I'll decide once I have more information. The woman nodded and turned to leave. Kimishima Ayano walked up to Suao Yuki's side. She looked like she wouldn't leave Yuki for a moment. As a close maid, she felt very guilty for not being present when Uja-sama faced misfortune. Kimishima Ayano felt deeply self-blaming. Suao Yuki pulled the girl's hand, gently comforting her. It's fine, don't blame yourself for this. Suao Yuki wasn't at all embarrassed this time, unlike when Yakuma Azuma had held her hand. After comforting her maid, her words suddenly changed. By the way, tell me, what do you think of that person? Kimishima Ayano, recalling Mitsuo's appearance, responded. In terms of general impression, she's a beautiful girl, probably around high school age. Her speech and behavior are very mature, with an air of confidence, suggesting she either comes from a prestigious family or is herself quite exceptional. After hearing Kimishima Ayano's analysis, Suao Yuki smiled mischievously. Really? Is that how Ayano sees there? Yuki-sama, was I wrong in my assessment? No, not at all. Half an hour later, the Suawa family car arrived. Suao Yuki went through the discharge procedures and left the city hospital. The luxurious car was spotless, almost sterile. When they arrived back at the Suao mansion, Suao Yuki noticed that her room had undergone significant changes. Everything in sight was neat, tidy, and predominantly white. Because she had suddenly suffered from asthma. All items that could potentially cause asthma attacks had been removed. If it were before, Suao Yuki might have felt lonely. But now, her mind wasn't focused on that. A while later, the beautiful woman brought Mitsuo's documents. Suao Yuki skimmed through them quickly. Her eyes finally stopped on a picture of Mitsuo. Looking at the cute girl in the photo, Suao Yuki licked her lips. Uja-sama, what do you think? After the woman asked, don't do anything for now. Forget about it, there's no need to worry about it. Suao Yuki waved her hand in reply. The woman paused for a moment, then nodded and left the room. She took out her phone. Suao Yuki opened her line interface, thinking about what to say. Her small, white feet gently swayed on the bed, making soft sounds. The next day, due to Yakuma Azuma's body swap that lasted 7 days, he was still using Mitsuo's identity. As usual, he went downstairs to have breakfast with her grandmother Hitoa and her younger sister Yatsuo. While eating, his phone suddenly vibrated. Yakuma Azuma picked it up to see who it was. It was Suao Yuki. Yuki, I'm so bored, I'm grounded and stuck in my room like a salted fish. Azuma, a salted fish? You better go out and get some sun, or you might go bad, Yuki. Pooh ha 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 ha. The two of them had chatted all night the previous evening. Their relationship had quickly gone from strangers to friends. So while Yuki might appear to be the dignified Ujo-sama on the outside, but in reality, she was very active and had been an otaku for years. She was also very humorous and could joke around freely. She was the kind of person everyone instantly liked. Azuma, has your asthma flared up again? Yuki, no, I'm much better today, hardly coughing anymore. Azuma, that's good then. Happy cat emoji, Yuki, but I'm so bored. How about a video call? Let's watch anime together. Azuma, I have a better idea, Yuki. What's your idea? Azuma, send me your location and a map of your house, then tell me how you managed to escape from home yesterday. Yuki, are you serious? Azuma, try it, you have nothing to lose. Yakama. Azuma smiled softly. The quickest way to improve the situation was through Soao Yuki. Not long after, Soao Yuki sent him her location and a few hand-drawn maps. The maps clearly belonged to the Soawa family estate, with a very detailed layout, even including the names of the household staff. Looking at the map, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. As expected of Soao Yuki, even escaping from home was like an elaborate prison break. After breakfast, Yakama Azuma set off again, heading to the bus station he had visited yesterday. After a few bus transfers, Yakama Azuma finally reached the back wall of the Soao estate. He looked at the not-too-tall wall, rubbing his hands together. He had made it. He found a shortcut into the Soao mansion. Though calling it a shortcut, in reality, the process was pretty simple. The Soao estate was vast, and he hardly encountered anyone on the way. The walls were no obstacle for Yakama Azuma's physical ability. After all, if Soao Yuki could sneak out, the difficulty level wasn't that high. Before long, Yakama Azuma arrived at the window of Soao Yuki's room. He raised his hand and knocked on the window. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps came from inside. The window was flung open from the inside. Soao Yuki looked out at Yakama Azuma, her eyes full of joy. I really managed to sneak in. I've looked down from the top of the Church of the Holy Mother, leaping over challenges before. Haha, you're really a master. Soao Yuki extended her hand. Yakama Azuma took her hand, with his other hand holding the window frame, and he quickly leaped into Soao Yuki's room. Great athletic ability, Unai-chan. Soao Yuki laughed, her eyes shining brightly. Hee, it's nothing much. Yakama Azuma waved his hand without thinking. But immediately after, he realized something was off. Yuki, did you just call me something? Yakama Azuma asked, a little confused. Unai-chan? What's wrong, is something wrong? Soao Yuki smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with playful intent. Chapter 147, Soao Yuki, what's wrong, Unai-chan, are you shy? Great athletic ability, Unai-chan. Soao Yuki lightly covered her mouth and smiled, her eyebrows arched with a mischievous look. Yakama Azuma tumbled into the room, and as soon as he touched the ground, he heard Soao Yuki's words, almost losing his balance. Yuki, did you just call me something? Unai-chan? What's wrong, is something wrong? After confirming again, Yakama Azuma understood. In Soao Yuki's eyes, he was just himself with his natural appearance. As for how this girl managed to avoid the cognitive exchange mechanism of the Itamari god, Yakama Azuma didn't know. Looking at Soao Yuki, maybe she didn't know either. At this moment, Yakama Azuma finally understood. No wonder just holding hands or patting her head made Soao Yuki, who was usually lively, feel so embarrassed. It turned out, in her eyes, he was always an opposite-gender boy. If it weren't for the fact that he was her life-saving benefactor. These little gestures, she might have scolded him by now. Looking at the hand he had been holding all this time, Yakama Azuma let go of her hand. What's wrong, Unai-chan, are you shy? Soao Yuki's eyes curved into crescent moons. If you knew I was a boy, why didn't you pull away when I patted your head? Unai-chan is my life-saving benefactor, so don't say that even if I let you pat my head, I would repay you with my body. She said halfway through, blinking innocently. She made a face like do whatever you want. Yakama Azuma reached out and poked her forehead. This girl was really too mischievous. If anyone else were in such a strange situation, they would definitely panic, maybe even be scared. But she, on the other hand, found it interesting and even invited him over. After being poked on the forehead, Soao Yuki obediently backed off a little but then curiously asked, so, Unai-chan, what's your real name? Yakama Azuma. Nice name. What about Mimizu Mitsuha? What's her relationship with you? Right now, she's over there being Yakama Azuma. That's so light novel-like. But isn't it supposed to be a body swap? Yuki said while pressing her hand on Yakama Azuma's arm. The feeling of his firm muscles transferred to her. It definitely didn't feel like fake stuff. Looking at Yuki's curious face, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but complain, "You're catching on too quickly, you should feel strange. Also, why is it that out of so many people, only you can see through this?" In response to the complaint, Yuki struck a pose, hands on her hips, smugly. "I'm an otaku veteran, okay? I've watched hundreds of anime, read thousands of light novels, what do you think? That's nothing to be proud of." Of course it is. And so, the two continued talking and laughing. Clearly, this girl hadn't met anyone who clicked with her like this in a long time. However, as they laughed, Yuki suddenly started coughing lightly. Yakama Azuma immediately stopped smiling. He helped Yuki sit down at the edge of the bed. He gently patted her back. Her back looked rather frail. Earlier, when he carried her while running desperately, he had noticed that. Could it be that she wasn't eating properly? There was a knock on the door. "Yuki-sama, may I come in?" With the voice, a girl named Kimishima Ayano entered the room. When she saw the two sitting at the edge of the bed, Kimishima Ayano froze. She hurried over. "Yuki-sama," she called, still somewhat wary of Yakama Azuma. At that moment, Yuki's coughing finally subsided. She waved her hand to Kimishima Ayano. "I'm fine, Ayano, you can go outside." But Ayano looked at Yakama Azuma. Her gaze was somewhat melancholy. As a close maid, she hadn't noticed anyone sneaking into her lady's private room. "It's fine, Ayano, you have to keep this a secret for me." Yuki proactively hugged Yakama Azuma's arm, winking at Kimishima Ayano. Seeing her Ajawa-sama like this, Kunishima Ayano could only nod and leave the room. A smile reappeared on Yuki's face, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of darkness that showed up unconsciously. She was the Ajawa-sama of the Suwa family. She would one day shoulder the responsibility of the entire Suwa family. But right now, due to the immense pressure, she had fallen ill. It was truly pathetic. "Take care of yourself, once you grow a little more, your asthma will be fine. Your illness, aside from the immense pressure, may also be due to your weak constitution. You probably don't eat properly, do you? You're still in the development stage after all." Yakama Azuma spoke gently. These words of concern. They pierced through the girl's facade and reached her heart. It could be said that it was very rare. Most of the darkness in Yuki's heart gradually dissipated because of this. Her light purple eyes shifted around. Then, she pretended to look down at her chest. It seemed a little flat. Usually, because of her busy schoolwork, her schedule was always packed. So, her meals were often hurried and just a few bites. Then she would hurry to finish her homework or take the chance to read her favorite light novels. "Azuma, do you like big breasts?" Although there were many things on her mind and she had indeed been persuaded by Yakama Azuma, in the end, Yuki still responded with a teasing remark. She was the type of girl who always liked to hide behind a smile and didn't want others to worry. Yakama Azuma could only sigh helplessly. "Don't sigh like that. Although they're still a bit small now, at least in 2 years, I'll develop into a C-cup." Yuki decided that from today on, she would eat properly. After a bit of commotion due to Yuki's health condition, the two had to take a break. The girl, exhausted, lay on the white bed like a princess from a fairy tale. "Ah, I'm so tired, Azuma, you can do it yourself. Don't say things that could be misunderstood like that. But otherwise, it would be boring, so Azuma, tell me a story." "Okay." Yakama Azuma paused for a moment, then agreed. Yuki clearly didn't expect that Yakama Azuma would accept this request. The girl tilted her head and stared at him, bewildered. Yakama Azuma casually grabbed a stack of paper from the nearby table. Then he took a high-quality fountain pen from the pen holder. Yuki followed Yakama Azuma's actions, her eyes blinking, filled with anticipation. Opening the pen, Yakama Azuma dipped it onto the paper, seemingly thinking. In fact, he was recalling whether there was any story suitable for telling a girl at this moment. After a short period of contemplation, Yakama Azuma began to write. And then spoke, "Let me tell you a story about magic. It all began with a boy named Harry Potter." At first, Yuki thought Yakama Azuma was just saying something casually. But when the story of Harry Potter began, even just for a short while, the girl became completely captivated by Yakama Azuma's storytelling. The Owls Delivering Letters, Hogwarts School of Wizardry, Platform 9 3/4. The story of the wizarding world had only just begun to unfold. But that was enough to make Yuki, a young girl, become so absorbed in it that she forgot the world around her. Time passed bit by bit. In the room, the only sounds left were Yakama Azuma's clear voice and the scratching of the fountain pen on the paper. A morning seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. Until Kimishima Ayano knocked on the door again. She asked what Yuki wanted for lunch. At this moment, Yuki finally came to her senses, realizing how quickly time had passed. The girl sat up on the bed. Then she cheerfully ran over to Yakuma Azuma, lowering her voice and asking softly, "Azuma, what would you like to eat? I'll ask Ayano to prepare it." The girl wanted to keep Yakuma Azuma around for a meal. Not to mention how captivating his story was. Just having someone tell her a story had been a new experience that Yuki had never had before. Her parents, due to their busy work, had never sat down to tell her stories like that. If Yakuma Azuma were to leave now, Yuki would definitely feel reluctant. "How about this, you'll ask Ayano to secretly bring me down to the kitchen, and I can pick the ingredients and cook whatever you like." Yakuma Azuma leaned close to the girl's ear and whispered. His breath against her ear made Yuki instinctively swallow. "Cook myself?" The girl widened her eyes, looking at Yakuma Azuma in surprise. After thinking for a moment, she immediately nodded eagerly. Yuki then walked to the door, pulling Kimishima Ayano, who had been waiting outside, into the room. She whispered a few words to Ayano. Kimishima Ayano was the epitome of a professional maid. Her face rarely showed any expression. Her long, curly black hair hung down, looking extremely cute, with a lock of hair sticking up like an ouge. But even this professional maid had clear emotions in her eyes at that moment. As if saying, "This isn't right." However, Yuki's attitude was firm. Kimishima Ayano could only nod. She then went to fetch a set of kitchen clothes and brought them to Yakuma Azuma to change into. The kitchen in the household was like the back kitchen of a five-star hotel. The stove, pots, and pans were all fully stocked. There were even several top chefs in charge. Kimishima Ayano led the unfamiliar face into the kitchen. Seeing this young girl dressed in a chef's uniform, the chefs, all in their 40s, looked at each other in confusion, their faces full of skepticism. Yakuma Azuma didn't greet them. He walked straight to the freezer, selecting ingredients. The freezer was so stocked that its contents could rival a supermarket. Since Yuki had a weak constitution, Yakuma Azuma chose easy-to-digest foods, prioritizing high-quality proteins. Moreover, given her condition, strong or spicy foods were probably not suitable. Finally, Yakuma Azuma picked a bass fish. He took a kitchen knife from the knife rack next to him. Without exerting much effort, he easily scaled the fish. He then sliced open the belly and cleaned the innards. In an instant, the fish, which had been wriggling on the chopping board moments ago, was now perfectly prepared as an ingredient. The extraordinary knife skills made the chefs watching involuntarily gasp. These chefs were all specially invited by the family. At this moment, they started to wonder whether their own culinary skills would be outclassed. Yakuma Azuma placed the fish into a steamer. While the fish was steaming, he also picked some vegetables rich in vitamins and fiber. He even added some special cashew nuts. These two ingredients were essential for Yuki's body. Just in time, they could be used to make a stir-fried cashew dish. By the time the cashew nuts were stir-fried, the steamed bass was perfectly cooked. The aroma filled the entire kitchen. When Yakuma Azuma brought the plate of food out, Kimishima Ayano tried to follow but was blocked by a few of the chefs. "Kimishima-san, about this. Do you think we'll still have our jobs?" "Right, her cooking skills might soon surpass my master's. Such extraordinary cooking skills. If we get fired, I'd have nothing to say, but at least tell me which famous chef she's been trained by. I'm dying to know the truth." Kimishima Ayano was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from the chefs. She was at a loss for words. "She's just, Uja-sama's lover." Chapter 148, Yuki, Become My Unii-chan. The seventh day of the identity exchange between Yakuma Azuma and Mimizu Mitsuo. Itadakimasu. No matter how many times I eat it, it still tastes so unbelievably good. Yuki hugged a bowl of rice and ate eagerly. At the same time, her mouth kept mumbling, though her voice was slightly unclear. With cooking skills like this, you could definitely charm many beautiful women. Anyway, after eating this once, I won't be able to stand normal meals anymore. People would definitely do anything just to eat something delicious. Yuki confirmed. "That's not cooking, that's a criminal drug." Yakuma Azuma blurted out in mockery. After spending time together these past days, he had gotten used to Yuki's random remarks. The dignified young lady who appeared so proper. In reality, no matter how strange her words were, no matter how wild she acted, it was all perfectly normal. In the past few days, Yakuma Azuma visited Suo's house every day. His wall climbing skills had improved significantly. Acquired infiltration skill level 1, every day, he wrote drafts of Harry Potter at Yuki's house. While doing that, He would also tell stories to Soayuki. When lunchtime came, he would make a meal for both of them. Of course, it wasn't because Yakama Azuma liked cooking or wanted to improve his cooking skills. It was after Soayuki ate the steamed bass and stir-fried cashews that Yakama Azuma made for the first time. Soayuki eagerly looked forward to it every day. She even acted like a puppy, hugging Yakama Azuma's leg and crying out, "As long as you cook, I'll offer my body and soul." Such a strange statement. Making a meal wasn't much effort, so Yakama Azuma agreed. Moreover, Yakama Azuma had something he wanted to ask Soayuki for help with later. It was like paying her a reward in advance. After a week, Soayuki's frail body and illness showed some initial changes. Her small, delicate face started to gain a bit of flesh. "It's really delicious, it feels like I've been raised into a useless person." After eating, Soayuki lay on the bed, looking like a salted fish. Yakama Azuma walked over to the table and collected the draft, now a thick stack. Yakama Azuma had completed the plot of the first volume of Harry Potter. And, after getting used to it, the speed of continuing the story grew faster. Although he only vaguely remembered the plot of Harry Potter. With his level 7 literary skill as a foundation, he only needed to tweak the story in his head a bit, and the product would surely be famous everywhere. He folded the draft of the first volume and set it aside. But Yakama Azuma didn't rush to continue the next part. "Yuki," he called her. Soayuki, who had been like a salted fish, immediately sat up and looked toward Yakama Azuma. Waiting for the next installment from Yakama Azuma. "I'll be going back tomorrow, and Mitsuo will return too." Yakama Azuma spoke about the main topic. Soayuki's lazy smile suddenly stiffened. But before her expression turned gloomy, she quickly adjusted herself. "I see. Well, to be fair, exchanges like this usually don't last long, do they?" She spoke with her usual cheerful tone, adding a hint of teasing. "After tomorrow, the day after, it will switch back to me, and it will continue to alternate every 7 days, unless something unexpected happens." Yakama Azuma's words caused Soayuki's tense body to relax a bit. But the room fell silent for a while. Yakama Azuma's words forced Soayuki to face the current situation. Their meeting was an unusual event. And since it was unusual, it was bound to be corrected one day. Although the farewell day hadn't come yet, it would eventually have a deadline. Soayuki couldn't help but want to ask when that day would come. But immediately, she restrained herself. If she knew exactly when, she might spend each remaining day living in worry and fear of loss. In fact, it was probably better to leave that deadline vague. "Hey, Azuma, do you have a little sister?" Yuki's voice was soft, with no sign of any complexity in her thoughts. "No. I'm not sure, but if I did, I've never met her." Yakama Azuma thought about the Yakama family. Such a large family must surely have some blood relative somewhere. But Yakama Azuma wouldn't accept a stranger as his sister. Note, sound like flag, "I've always wanted an older brother since I was little, but unfortunately, I'm an only child." Yuki turned around and looked up at the roof. The garden at Suao's house had seemed vast to little Yuki. But in that vast space, no one had been there with her. Although Kimishima Ayano had grown up with Yuki from a young age, Suao Yuki understood that Ayano's philosophy couldn't be in perfect harmony with hers. If only I had an older brother. Such a thought naturally arose. However, even if she asked her parents to have another child, it would only be Yuki's younger brother or sister. Suao Yuki was not the type of person to trouble her parents just because of her own thoughts. She looked up at the ceiling for a moment, feeling lonely. Suao Yuki pouted, turned her head, and looked at Yakama Azuma. At this point, even an idiotic protagonist in a light novel would know what to say. Yakama Azuma pointed at himself. "Do you want me to say, 'Let me be your Onii-chan, Yuki'? Is that what you want?" Suao Yuki snapped her fingers. "All right. From today, you're my older brother." Hey, that was the question. "Onii-chan, please love me a little more. Do you think you can just change the subject like that? Onii-sama, let's go to the hot spring and talk honestly." Suao Yuki wouldn't ask about Yakama Azuma's personal matters. Questions that crossed boundaries would only annoy others. But Suao Yuki really couldn't bear it. She had no choice but to use a little trick. If there were a cute little sister like her, surely, he wouldn't really leave. Maybe one day, he would remember and come back to find her. Suao Yuki thought to herself. Although it had only been 7 days, Yakama Azuma had left indelible marks in the little world of Suao Yuki. As they were arguing, they were interrupted by a soft cough from Suao Yuki. Although she had been resting to recover these past days, illness came like a truck, but it left as quickly as a turtle. Acute asthma, a condition that could follow someone for their entire life, would take a long time to heal completely. Yakama Azuma stood up and walked over to Suao Yuki, patting her back to help her breathe steadily. Once the coughing stopped, Suayuki lightly tugged at the hem of Yakama Azuma's shirt. She looked at him with bright eyes. Unii-chan? Unii-chan desu. Yakama Azuma yielded. In the afternoon, before leaving, Yakama Azuma handed the first draft of Harry Potter to Suayuki. Take it, publish it, and you can choose the author's name, Yuki. Suayuki took the manuscript and smiled, nodding. As the kawaii Mudo, of course, Unii-chan's request would always be accepted. Leaving Sua's house, Yakama Azuma returned to Mitsua's house. Mitsuha, tomorrow we'll do the protective knot. Grandmother Hitoa reminded. Yes, I know, I'll stay home tomorrow. Yakama Azuma replied. The protective knot was a special knotting technique passed down through generations in the Mimizu family. It was said to be a string symbolizing the connection between the divine and humans, between people and spirits. It was a special symbol. Every hair tie Mitsuha used was made from these protective knots. After returning to Mitsua's room, Yakama Azuma took out Mitsua's diary. Tomorrow, he and she would swap identities back to normal. Mitsua's time had passed 7 days. It was also time to explain the situation to her. Anyway, let's keep the conversation simple. Yakama Azuma flipped to a new page in the diary, took a pen, and began writing. To Mimizu Mitsuha, hello there, I am Yakama Azuma. After writing the first line, Yakama Azuma thought for a moment about Mitsua's situation. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Mitsua's life in Yakama Azuma's body. Yakama Azuma could see it. But after the first day, the situation there had been at a standstill. First, what you experienced wasn't a dream, but real events that actually happened. Please understand this. 1 day for you in Tokyo, 7 days have passed in Itamari. Time passes so quickly. This swap won't last long, it only takes up part of your summer vacation, so don't worry. Below is what happened in these past 7 days. Yakama Azuma summarized and wrote down the events of the past 7 days. He didn't expect Mitsuha to help with anything. It was simply to provide a summary of the situation for a girl he had never met. A normal person suddenly losing 7 days of their life would certainly feel anxious. At the end, Yakama Azuma wrote a line. At this point, let's fully experience this extraordinary life together. Yakama Azuma, after closing the diary. Yakama Azuma placed it by the pillow. Then, using Mitsua's phone, he set an alarm. The alarm would go off at 8 a.m. tomorrow, with the title, Your Diary Has Received a Letter, after everything was set. Yakama Azuma stretched a little, then lay down and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had completely changed. No longer was there a strange ceiling before him. He sat up and looked out the window, seeing the familiar scene. Shirotamaru was squatting at the door, seemingly alert, watching the owner who had just woken up. Yakama Azuma waved at it. Shirotamaru stared for a moment, then immediately ran over to Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma reached out and scratched Shirotamaru's chin. Shirotamaru let out a pleased grrr sound. Its little head started rubbing against Yakama Azuma's palm. After petting for a while, Yakama Azuma went outside to feed Shirotamaru cat food. Then, as he stepped outside, he took out his phone. He glanced at the screen, seeing an overwhelming amount of notifications. Yakama Azuma looked through the order notifications and patted his head. He opened Amazon, searched for the orders. He returned everything that could be returned. Once the returns were complete, Yakama Azuma changed his shoes, stepped outside, and began his morning jog. Chapter 149, In the Next Life, Please Let Me Be a Handsome Guy in Tokyo. A small and cramped town, with a bus only once every 2 hours. There are no coffee shops, no dental clinics, nothing at all. But there are 3 izakaya bars. Living in such a town might be a good choice for middle-aged or elderly people. But for a girl in her youth, it's hard not to feel discouraged. In the next life, please let me be a handsome guy in Tokyo. At sunset, atop a mountain, Mimizu Mitsuha shouted to the sky while walking with her 2 best friends. Teshigawara and Natori Sayaka exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Today was the day Mimizu Mitsuha had to perform the prayer ritual as the Maiko of Mimizu Shrine. On the high platform of the shrine at night, she wore the Maiko outfit and danced gracefully. Her dance was beautiful, after all, she had been practicing since she was little. But performing in front of so many people from the town still made her feel incredibly embarrassed. After all, Mimizu Mitsuha was just a teenage girl. Especially with her classmates below in the courtyard. Her desire to go to Tokyo grew even stronger. And then, as the night passed thud, Mimizu Mitsuha hugged her small head, feeling a little confused. Where did I just fall from? But when she opened her eyes, looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, Mimizu Mitsuha was stunned. Unlike the wooden ceiling of the Mimizu house, Before her was a lavishly decorated ceiling, with a magnificent chandelier hanging above. She sat up. Mimizu realized she was lying on a clean wooden floor. Right beside her was a large, pure white bed. No time to think much. By the time she regained her senses, she had rolled over and over on that bed. Completely different from the futon at home. This bed was as soft as a giant cloud. Lying down gave the feeling of sinking into a pile of fluffy white cotton candy. Mimizu thought that if she slept on this bed every day, she would definitely never wake up early in the morning. She'd probably be late for school all the time. It can't be helped, right? So soft, so smooth, and it also had a pleasant scent. She wanted to be killed by this bed. Rolling over a few more times, Mimizu finally reluctantly stopped. She sat up and looked around the unfamiliar room. The layout was completely different from her own room. Moreover, everything inside was incredibly expensive-looking furniture. But what caught Mimizu's attention the most was the window. More specifically, the view outside the window. No sign of any mountains. Instead, there were tightly packed skyscrapers and clean, paved streets. Farther away, the Tokyo Tower stood tall in the scene, piercing straight into the clouds. Mimizu pressed herself against the window, staring at the view in a daze. "Ah! It's Tokyo!" she exclaimed softly, excited. But right after that, she immediately took a deep breath. "I must stay calm. I absolutely must stay calm. This must be a dream. I can't get so excited that I wake up right away." Looking at the Tokyo Tower, Mimizu's eyes shone brightly. "If I wake up right now, I'll regret it for the whole year." By instinct, she reached out to search for her phone, intending to take a picture. But instead, she touched empty space. Mimizu then realized, maybe in dreams, there wouldn't be sophisticated things like mobile phones. But just as that thought crossed her mind, her gaze swept over to the bedside table. On it was a black smartphone. She quickly walked over and picked it up. Mimizu was a bit excited. "Wow, this is amazing. I've only used flip phones before. I wonder if I can turn it on? Wow, it really works. So cool." She turned the screen on. Mimizu happily jumped up and down. Displayed on the screen was a group photo as the wallpaper. A teenage boy with sharp eyebrows and 3 extremely beautiful girls appeared in the photo. Mimizu's gaze was immediately drawn to the young man. In the photo, the corners of his mouth carried a mischievous smile as he tapped the forehead of a blonde girl. It seemed he had successfully teased her. Mimizu stared for a long time. Then, she finally unlocked the phone. What appeared before her were a series of unfamiliar apps. At first, she planned to immediately go out and visit Tokyo Tower. But now, her attention was captured by the smartphone, one she had only heard about before. Amidst the pile of unfamiliar apps, Mimizu found something familiar. She opened Line. A list of contacts appeared. Mimizu tried clicking on one of the chat windows. "Azuma, hello there, Mifu, what's up? Azuma, can you send me a picture of you?" "Mifu, huh? A picture? What kind of picture?" "Azuma, cute, beautiful, any type is fine, as long as it's a picture of Mifu." There was no reply from the other side for a while. Next to the display name, the words "typing" kept appearing. Mimizu waited for a while, feeling stuck. After all, this was a dream. Not knowing the person's face and not being able to dream it up made sense. She closed Line and continued browsing through other apps. Is this a game? There's even an app. Oh, this app lets you buy things. She opened Amazon, and Mimizu felt like she had entered a new world. A variety of items appeared before her. She casually clicked on one of the suggested products. Wacom Intuos Pro Drawing Tablet, priced at 573,000 yen. Seeing the exaggerated number, Mimizu swallowed. She clicked the purchase button. The payment interface appeared. She selected the fingerprint payment method. Then placed her finger on the screen. The payment circle spun once, ding dong, along with the reminder sound. The payment confirmation page appeared. A message popped up from her bank, showing a deduction from her account. Looking at the long account balance, which resembled a phone number in the message, Mimizu was completely sure this was indeed a dream. So buy it all. Alienware laptop. Buy. High-end gemstone earrings. Buy. Curse Chef Patron. Buy. 3090T graphics card? Huh, what's this used for? Forget it, who cares, just buy it. Mimizu wildly spent money, regardless of whether she needed it, not even knowing what it was. After all, with the balance in the message, even if she picked all the expensive items, she could buy for the whole day and still not run out. Moreover, this was a dream, who cares? As long as she's happy. After scanning and buying a bunch of things, Mimizu sighed in satisfaction and turned off the phone. Let's go out. A dream as real as this, I might never experience it again in my life. I have to hurry and stroll around Tokyo. There are so many places I want to go. Tokyo Tower, Sky Library, Ginza, Meiji Shrine, Sensuji Temple. Mimizu Mitsuo murmured to herself as she walked out of the room, quickly heading towards the entrance. But just as she took a few steps, a voice called from behind. Lonely-kun, going for a morning jog? Mimizu Mitsuo turned around in surprise. Before her was a beautiful girl with long black hair, wearing a nightgown and tights, so stunning it was hard to believe. Her appearance was truly awe-inspiring. Even though Mimizu Mitsuo was a girl, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Lonely-kun? The long-haired girl didn't receive a response and showed a puzzled expression. Mimizu Mitsuo then snapped back to reality. Oh, right. Seeing her reaction, the long-haired girl became even more suspicious and even stepped closer. Mimizu Mitsuo felt a bit panicked. Her first instinct was Nidrandeo. She quickly said, "I'm going out," and immediately rushed out the door, leaving behind the long-haired girl and two cats who poked their heads out, both looking confused. Stepping out of the house, Mimizu Mitsuo looked around at the unfamiliar street and the tall buildings in the distance. She took a deep breath. Tokyo. This is Tokyo. Then, she thought about the long-haired girl from earlier. She was one of the 3 girls in the wallpaper photo. She called her Lonely-kun. Although she wasn't sure about lonely, the kun in her eyes, she thought she was a boy. Thinking about it, Mimizu Mitsuo immediately understood. This dream had set her up as a handsome young man in the photo with 3 beautiful girls. Tokyo's Prince Charming. This dream setup is so perfect, it's incredible. Sasuga Watashi. Mimizu Mitsuo felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Without delay, she ran down the street. There were so many places she wanted to go, but as soon as she stepped onto the road, she was mesmerized by the scenery. It was completely different from the small town she was from. Just walking down the street, Mimizu Mitsuo felt a rush of excitement. At first, she planned to take the train to Tokyo Tower. But halfway there she was distracted by a large cafe by the side of the street. Wow, a cafe. She felt like her dreams were coming true. Before, she had always wanted to go to a cafe with her friends in the small town. Why not experience it here, in this dream? She pushed the door open. The sound of a violin playing softly filled the air. Mimizu Mitsuo saw a lady in a ball gown sitting on a raised platform at the corner of the cafe, playing a familiar soft melody. "Welcome, may I ask how many people?" A waiter in a vest approached and asked politely. "Oh, 1 person." Mimizu Mitsuo was stunned by the luxurious atmosphere of the cafe. "Right this way, please, watch your step." Led by the waiter, she sat at a table for 1. A menu was handed to her. It looked no different than a luxurious book. Turning a few pages, the sweets and drinks inside were exquisitely designed. She wanted to try every dish. Finally, Mimizu Mitsuo ordered a small piece of cake and a green grape parfait. Soon after, 2 desserts so beautiful that she almost didn't want to eat them were brought to her table. She immediately pulled out her phone and snapped several pictures. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she finally picked up a spoon and, with a bit of guilt, scooped up a spoonful of parfait. The moment the cold cream and fresh green grapes melted in her mouth, all feelings of guilt disappeared. So delicious. The corners of Mimizu Mitsuo's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. She continued to eat a few more bites. Suddenly, she realized there were many eyes on her. This made her feel somewhat puzzled. Was there a bug? If this were real life, being stared at like this, Mimizu Mitsuo would surely lower her head and shy away. But now this is a dream. Of course, there was no need for self-consciousness. Finally, under the curious gazes of Mimizu Mitsuo, 2 girls from a nearby table walked up to her. "Excuse me. Can I add you online?" The girl in front, looking quite cute, shyly asked. She held out her phone, ready to scan her QR code. Mimizu Mitsuo instantly snapped back to reality. "Oh, right. I'm Tokyo's Prince Charming now." She quickly pulled out her phone and opened her QR code. The 2 girls successfully added her and jumped with joy. Mimizu Mitsuo was still a little stunned. Am I really so handsome in this dream? Is it really that exciting just to exchange contacts? But thinking back to the group photo she saw, it made sense. Just then, "Hello, I'm Smithy A. Hasaka, can I add you online?" Chapter 150, Hi Asaka I decides to conquer Yokohama Azuma. "Hello, I am Smithy A. Hasaka, may I exchange line friends with you?" Upon hearing this, Mimizu Mitsuo looked up. It was a super beautiful blonde woman. In that instant, Mimizu Mitsuo froze. Not only was her hair a rare shade of blonde, but her skin was also exceptionally fair. Her beautiful face had a Western charm, different from the land of cherry blossoms, with a tall nose and sparkling eyes. Adding to that long and complicated name. Could she be mixed race? The thought flashed through Mimizu Mitsuo's mind. Such a stunning mixed race beauty. And now, she was shyly looking at her, proactively holding out her phone, wanting to be friends. Mimizu Mitsuha suddenly felt a little lightheaded. Her character setup at this moment was truly too powerful. As expected of a handsome guy from Tokyo, so impressive. Of course, it's fine. Mimizu Mitsuha said as she took out her phone and became friends with the mixed-race beauty. That's great. The mixed-race beauty hugged her phone tightly, smiling brightly like a flower. I was just thinking I might be rejected, and if so, I'd probably be sad for a whole week. While speaking and laughing, the girl sat down beside Mimizu Mitsuha. This action did not make Mimizu Mitsuha object. After all, it was just a beautiful woman. And she liked her, according to the character setup. What bad intentions could she have? Just call me Hasaka. Hasaka-san, my name is Azuma, just call me Azuma. Want to try a piece of this cake? Mimizu Mitsuha paused a little when introducing herself. She had no idea what her character's name was in the dream. Fortunately, the nickname online looked like a real name. So, Mimizu Mitsuha just went with it. As she spoke, she scooped a spoonful of cake and brought it to Hasaka's mouth. Hasaka clearly froze for a moment. But right after, a pink blush spread across her fair face. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly, accepting the food from Mimizu Mitsuha. It's delicious, want to try mine? Hasaka said while scooping a spoonful of parfait she had brought and offering it to Mimizu Mitsuha. Mimizu Mitsuha initially intended to feed the beautiful woman. Now, receiving a return, of course, she did not refuse. Moreover, she wanted to try that parfait too. Taking a bite, Mimizu Mitsuha hugged her cheek and smiled happily. Seeing Mimizu Mitsuha easily accept the feeding play, Hasaka's gaze briefly showed suspicion. But she quickly hid it. The two chatted while finishing their dessert. Afterward, Mimizu Mitsuha stood up, preparing to leave. Azuma-san, where are you going next? Maybe we're going the same way? Hasaka asked mischievously. This playful demeanor from the girl would definitely be a lethal blow to any high school boy. But unfortunately, those flirtatious eyes were wasted on a blind man. I'm planning to visit Tokyo Tower for a bit. Mimizu Mitsuha casually replied. Aha. Hasaka clapped her hands. What a coincidence. I was planning to visit Tokyo Tower as well. How about we go together? Mimizu Mitsuha, without thinking much, immediately nodded in agreement. So, the two of them took the train and headed straight for Tokyo Tower. Along the way, Hasaka repeatedly chose the right moments to say things that would make a guy's heart flutter. Mimizu Mitsuha just kept nodding continuously. Their day trip in Tokyo proceeded very comfortably. They took the elevator straight up to the highest observation deck of Tokyo Tower. After enjoying the view, they walked down from top to bottom for more sightseeing. When they left Tokyo Tower, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Hasaka suggested going to Ginza for lunch. Hearing this, Mimizu Mitsuha smiled so much her mouth almost twisted. So, the two of them went to Ginza. They had an extravagant sushi meal. Afterward, they began strolling around the streets. They walked the entire Ginza street. Until it started to get dark. The two of them. No, to be precise, only Mimizu Mitsuha felt satisfied and stopped. She was carrying a lot of things, looking extremely content. Meanwhile, Hasaka was also holding a bunch of large and small bags, but her expression was nearly falling apart. Thank you, Hasaka-chan. It's nothing, Azuma-kun, as long as you're happy. Well, I'm going home now. We'll have the chance to meet again, right? There will definitely be a chance. The two waved goodbye. Mimizu Mitsuha got into a taxi. Once Mimizu Mitsuha was out of sight. Hasaka no, it should be called Hasaka I almost collapsed onto the ground. She casually threw the pile of things aside and sat down on the steps. A day of shopping, and even a professional maid trained since childhood like her could feel her legs go numb. They say women are scary when shopping. But why are men so terrifying to shop with as well? Hasaka I silently cursed in her heart. But immediately after, she flashed a confident smile. Hey, what's all this Oni-chan stuff? It's nothing special. Under my beauty and perfect strategy, isn't he just an ordinary simp after all? Next step is just to speed up the conquest, make him kneel at my feet. By then. Let's see if he dares to threaten me with my mom again, and then he'll just have to let me mold him however I want. Hasaka I was incredibly pleased with herself. As a maid with multiple personas stacked on top of each other. At school, Hasaka I never appeared in her true form. While at Shuchin, she constantly changed her hairstyle, makeup, and disguise to hide her true self. This was the legendary form Hasaka. Changing hairstyles, wearing colored contact lenses, and adding makeup and style changes. She completely transformed into a different person. Even her classmates, if she changed into another form, would not recognize her. Today, Hayasaka I went out to socialize with her classmates from Shuchen. After all, the students in Shuchen were mostly descendants of nobles with power and influence. As a maid of the Shinomiya family, Hayasaka I needed to expand her network. This would help with gathering information. When needed, she could also help Kaguya recruit personnel. But today, after the social event ended, Hayasaka I accidentally discovered Yakuma Azuma. Recalling everything that happened before and Yakuma Azuma's annoying behavior, Hayasaka I, in her changed appearance, decided to try setting a trap for Yakuma Azuma. And that's how Hayasaka took the initiative to exchange line accounts. Unexpectedly, Yakuma Azuma fell for it so easily. Feeding play. Sure, she was up for it. A few small tricks, and the other party seemed to be completely oblivious, even enjoying it immensely. Throughout the entire day, aside from being genuinely exhausted, Hayasaka I had to admit that she had a lot of fun. As long as she used Hayasaka's identity to make Yakuma Azuma fall madly in love, not only would it be an easy way to take revenge for everything that happened before, but if Yakuma Azuma ever tried to suppress her again, dream on. Hayasaka I's confidence swelled like never before. That little Yakuma Azuma, she could easily have him in the palm of her hand. After resting for quite a while, Hayasaka I stood up, carrying the big and small bags, preparing to head back to the Shinomiya house. In the coming days, Hayasaka planned to ask her lady for time off. Taking advantage of the current momentum, she would strive to successfully conquer Yakuma Azuma. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mimizumitsu returned home to the Yakuma residence, carrying a pile of things. Luckily, she had saved the address on her phone. Otherwise, she would have definitely gotten lost. She used the key to open the door. Mimizumitsu entered the hallway, changed her shoes, and then returned to her room. She threw herself onto the soft, cloud-like bed. Mimizumitsu let out a deep sigh. So satisfying. Visiting a super fancy cafe, touring Tokyo Tower and Ginza. This dream has been so worth it. It's truly a gift from the heavens. So, even if she were to wake up right now, she wouldn't regret a thing. Lying face down on the bed, her eyes fluttered shut from sleepiness. Even though she was born in a small town with great stamina, after a day out like today, she felt a bit worn out. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Nyan, a clear meow made Mimizumitsu wake up. Shirotamaru jumped onto the bed, using its little paws with soft pink pads to pat its owner. It hadn't been fed dinner yet. It was time for the master to dish out the food. But Mimizumitsu didn't understand Shirotamaru's signal. Looking at the cute round white fluff in front of her, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. A moment later, she hugged Shirotamaru and buried her face in its soft fur. Who would have thought, even in a dream, there'd be a cat to sniff? Shirotamaru? Being buried by its owner and sniffed at, Shirotamaru froze for a moment. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Moreover, if she's already sniffing, why not feed me already? However, after a moment of excitedly petting the cat, Mimizumitsu gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Yakuma Azuma woke up in his room. He grabbed his phone and immediately refunded all the items Mimizumitsu had bought that could be returned. As for the items that couldn't be refunded, then I'll just leave them at home. They're not worth much anyway. Yakuma Azuma's gift stockpile was getting a bit empty. The items Mimizumitsu picked were decent for future gifts, so they worked out. Afterward, he added some food to Shirotamaru's bowl. Shirotamaru buried its head in the bowl, eating hungrily. Once finished, Yakuma Azuma went out for his morning run. When his run ended, his phone vibrated. He checked and saw a message from Hayasaka online. Hayasaka, Azuma-kun, are you free today? My mom gave me 2 movie tickets, Hayasaka, my friends are all busy today, so if you don't go, it'll be a waste. Yakuma Azuma stared at the message, a small smirk forming on his lips. Hey, Hayasaka, huh? Or should I call her Hayasaka I, the treacherous maid? Is she planning something with me again? He laughed coldly. But Yakuma Azuma didn't call out Hayasaka I just yet. Instead, he replied, Azuma, oh? I'm free, Hayasaka, great. Let's meet at 10 a.m. in Ginza, Azuma, okay, Hayasaka, alright, it's settled then, hee hee. Yakuma Azuma turned off his phone screen. A game of cat and mouse, huh? Fine, let's see who's the hunter and who's the prey. Back at the Shinomiya mansion, Hayasaka I stared at the line screen, blinking in doubt. She felt like Yakuma Azuma's tone today was different from yesterday. She quickly dismissed that odd feeling. Because Yakuma Azuma had agreed to her invitation. That meant the next step in her conquest plan would be much easier. The cinema was dimly lit, the theater spacious. Hey, with just a little maneuvering, he'll be obedient and take the bait. Chapter 151, Hayasaka I, the conquest campaign begins. Azuma-kun, over here. Standing on the bustling streets of Ginza, Hayasaka I waved at Yukima Azuma. Her face lit up as if she was genuinely happy to see him again. Even her heels lifted slightly, her whole body brimming with anticipation for the upcoming date. But it was all a lie. Hayasaka I wasn't just faking it with her appearance, she meticulously controlled even the smallest gestures. These seemingly unconscious actions, though hard to notice, could make others feel valued, naturally fostering goodwill. Yukima Azuma quickly approached and greeted her. "Good morning, Hasaka." Hayasaka I blinked. "Good morning." Again. Today, Yukima Azuma felt completely different from yesterday. How strange. But Hayasaka I temporarily set that thought aside. She pulled out 2 tickets from her skirt pocket and handed one to Yukima Azuma. They were tickets to a currently trending anime movie. Choosing an anime movie was a double-edged sword. Japan was a paradise of 2D culture, but not everyone liked anime. Those who did would be delighted to meet a fellow enthusiast. Those who didn't might even feel repulsed by the genre. However, Hayasaka I had prepared meticulously, leaving no room for mistakes. Of course, she was well aware that Yukima Azuma belonged to the anime-loving group. In fact, he was an extremely famous light novel author himself. So this choice carried only advantages, no downsides. Moreover, choosing an anime movie made it easier to extend their conversation later. Yukima Azuma took the movie ticket. But his reaction wasn't what Hayasaka I had expected. There was no excitement, no enthusiastic discussion about the world of 2D. Just a calm response. "This uniform is..." Yukima Azuma's gaze shifted to Hayasaka I. Today, she was wearing the summer uniform of a Japanese high school girl. A cute sailor-style blouse paired with a pleated gray skirt. The skirt's length was subtly adjusted, definitely folded up a little. "I'm a first-year student at Phyllis Girls Academy. Azuma-kun is a first-year too, right? This is our uniform. What do you think? Cute, isn't it? I heard most boys have a soft spot for school uniforms." Hayasaka I gently pressed down her skirt, tilting her body slightly forward. And added a wink. Such a move would make her youthful charm even more captivating. Combined with her delicate facial features, it created an irresistible allure. Normally, when faced with such a situation, a high school boy would instinctively take a step back, then stammer out a response. "But Yukima Azuma, you look adorable. This style really suits Hasaka," he answered seriously, then smiled. Hayasaka I straightened up, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her skirt. "Really? As long as Azuma-kun likes it, that's good." I hesitated for a long time before coming out. Something's off. Why is Yukima Azuma playing it so straight from the start today? Could it be he already likes her? But if he did, he shouldn't be this calm. Did her words and actions just now actually increase his affection? Today, she couldn't read him at all. Hayasaka I suddenly felt less confident than before. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two walked toward the Ginza movie theater. Yukima Azuma led the way, while Hayasaka I followed half a step behind, on his right. Perhaps because it was summer vacation, the streets outside the Ginza movie theater were quite crowded. Middle-aged parents guided their children out of the theater, while high school couples like them laughed and chatted as they entered. People bustled back and forth, and Hayasaka I gradually inched closer to Yukima Azuma, planning to create some light physical contact. But just as she was looking for the perfect moment, Yukima Azuma's hand suddenly reached out. A warm sensation spread from her wrist. Looking down, Hayasaka I realized that her wrist had been gently grasped by his hand. His fingers were long, with clearly defined knuckles, the kind of hands that seemed perfect for playing musical instruments. He gave her wrist a slight tug, pulling her behind him. "It's too crowded. Walk behind me, Hasaka. This way, you won't get bumped into." Yukima Azuma's voice came from ahead. Hayasaka I looked up, glancing at his profile. The sense of reassurance he gave her. "Wait." Hayasaka I shook her head. "Wait, what am I thinking right now? I said I would lead him, right? I said I would conquer him, right? Why do I suddenly feel goodwill towards him?" She immediately suppressed the feeling that had just emerged. Hayasaka I took a deep breath. It's fine. If he tends to be proactive, that would only benefit her plan. The two of them lined up at the ticket gate. Yukima Azuma and Hayasaka I both presented their tickets. Aside from the hand they were holding, their other hands gently brushed against each other in the air as they handed over the tickets. Despite the situation seeming tense, it was this very tension that made their hearts flutter. The staff member glanced at them both for a moment and then smiled warmly as if they were family. She took the tickets, tore them, and handed them back. "Enjoy your movie. There's a special promotion right now. Couples who buy popcorn will get a 50% discount on the second serving." Hayasaka I gently scratched the back of Yukima Azuma's hand with her finger. She wanted to convey her subtle intentions to him. The scene where they were mistaken for a couple. Once accepted, many subsequent actions would naturally make sense. Then, please give us 2 servings of popcorn. Yukima Azuma followed Hayasaka Ai's lead. The staff quickly brought the 2 servings of popcorn. They went to their seats according to the numbers on their tickets. At this moment, their hands finally parted. Hayasaka Ai sat down, her fingers gently brushing over the spot on her wrist where Yukima Azuma had just held it. She lowered her head, her expression slightly bashful. Yes, this was all acting. At this point, acting shy would encourage the guy to make a move. However, there was no reaction. Yukima Azuma showed no interest in discussing the misunderstanding that they were a couple. Still, he ate the popcorn with a very cheerful expression. Hayasaka Ai bit her lower lip. This guy. He should have acted on this opportunity. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened. The large screen before them began to show images. The movie started. It was a slice-of-life anime movie. There were no heavy plot points or major twists. But it was made very well, enough to make the viewers smile easily. On screen, the male and female leads were in a somewhat ambiguous phase, sitting on a couch, their fingers gradually moving closer together. A classic scene testing the waters to hold hands. Hayasaka Ai's slender fingers, like tender buds, slowly reached toward Yukima Azuma. When her fingertip gently touched his finger, Hayasaka Ai glanced sideways at Yukima Azuma's reaction. What would he do? Would he be shy? Or would he happily grab her hand? What's wrong? Want some popcorn? Yukima Azuma pulled his hand back and brought his popcorn box to Hayasaka Ai's face. Hayasaka Ai forced a smile and nodded. She picked a piece of popcorn, threw it into her mouth, and bit down hard with her white teeth. Popcorn, you mother. Looking at me, you can only see me as popcorn. Is it really that I don't have popcorn either? What is this guy even like? A stiff man made of reinforced concrete? And then, as Hayasaka Ai was still fuming, gritting her teeth in frustration, her hand, clenched tightly to vent her anger, suddenly felt a warm and strong sensation. Hayasaka Ai looked down. The hand of that boy had reached out, taking hers. His beautiful fingers nimbly slipped into her palm, intertwining with her fingers. 10 fingers woven together. Hayasaka Ai blankly looked up at Yukima Azuma. Ahem. Actually, you wanted to hold hands, right, Hasaka? Yukima Azuma lowered his head, giving a small cough as if trying to hide his embarrassment. Now that I think about it, Hasaka also has popcorn. I don't know what I was saying earlier. Sorry, I almost wasted your courage and feelings, Hasaka. Hayasaka Ai looked away, her little head turning to another direction. Ah. It's fine, you don't have to apologize. Well. It seems like it worked, right? Though the process was a bit different from what I imagined. But the result should be fine. Deep inside, Hayasaka Ai felt a little unsure, so she told herself this to reassure herself. When the movie ended, the two of them naturally walked out of the cinema, still holding hands. Their fingers remained tightly intertwined. No one mentioned it. It's really interesting, you know, even though none of my classmates are interested in anime, I still like it. Hayasaka Ai lowered her head, sighing. These words were spoken to someone who understood her. Stories that easily evoke sympathy. She was saying them to Yukima Azuma. I feel the same. No matter what others say, I still like it. Yukima Azuma responded. Hayasaka Ai silently sighed in relief. Now she really couldn't guess how Yukima Azuma would react. Plans that were carefully calculated, but not many things went according to plan. Even though the results seemed fine. But for someone like Hayasaka Ai, who was a planner, she was truly not good at dealing with unexpected chaos. Fortunately, Yukima Azuma's reaction at this point was still within her expectations. Well. How about we go to the movies again next time? Do you know the Youth series? The second volume of the light novel will be released around mid-month. I'm a huge fan of the Youth series, let's go together then, okay? Hayasaka Ai smiled. So? I'm a fan of yours. In a field you love, having your accomplishments recognized by a cute girl. No matter how you think about it, it's just a joyful feeling. Moreover, beyond the relationship between the author and the fan, the level of intimacy will increase beyond the initial friend boundary. It's usually difficult to cross the close friend line, but by using this little trick, it's easily broken. As long as we reach the level of best friends. Then, the romantic relationship will smoothly follow. Sure. Yukima Azuma simply nodded normally. Hayasaka Ai? Wait, what's this reaction? Where's the heart fluttering? The surprise mixed with joy? The feeling of secret happiness? Aren't you the author of the Youth series? Stiff. She fists are clenched. All the intricate plans I meticulously set up, the end result only got me and Amu. Taking a few deep breaths, Hayasaka Ai finally managed to pull herself together. Alright, it's decided then. She forced a smile. It's already noon, Azuma-kun, are you hungry? How about we go get something to eat? Chapter 152, Hayasaka I like you today's lunch. Hayasaka I ate without any sense of taste. At first, while eating, she had planned many small interactions. But in the end, she completely lost the mood to do anything. As someone who always has a plan, Hayasaka I likes to calculate everything before taking action. She had investigated Yakuma Azuma thoroughly, without missing a single detail. Adding to that was the day of interaction yesterday. Hayasaka I was confident that she had grasped Yakuma Azuma's personality and psychology. Based on Yakuma Azuma's personality, she had devised a step-by-step conquest strategy with tight connections. But as it turned out, the plan, although seemingly perfect step-by-step, none of the steps actually connected with each other. Hayasaka I felt as if the progress bar for conquering Yakuma Azuma was flashing erratically before her eyes. Sometimes full, sometimes disappearing. His attitude truly left her unable to understand what he was thinking. Frustrated, she took out her anger on the food in front of her. As Hayasaka I angrily ate in a frenzy, Yakuma Azuma simply sat next to her, smiling as he observed her. This girl's intention to conquer was so obvious that it couldn't be hidden. But thanks to her thorough intelligence work, the effectiveness of her conquest was actually quite good. It could even make someone's heart flutter a little. After all, in the art of conquest, information is extremely important. If Yakuma Azuma didn't know Hayasaka I, if the person who interacted with Hayasaka I yesterday was truly Yakuma Azuma himself, then today, perhaps he would have actually been swayed by her. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Yakuma Azuma knew very well that the person before him was the multi-layered actress maid, Hayasaka I. He knew that this dark-hearted maid was acting from head to toe. When you already have the answer in mind while analyzing a situation, naturally, you won't fall into Hayasaka I's trap and have your heart race. Moreover, a bigger issue was the one who interacted with Hayasaka I yesterday wasn't Yakuma Azuma. It was Mimizu Mitsuha, the simple and innocent cute girl from the town of Itamori. Using Mimizu Mitsuha's personality to design a trap, it was only natural that Yakuma Azuma wouldn't step into it. As for Yakuma Azuma's unpredictable attitude, it was precisely to throw Hayasaka I off balance. If Hayasaka I had been able to cling tightly to her plan, then no matter what happened today, she would have remained steady at the top, unshaken. But now Yakuma Azuma looked at Hayasaka I, puffing her cheeks in frustration as she ate. Now, Hayasaka I was clearly no longer calm. In a game of chess, when the mind is in turmoil whether due to anger or excitement, it means you've stepped into the game. At that moment, the roles between the player and the chess piece would be reversed. Lunch quietly passed. Hayasaka I adjusted her emotions and looked toward Yakuma Azuma. No matter what, based on Yakuma Azuma's behavior today, she had indeed made him waver a little more toward her. Even though the plan was a mess, as long as the success rate remained high, there was no reason to give up. The afternoon plan would proceed as scheduled. Azuma-kun, let's go for a walk at the bookstore. How about checking out some light novels together? Hayasaka I extended an invitation. Sure. Yakuma Azuma readily agreed. And so, the two arrived at a large bookstore in Ginza. This bookstore not only had a rich collection of books but also had a cafe and a relaxation area for customers. Hayasaka I picked up a volume of Sakano. Although she considered herself a fan of the youth series, in reality, she had never read Sakano or Bunny Girl Senpai. After all, as the personal maid of Shinomiya Kaguya, her work was very busy. The moments of leisure to read light novels were almost non-existent for Hayasaka I. On normal days, the pressure was so high that whenever she had time to relax, she mostly watched entertainment videos or soaked in the bath to unwind. Information about those two book series, she had only skimmed over online. Now, picking up the book was merely to score points in front of Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma Azuma picked up a copy of The Legend of the Phantom Blade. This was a fantasy battle light novel series that had once been very popular, but it hadn't existed in Yakuma Azuma's previous life. Now, with some free time, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. After all, it was a work that had once stirred the market, it must have some unique aspects. Finally, I can read it again. I've wanted to reread it for a long time, but never had the time. Hayasaka, are you usually so busy? Yes, the studies are very intense. After all, it's a private girls' school, where academic performance is very important, and I have to study around 10 hours a day. 10 hours. That's really tough. Is today a rare holiday? Yep. It's an incredibly rare holiday. Spending time with Azuma-kun is truly wonderful. At this point, not everything Hayasaka I said was a lie. At least, her complaint contained some real emotion. As the close mate of the Shinomiya family, 10 hours of waiting with high intensity in one day was considered little. There were times, such as when Shinomiya Kaguya attended high-class galas, in the daytime, Hayasaka I had to prepare outfits and arrange schedules for Kaguya, And at night, she had to ensure her safety. She had experienced days spinning non-stop for 24 hours. That was completely normal. Today was also a day she took off to go out. Saying this, I suddenly realized that it seemed like all her vacations this year had been used to spend time with Azuma. Immediately, she gritted her teeth. When she conquers Azuma, she would make him pay back this debt 100-fold. Vengeance will be mine. I'm the same, usually so busy. To be able to enjoy a rare holiday with Asaka. Really, it's truly wonderful. Azuma's voice then sounded almost like a whisper to himself. I paused for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered that the young man before her was the president of Laplace Corporation. This person. Does he really have it easier than her? I understood how difficult it was to run a corporation. Perhaps, the young man before her was even more exhausted than she was. Thinking about that, I unconsciously felt a bit of sympathy. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel curious. He was so outstanding, why did he still have to work this hard? Azuma didn't need to look at Hayasaka's expression to know that she had definitely fallen for it. This cunning maid, in reality, was very sensitive inside. As long as he disturbed her reasoning, it would become incredibly easy to stir her emotions. I pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered that she was still in the middle of her conquest plan for Azuma. So, she suppressed all the emotions in her heart, pretending to be tired, slowly resting her head on the table. Her voice in the conversation also gradually grew softer. After a while of staging, she pretended to fall asleep. Saying she was tired was just an excuse to fake sleeping. She was confident that if she slept here, Azuma would never leave her side. In this way, she could create the scene of sleeping soundly without any defense, while Azuma stays by her side, watching over her. If she could successfully recreate this moment, then when she woke up, she could pretend to be shy and moved, and take the opportunity to confess her feelings. Such a confession would become completely natural. Moreover, it could blur the lines between friends and lovers. This would significantly increase the chances of a successful confession. Once they entered a romantic relationship, the subsequent steps of the conquest would become incredibly simple. Everything just according to Kaku. I lay on the table, smiling with a very Aizen-like expression, silently cheering for her plan. With such a tight plan, how could she possibly fail? Time slowly passed. I squinted her eyes, secretly glancing at Azuma. He had been sitting beside her reading a light novel the whole time. This made I sigh inwardly. Does he even like her? If he did, she was sleeping right next to him, why was there no reaction? And if he didn't, then what about the hand-holding at the movie theater? Could it be that the upcoming confession would fail? As I was lost in thought, Azuma suddenly closed the light novel. His gaze turned toward her. I immediately closed her eyes, adjusting her breathing, not revealing any flaws. Just as she was wondering what he would do, she felt a gentle warmth brush past her cheek. I suddenly froze. This guy. He actually touched her cheek while she was sleeping? Holding hands was one thing, because she initiated it. But this action. It was clearly crossing the line, right? Could it be that he was just pretending to be righteous, but deep down he was a pervert? Just as she was thinking this, are you really asleep? Looks like your daily work must be very tough, huh? Azuma's voice gently reached her. It was so warm it was almost unbelievable. If recorded, it would surely become a lullaby for countless young girls. Hayasaka's heart skipped a beat. But it wasn't because of the gentle voice. It was because... work? Why did he say she worked hard? Didn't she say she was just a high school student? Before she could think further, Azuma's next words directly answered her question. Hayasaka, you've worked hard. Just sleep peacefully. Azuma said. The hand on the other side of Hayasaka tightened. She wanted to jump up immediately. How did he know? Did she slip up somewhere? She had disguised herself as Hasaka so perfectly, no one should have seen through it. Then when did he realize? If he knew she was Hayasaka, then what the hell was this guy doing the whole time? Hayasaka recalled what had happened in the past 2 days. She only felt like she had been toyed with. A tremendous sense of embarrassment surged within her. She wanted to jump up right away, pin Azuma by the neck with her thighs and twist hard. Just as her fingers tightened to the point of turning white, I wish the person dating me was Hayasaka, not Hasaka. Azuma gently caressed Hayasaka's cheek, his voice full of regret. The soft touch of his finger, as if it contained all his love. At the Shinomiya house, you must have suffered a lot, huh? Having to live behind all those layers of masks every day must be exhausting. You're clearly a young lady of the Hayasaka family, why do you have to endure such hardships? Hayasaka, I like you. I will definitely take you away from the Shinomiya family. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how many obstacles there are on that path. You, and the entire Hayasaka family, I will definitely take you back. Definitely. Hayasaka Ai's breath became completely disordered. Chapter 153, Playing with the Young Girl's Feelings. Hayasaka I like you. I will definitely take you back from the Shinomiya family. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how many obstacles stand in my way. You, and the entire Hayasaka family, I will take them back with my own hands. Definitely. As long as I can help Hayasaka live a free life in the future, without having to struggle like this anymore, I am willing to do anything. Yukima Azuma's voice was soft, yet incredibly resolute. Each word, each sentence reached Hayasaka Ai's ears clearly. She felt the warmth of his hand placed gently on her face. Hayasaka Ai's breathing was completely thrown into disarray. If one observed carefully, they would surely notice she was only pretending to be asleep. But at this moment, Hayasaka Ai no longer had the mind to worry about such trivial matters. Her mind was now filled only with Yukima Azuma's words. He likes me? Not Hasaka. But Hayasaka Ai. Just realizing this, the strange occurrences over the past 2 days, Yukima Azuma's unpredictable changes in attitude, everything could now be explained. Because from the very beginning, Yukima Azuma had recognized her. Even though she used the false name Hasaka and deliberately displayed a completely different personality, Yukima Azuma could still talk to her so naturally. Simply because this boy liked Hayasaka Ai. Hayasaka Ai didn't know what her mother had said to the boy in front of her. But most likely, he had already learned about the Hayasaka family's past. He knew that the Hayasaka family had become vassals of the Shinomiya clan. Perhaps, he even knew that she was not only Shinomiya Kaguya's close maid, but was also forced to spy for Kaguya's older brother. Hayasaka Ai didn't know when Yukima Azuma had started liking her. But she knew one thing: the boy before her had undoubtedly seen through all of her masks. He had recognized her true self. And because of that, he was now trying his best to help her break free from those facades. So then, why did such an outstanding boy have to struggle so much? Hayasaka Ai suddenly felt a sense of unreality. For her? To stand against the colossal Shinomiya family? To reclaim the Hayasaka family and Hayasaka Ai? This affection was so overwhelming that it made Hayasaka Ai's nose sting. Today, Hayasaka is especially cute, but she seems to be plotting something. Yukima Azuma's tone became lighthearted again. Whether it's an annoyed Hayasaka or a slightly mischievous Hayasaka, both are adorable. So much so that I can't help but want to tease her. Am I being too mean? When Hayasaka wakes up later, will she confess to me? Most likely, yes. In retaliation, she might even dare to use seduction against me. What should I say to her? Should I take this chance to agree to her confession? If so, then I'll be able to date Hayasaka. No, wait, it should be Hasaka. At this point, Yukima Azuma's voice hesitated slightly. What am I even thinking? Hayasaka is already exhausted. His voice now carried clear self-reproach and gloom. Yet here I am, selfishly making her do even more. What kind of person does that make me? The young man sighed. I should probably turn her down later. He was clearly talking about rejecting a confession. Yet these words were sweeter than any confession could ever be. The boy's hand left Hayasaka Ai's cheek. But she could still feel the lingering warmth, her face burning. After some time had passed, Hayasaka Ai followed through with her plan and pretended to wake up. She groggily lifted her head. Did I fall asleep? She mumbled in surprise, simultaneously glancing at the watch on her wrist. No way. 3 hours have already passed? Realizing this truth, Hayasaka Ai raised both hands to cover her face, as if feeling embarrassed for having dozed off while reading with Yukima Azuma. On her beautiful, fair cheeks, paler than most, an unmistakable blush had spread. This wasn't an act. It was genuine embarrassment. Only the reason and the way she expressed it were slightly different. As if she was finding an excuse to release her emotions, making it feel all the more real and touching. I was going to wake Hasaka up, but I figured you must be really tired, so I let you sleep. Yukima Azuma smiled as he spoke. So embarrassing. You woo. Hayasaka Ai buried her face in her hands, letting out a soft whimper. She waited until the embarrassment faded just a little. Then, she spoke the line she had already prepared in advance, someone like me. You could have just ignored me and gone home, you know. But the moment the words left her lips, she realized their meaning had changed completely from what she originally intended. There's no way I could leave Hasaka alone. Yukima Azuma replied with the exact line that Hayasaka Ai had planned for him. Azuma-kun. Hayasaka Ai lifted her head. On her face was the expression of someone falling hopelessly in love. It was a look that, with just a glance, made it clear he was different from everyone she had met before. This was an expression Hayasaka I had practiced many times. But now, the pure, love-filled gaze she gave him was more real than any of her rehearsals. Azuma-kun, would you like to try dating me? A confession too difficult to refuse flowed from her lips. I know, we haven't known each other for long, so this might seem sudden. But we can try it 90% as friends, 10% as lovers. If Azuma-kun likes someone else, you don't have to feel guilty. Just go ahead and pursue her. Think of me as a backup girlfriend or something. I wouldn't mind. Hayasaka I spoke words laced with ambiguous affection. Every single one of them had been rehearsed in advance. But according to her original plan she was supposed to flash a sweet smile. Look Azuma straight in the eyes as she said those words. Yet at this moment, Hayasaka I lowered her head, squeezing her eyes shut. This was a trial where she already knew the verdict. But when the moment of judgment truly arrived her heart still felt like it was being crushed. No matter what Azuma said next her emotions would be thrown into turmoil. If he rejected her she would wonder, just how much does this boy actually like her? Like her so much that he would rather turn her down just to spare her from exhaustion? If he accepted she would wonder, just how much does this boy actually like her? Like her so much that he let his emotions override his reason, plunging in despite knowing it was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I already like someone else. Azuma's answer rang out. Hayasaka I lowered her head in silence. After a while she placed her hands on the table, pushed herself back, and stood up from her seat. Then, she quickly walked toward the bookstore's restroom. Her steps grew faster and faster until she broke into a small run. Behind her, she left a trail of silent tears. Crystal-clear droplets fell onto the floor, shattering into countless tiny fragments. Watching Hayasaka I's retreating figure as she ran off, Azuma clicked his tongue. Had he been too harsh? He had messed with her emotions, then struck directly at the heart of a girl who was only pretending to be asleep. Doing something like that. He felt a little cruel. After all, Hayasaka I had willingly walked into this situation. Thinking for a moment, Azuma let out a small sigh. Oh well. In the end, he had only spoken the truth. It wasn't a complete lie meant to toy with a young girl's feelings. His intention to take the Hayasaka family back from the Shinomiya clan, that was real. And when that day came, maybe he'd bring Hayasaka I over to his side as well. As for what would happen after that, he'd think about it when the time came. With that thought, Azuma gathered his belongings. Then, picking up the first volume of The Legend of the Phantom Blade, he made his way to the bookstore's checkout counter. By the time he left Ginza and returned to the Yakima house, his phone chimed with a notification from Line. Hayasaka I, or more precisely, Hasaka had removed him from her friends list. Azuma swiped the red notification dot to the side. Then, he let go. With a soft pop, the unread message indicator vanished without a trace. After a brief moment of thought, he opened the chat window with Hayasaka I online. Azuma, Hayasaka, good evening. Have you eaten? Hayasaka, Azuma Oni-chan, do you need something? Azuma, why so cold? Hayasaka, because that's the extent of our relationship now. Azuma closed the Line app and stretched. Meanwhile at the Shinomiya mansion. Hayasaka, what's wrong? Shinomiya Kaguya eyed her maid with suspicion. Though, calling Hayasaka I her maid, Kaguya had practically grown up with Hayasaka I. In reality, her feelings toward I were far closer to those of siblings than a master and servant. If anything, Kaguya felt more like the younger sister, while I was the elder. Something like that. And today, Hayasaka I had requested leave to go out. After returning, she hadn't immediately reported to Kaguya. Instead, she locked herself in her room. On top of that, when they finally met, Shinomiya Kaguya noticed clear traces of tears on Hayasaka I's face. She hadn't even finished wiping them away. Naturally, Shinomiya Kaguya couldn't help but worry. Kaguya-sama, I'm fine. Hayasaka I replied in a hoarse voice. That answer was completely unacceptable. Someone who was actually fine would never say, I'm fine. That much was common sense, something Hayasaka I definitely knew. But when her voice was still raw from crying, what else could she even say? Shinomiya Kaguya furrowed her brows deeply. Had someone bullied Hayasaka? That was absolutely unforgivable. First, she had to investigate, then she would exact revenge tenfold. Chapter 154, a heart stirred without ever meeting. In the morning, the sound of the alarm clock pulled Mimizumitsu out of her sleep. She opened her eyes and saw the ceiling of her room. Her consciousness gradually returned. Even though she was awake, at this moment, Mimizumitsu had no desire to move. She just wanted to close her eyes again and recall the experience in the dream she had just had. That dream was so vivid that it was hard to believe. Even after waking up, every scene remained as clear as ever in her mind. It was as if she had truly been to Tokyo. Thinking about a luxurious cafe, the exquisite desserts, and the view from Tokyo Tower, Mitsuo couldn't help but feel her heart race. She had to study hard in high school, then get into a university in Tokyo. The alarm kept ringing for a long time before Mitsuo finally opened her eyes again. Yesterday. Did I set an alarm? Or was it because I made plans with Sayaka and the others to go to a cafe, so I set an alarm specifically for that, but then forgot about it? She muttered in confusion. Mitsuo sat up and picked up her phone. Your journal has received a letter. Seeing the message displayed on the screen, Mitsuo frowned in puzzlement. Who had touched her phone? That name sounded like some kind of strange joke. She casually dismissed the alarm. Then she got up from the tatami mat, intending to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. But the moment she stood up, she felt her legs go weak and immediately collapsed back down. A wave of soreness spread from her calves throughout her entire body. Mitsuo froze in shock. Why did her legs feel so sore, as if she had walked dozens of kilometers? Did she push herself so hard yesterday? She was sure she barely exercised at all yesterday. If anything, it was only in her dream at that moment. Mitsuo finally realized the gravity of the situation. The sensations were far too real. And the soreness spreading through her body. All of these things were telling her that experience wasn't just a simple dream. Mitsuo suddenly remembered the message on her phone's alarm. She immediately looked up toward her desk, searching for her journal. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find it. It was supposed to be right there on the desk. Just as Mitsuo was about to push herself up again, her fingers brushed against the familiar texture of a book cover. She picked it up and saw that it was indeed her journal. Carrying a sense of doubt, she slowly opened it. The previous pages still contained the diary entries she had written. But when she reached yesterday's entry, she turned to the next page. On what was originally a blank sheet of paper, unfamiliar handwriting had appeared. The handwriting had a very distinct style. The kanji looked as if they had been written by a calligrapher, with each stroke carrying a unique elegance. But the katakana was incredibly messy, no different from the scribbles of a young child. Mitsuo, hello. My name is Yakama Azuma. This first sentence made Mitsuo's eyes widen. Yakama Azuma. Is that his name? She recalled in the dream. Perhaps it wasn't a dream. In any case, it was the boy whose identity she had taken on. The one with outstanding looks, living in a luxury apartment in Tokyo, and even having beautiful girls approach him on the streets. That person was called Azuma. But until now, Mitsuo had never known his full name. First of all, what you experienced was not a dream, but an actual identity swap. Please understand this, a swap? So everything was real? No wonder it had felt so incredibly vivid. While you spent one day in Tokyo, 7 days have passed in Itamari, huh? 7 days have already passed? She hurriedly picked up her phone to check the date. Sure enough, 7 days had gone by. She opened the photo library on her phone. Inside, there were several pictures she had never seen before, photos of a cafe and desserts. Even a group photo of her with Tashigawara and Natori Sayaka. Is this the cafe in town? It can't even compare to Tokyo. What am I thinking? Mitsuo lightly patted her cheeks to calm herself down. Now was not the time to be thinking about that. She recalled what she had done while in that boy's identity. From the bottom of her heart, she felt incredibly guilty. Casually making friends with other girls under his name. Hugging his cat tightly and sniffing it non-stop. Most importantly, spending his money recklessly, buying tons of things on shopping apps that even she didn't know how to use. If Yakama Azuma were standing right in front of her now, Mitsuo thought she might have to seize a kneel down and apologize immediately. This was no longer just a simple matter of being rude. It was outright inhumane. A deep sense of guilt filled Mitsuo as she continued reading the words left behind by Yakama Azuma. When she read the part where he said the swapping could last until the end of summer vacation, her heart immediately hung in the air. She was happy to have another chance to go to Tokyo. But this time, that happiness no longer came from admiration or longing. Instead, it was because at the very least, she would have a chance to properly apologize to the boy she had never met. At the same time, she also felt anxious and uneasy. She had no idea how he would react when he discovered how much of his money she had wasted. She imagined the scene of him getting angry after swapping back and checking his account. I'm definitely going to get scolded. But I totally deserve it. How much money did I even spend? I have no idea. If I have to pay it back, I'll probably need to work part-time for a long time. Mitsuo let out a heavy sigh. But if she did something wrong, she had to take responsibility. She was the type of person who faced the consequences of her actions. At that moment, the door to her room suddenly slid open from the outside. Her younger sister's voice rang out. On-chan, it's time for breakfast. Ah, Amu, I'll be right there. Mimizu Mitsuo pushed herself up and walked over to Yatsuo. On-chan, the way you're walking looks so weird. My legs are just a little sore. Oh, right, Yatsuo. Have I been acting strange lately? Huh? Not at all. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, just small talk. Hearing her sister say that she had been acting normal lately, Mimizu Mitsuo let out a sigh of relief. But the guilt in her heart only grew deeper. When that boy had swapped into her identity, he had lived normally for 7 whole days. So much so that even her sister hadn't noticed anything unusual. Meanwhile, she had caused a complete mess in just 1 day. After finishing breakfast, Mimizu Mitsuo planned to return to her room to continue reading the journal and think about what to do next. But just as she stood up, her grandmother called out to her. Mitsuo, today you have to make kumihimo, remember? Mitsuo froze for a moment before nodding. So it was already time to make kumihimo? Time really flew by so fast. Would that boy like kumihimo? It was, after all, a specialty of her hometown. Mimizu Mitsuo unconsciously thought about Yakama Azuma. After we swap back, I'll ask him. Maybe I can use kumihimo to pay off part of my debt. Mitsuo muttered to herself and let out a small sigh. What are you talking about, On-chan? Yatsuo looked at her with a confused expression. Ah, it's nothing. Mitsuo waved her hand dismissively, acting as if nothing had happened. So, after their grandmother finished eating, Mitsuo and Yatsuo accompanied her outside, preparing to head to the Mimizu shrine. Walking along the narrow path, there were a few people coming from the opposite side of the road. Mimizu Mitsuo looked closely and recognized them. She unconsciously pouted. They were classmates, people whom she, Sayaka, and Teshigawara didn't get along with. They would definitely start whispering and bad-mouthing her again. Ugh. I already have enough to worry about. Thinking that, Mitsuo was about to avert her eyes, just like always, lower her head, and walk past them without paying attention. But before she could do so, those people instinctively moved aside, stepping far away from Mitsuo. All of them lowered their heads, pretending not to see her. Mimizu Mitsuo blinked. Huh? This strange reaction left Mitsuo feeling puzzled. Meanwhile, the boys and girls who were being stared at were now drenched in sweat. 7 days ago, they had endured a direct confrontation from Mimizu Mitsuo. After that, they had wanted to regain their dignity. But every time they encountered Mimizu Mitsuo, her words would leave them speechless, unable to lift their heads. Moreover, Mimizu Mitsuo carried an unbelievably strong presence. Every time they faced her, it felt as if they were facing their own parents. These past few days, these kids who weren't even in high school yet, whenever they saw Mitsuo, they would quietly avoid her. And now, being stared at by Mitsuo, they unconsciously felt anxious. This rock really is just a rock. Of course, a rock is just a rock. Those people stared at a rock on the ground as if it were their lifeline. Only after Mitsuo passed by did they finally relax their gazes. She had seen their reactions clearly and felt a sense of satisfaction. No more annoying taunts today. Her whole day instantly felt brighter. But at the same time, Mimizu Mitsuo understood. There was no way these people had suddenly changed their personalities. That boy who had swapped identities with her must have done something. Social relationships had always been a struggle for her, like a thorn embedded in her flesh, not life-threatening, but painful every time it was touched. And yet, that boy had effortlessly removed this troublesome thorn that she had endured for so long. Mimizu Mitsuo felt both relieved and curious. Yakama Azuma. What exactly did he do? After that, Mitsuo became even more intrigued by this boy. Were all handsome guys in Tokyo this capable? It felt like there was nothing he couldn't do. Mitsuo, focus. Her grandmother's voice snapped her back to reality. Mitsuo quickly regained her composure. The 3 of them had arrived at Mimizu's shrine. Inside a room deep within the shrine, there were threads of various colors. These threads, when woven using a special technique, would become kumihimo. According to legend, this was a medium for communicating with the gods. It symbolized the connection between gods and humans, between people, and between souls. When weaving, one must calm their mind and pour their intentions into each thread. Only then could a true kumihimo be created. As Mitsuo listened to her grandmother's words, she looked at the red-orange thread in her hands. When weaving kumihimo, any kind of thought or feeling could be embedded within. Love for a partner, friendship for a friend, it was all possible. Mitsuo thought of Yakama Azuma and infused her curiosity about him into the delicate threads. Slowly, a red-orange thread intertwined, forming a beautiful cord. On the other side, Mimizu Hitoa watched Mitsuo weave and was momentarily dazed. Then, the old woman smiled in satisfaction. Before long, a red-orange kumihimo cord was completed. Mitsuo placed it beside her. If Yakama Azuma was interested in kumihimo, she wanted to give this cord to him. Chapter 155, You Are Not Yakama Azuma, Who are you? She had been braiding kumihimo cords all day. It wasn't until the evening that she returned home. Mimizumitsu continued reading the diary left by Yakuma Azuma. It recorded the events of the past 7 days. He had visited a cafe. Then, he saved a stranger, a girl he had never met before. The girl's name seemed to be Yuki, and a few days later, he even visited her house. Yakuma Azuma's notes were brief but still quite interesting. Mimizumitsu felt like she was reading a light novel. It was hard to imagine that the things written on paper had actually happened to her. After reading through the entire diary, Mimizumitsu picked up a pen and continued writing after Yakuma Azuma's last entry. Hello Yakuma Azuma, I am Mimizumitsu. First, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry for treating this like a dream and acting recklessly. Regarding the damages I have caused, I am willing to compensate fully, though it may take some time to make things right. I have read through the notes you left behind. It was an incredible experience. I can't think of any other words to describe it. Having gone through this, perhaps we should set some rules that both of us must follow. But I feel that I am not in a position to criticize you. From now on, I will also record what I have experienced. After writing what she wanted to convey, she placed the diary and the orange-red kumihimo cord next to the pillow. Mimizumitsu lay down on the tatami mat. Her heart was filled with anxiety. She was both hopeful and uneasy about the world she would see when she opened her eyes again. She only hoped that he wouldn't completely hate her. The mixed emotions inside her kept Mimizumitsu from falling asleep immediately. It took about 2 or 3 hours before she gradually drifted off to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, Mimizumitsu almost fell off the bed. She had been sleeping on the tatami, and when she turned over, she didn't feel anything. When she saw the intricately decorated ceiling, Mimizumitsu jumped up in shock. It had switched again. This time, she was more cautious with the expensive-looking furniture around her. She sat upright at the edge of the bed, her whole body stiff, not knowing what to do. This was his house. Only at this moment did Mimizumitsu realize this seemed to be the first time she had stepped into a boy's room. In that moment, countless emotions mixed together, making her too nervous to touch anything. Fortunately, when her gaze swept across another corner of the room, Mimizumitsu noticed a notebook placed next to the pillow. It looked brand new, probably just unwrapped. She reached out to touch the notebook but immediately withdrew her hand as if shocked by electricity. After taking a deep breath, she finally dared to pick it up. I'm definitely going to get scolded. With a sense of resignation, she gathered her courage and flipped to the first page. And the first line she saw was, Mimizumitsu, welcome to Tokyo. Mimizumitsu blinked several times. She wasn't scolded. She let out a sigh of relief. Her feelings of affection for this stranger quickly grew. The first page only had that one line. Mimizumitsu was a bit confused. Didn't he notice how much money she had spent? But when she turned to the second page, are you thinking about money? Of course, I noticed, but it's fine. You probably still don't understand the situation. Most of the things you bought, I've already returned. As for the things that couldn't be returned, well, I can still use them. I'm not blaming you, so don't blame yourself anymore. Now, turn to the next page of the notebook. Mimizumitsu stared at the words, instinctively holding her breath. He's too nice. She turned to the third page. Do you think I'm super nice? The feeling of being touched inside her heart immediately turned into another kind of emotion. Mimizumitsu smiled bitterly. But it was also thanks to this that the burden in her heart was somewhat relieved. And then, can you read my mind? She blurted out in complaint while flipping to the next page. Were you thinking, can he read minds? Right? Mimizumitsu pouted. Though her face showed dissatisfaction in her heart, the image of Yakuma Azuma took on a few more colors. She continued turning to the next page. This time, the page was full of text. It was no longer a series of guesses about the girl's thoughts but a very detailed Tokyo travel guide. Such a rare opportunity. As a guest in Tokyo, please enjoy yourself to the fullest. Here are some small tips I've gathered over the years of living in Tokyo. The cinema in Ginza offers an excellent experience, and if you book your tickets online, you get free popcorn. On holidays, Meiji Shrine is always packed with tourists, and sometimes people even hold weddings there, so you can check it out. I recommend visiting Okanamazu near Meiji Shrine. That street has a very unique style and is quite peaceful on holidays. The candy apples at the entrance of Sensuji Temple are delicious, but the vegetarian meals inside the temple are just average. Apart from tourist spots, Toei Agasaki Academy, where I study, is also worth visiting, and you can still tour it on holidays. Reading through each of these personal suggestions, Mimizumitsu suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. Even though it was only communication through written words. Even though she had never met Yakuma Azuma in person. Through each of these pieces of advice, she could almost imagine the figure of the young man. Closing the notebook, Mimizumitsu took a deep breath. After all, As long as it doesn't affect him, she could visit the places suggested here. Once again, she was filled with anticipation for Tokyo. But this time the anticipation was sparked by a young man. Mimizu Mitsuo stepped out of the room. At that moment, Shiritamaru jumped down from the stairs and ran over to her. Mimizu Mitsuo squatted down and gently petted Shiritamaru's head. "I'm really sorry about last time." She bowed her head, apologizing for hugging the cat too much and sniffing it. "Shiritamaru, Nyan?" Shiritamaru tilted its head, looking a bit confused. After petting it a couple more times, Mimizu Mitsuo opened the front door and left the house. Outside, the brick-paved streets mixed with the asphalt road stretched before her. Mimizu Mitsuo didn't know where to go first. Toyogasaki Academy. She didn't know when the swapping would end. Well then, she might as well check out his school. Clumsily, she opened the map app on her phone. Mimizu Mitsuo looked up the route and then took the subway to the station nearest to the academy. Turning around a street corner in front of her was a slope. The sides of the slope were lined with cherry blossom trees. Mimizu Mitsuo could imagine what it would be like when the spring wind blew through here. The cherry blossom petals flying in the air would surely be beautiful. But now, it was summer, and all she could see were the green leaves. She couldn't see the cherry blossoms. She walked up the slope, continuing for a while. Mimizu Mitsuo stood in front of the gate of Toyogasaki Academy. Though it was a holiday, a few students were still coming in and out of the school. Passing through the grand gate, what first caught her eye was not the classroom building, but a massive fountain. In the pond, koi fish of various colors swam gracefully. On the left was a large bulletin board, covered with all kinds of information from club promotions to the academy's holiday announcements. Walking around the koi pond in front of Mimizu Mitsuo was a magnificent lecture hall building. She looked up, counting from the bottom to the top. There were 5 floors in total. Just this building alone was probably bigger than her entire school combined. "Azuma-san." A sudden voice called out from beside her. Mimizu Mitsuo jumped in surprise. Turning her head, a girl with a gentle demeanor, who seemed to have appeared next to her without her noticing. Looking closely, Mimizu Mitsuo recognized the girl in front of her. She was one of the 3 girls on Yakama Azuma's phone lock screen. She tried to recall the friend list online. Finally, she matched the name with the person in front of her. "Kato-san, hello." Hearing that, Kato Megumi blinked in confusion. "Kato-san?" That was an unusual way to address. Did Azuma-san come to school to pick up something too? "You're not participating in any summer training clubs, are you?" Kato Megumi asked. Though it was summer break, Toyogasaki Academy still had a few clubs running normally. For instance, the baseball club, aiming for Kashian. Or the instrumental club, whose members were striving for the national competition. But Kato Megumi felt sure that Yakama Azuma wasn't part of those clubs. If he were truly involved with Yakama Azuma's ability, he'd probably become the ace of any club within a month. It would be impossible for him to have no news at all. That's right." Mimizu Mitsuo nodded, feeling a bit awkward. She wasn't sure how to respond. Kato Megumi rarely frowned. The two of them entered the lecture hall. Walking up the stairs, Mimizu Mitsuo unconsciously observed Kato Megumi. Her gaze slowly focused, and the image of the girl in front of her became clearer. Even though both of them were girls, Mimizu Mitsuo couldn't help but think that this girl was really too cute. But then, why did a girl this cute at first give off such an ordinary feeling that it seemed almost unbelievable? She felt suspicious. With Kato Megumi leading the way, the two reached classroom 1E. Opening the door and stepping in the inside of the classroom made Mimizu Mitsuo's eyes widen. The room was bright, with desks and chairs neatly arranged, looking completely new. The podium was equipped with an integrated computer, and beside the blackboard was a multimedia whiteboard. Even the floor was made of expensive wood. This scene made Mimizu Mitsuo subconsciously worry if she would dirty the floor. Kato Megumi entered first and went to her seat. She took a few books out of her desk drawer and put them into her bag. Mimizu Mitsuo also went in, but she had no idea where Yakama Azuma's seat was. "Aren't you taking anything?" Kato Megumi asked. I just remembered, I actually took the books home already, not leaving them here in class." Mimizu Mitsuo quickly thought of an excuse. Kato Megumi furrowed her brows again. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Mimizu Mitsuo instinctively held her breath. After a brief moment of silence, "I see, then let's go, Azuma-san," Kato Megumi said, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she headed for the door. Mimizu Mitsuo quietly sighed in relief. She had managed to get away with it. But just as she reached the classroom door, Kato Megumi suddenly turned back. "Azuma-san," she gently called. The slight tilt of her head, about 8 degrees, made her hair slide behind her ear with the movement. Mimizu Mitsuo blinked. "She's so cute," she thought to herself. But in the very next moment, "Who are you?" Kato Megami's voice lost its warmth. You're not my Azuma. Chapter 156, Kato Megami realizes who are you? Kato Megami's voice lost its warmth. You're not my Azuma. As soon as she said that, Kato Megami took a step back. She withdrew from the brightly lit classroom, retreating into the somewhat dim corridor. The light and shadows obscured her face, making it hard to discern her expression in that moment. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the classroom window, casting a golden glow on the wooden floor. Standing amidst such golden light, one would normally feel warmth. But at that moment, Mimizu Mitsuo felt a chill to the bone. Outside the window, the crisp sound of strikes echoed. It was the sound of a baseball being hit during practice at the baseball club behind the classroom building. Along with that, there were distant cheers. But in this moment, those chaotic sounds only made the classroom, where Mimizu Mitsuo stood alone, feel even more silent. What are you talking about? Mimizu Mitsuo's voice was tinged with confusion. Where is Yukima Azuma? I don't know what you mean. Answer me. Where is Yukima Azuma really? Kato Megami's voice pierced through the air, cracking with tension. At that moment, Mimizu Mitsuo's eyes slowly adjusted to the light. She could now clearly see the figure of the girl hiding in the darkness of the corridor, a place the sunlight couldn't reach. That fragile girl, like a gust of wind, now showed no expression. But in her deep, dark eyes, there was an overwhelming sense of fear, anger, and confusion. Her hand tightly gripped the strap of her backpack. She was holding it so tightly that her fingers turned pale. That delicate, fragile girl had disappeared. Now, Kato Megami exuded an intense sense of pressure. Mimizu Mitsuo's breath seemed to halt. Though their interaction had been brief, the image of Kato Megami's cuteness from before still lingered in her mind. But now, the girl standing before her, the gaze in her eyes. In Mimizu Mitsuo's life, she had only seen it once before. It was the gaze of a friend she once knew, Suzume. Suzume's mother had passed away when she was young, in a devastating earthquake. The only things left for Suzume were a wooden chair missing a leg and an old phone that held a few photos and messages. One day, Suzume's phone fell from the top floor of the school building. Suzume raced down the stairs, running madly to retrieve it. But when she picked it up, the phone, which held all her important memories, was shattered. It was an old model, one that couldn't be repaired anymore. At that moment, Suzume had that same look in her eyes. The eyes of someone who had just lost the most important thing in their life. Mimizu Mitsuo couldn't quite recall the exact scene from that day. But the expression of her friend had seemingly etched itself into her heart. Not long after that, Suzume left Itamari Town and transferred to another school. Mimizu Mitsuo had buried that memory deep within her. She had always felt guilty for not being able to help her friend at the time. And now, that same gaze appeared again before her. Mimizu Mitsuo's heart trembled violently. She hoarsely said, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm sure Yukima-san is fine. We just swapped for a little while. He'll be back tomorrow. Hearing Mimizu Mitsuo's words, Kato Megami's heart teased slightly. But her brows quickly furrowed again. At this moment, as Kato Megami looked at the person before her, it seemed like something had shattered. The person in front of her, who had the appearance of Yukima Azuma, suddenly grumbled and transformed into an adorable young girl. Looking at her, she appeared to be around the same age. Kato Megami stared intently at this stranger. Kato Megami took several deep breaths, trying to steady her emotions. So, what about you? Who are you? I'm Mimizu Mitsuo, from Itamori Town, Gaifu Prefecture. Mimizu Mitsuo felt that she couldn't keep the truth hidden any longer and decided to straightforwardly reveal her identity. Hearing this, Kato Megami's heart stirred slightly. Gaifu Prefecture. Can you tell me more about yourself? Kato Megami asked further. Actually I don't know much either. Since the day before yesterday, I suddenly swapped places with Yukima-san. Mimizu Mitsuo honestly recounted everything that had happened in the past few days to Kato Megami. She felt that anyone who could show such a deep emotion for Yukima Azuma surely deserved to know the truth about him. Kato Megami listened intently as Mimizu Mitsuo spoke. Meanwhile, she quietly took out her phone, opened the map, and searched for Itamari, Gaifu Prefecture. The search results matched exactly what Kato Megami had remembered. During her trip to Hokkaido, when she witnessed the Charlotte Comet split in two and fall, Kato Megami had sensed there was something Yukima Azuma had yet to tell her. At that time, she hadn't felt it was the right moment to ask more. She understood that if Yukima Azuma was hiding something, it was most likely for their sake. So, after returning from Hokkaido, Kato Megami had done a bit of research into the incident of the Charlotte Comet fragment falling. And the truth proved that she wasn't wrong. The fragment of Charlotte had indeed fallen in the mountainous region of Gaifu Prefecture. But it had affected nearly a third of a small mountain town. Around 500 residents of that town had lost their lives because of this disaster. Had she known about the tragedy she had witnessed during her trip, it would have certainly affected the rest of the journey. And Kato Megumi clearly remembered. The town that had been devastated by the Charlotte Comet fragment. It seemed to be called Itamari. The girl in front of her. She was likely not just swapped in space but also in time. After grasping this, Kato Megumi vaguely guessed what Yakuma Azuma might have done in Itamari from the past. Looking at Mimizu Mitsuo, who still knew nothing, Kato Megumi didn't say anything. She took several deep breaths, fully calming herself. Her voice returned to its usual gentle tone. I see now, I'm sorry, earlier I was too anxious and acted a little rude. Upon hearing this, Mimizu Mitsuo immediately waved her hand. It's okay. It's really okay. You don't have to apologize. She sighed. I understand. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably react the same way. Kato Megumi blinked. She really is a kind person. At this point, whether it was for Azuma or for this person in front of her, she should treat her well. If that's the case, then Mimizu-san, you're like a guest in Tokyo now. Let me take you around a bit, show you Toyonagasaki and even Tokyo itself. Kato Megumi said with a smile. Mimizu Mitsuo's eyes widened upon hearing that. The girl in front of her. Her words and actions. They seemed to eerily align with Yakuma Azuma. Just earlier, she hadn't mentioned anything from Yakuma Azuma's notebook. But Kato Megumi's thoughts were nearly identical to Yakuma Azuma's. Mimizu Mitsuo suddenly understood why Kato Megumi had shown such emotions towards Yakuma Azuma. The two of them must be a very well-matched couple. Not just emotionally close. But it seemed like their souls were in sync too. While Mimizu Mitsuo was still lost in her thoughts, Kato Megumi waved her hand to get her attention. Without hesitation, Mimizu Mitsuo rushed to catch up. Kato Megumi began to take her role as a tour guide seriously. Toyonagasaki Private Academy was a high school, but it truly rivaled any tourist destination. In addition to the usual facilities such as the large sports field, gymnasium, swimming pool, and other common amenities, the school also had a small hill and an artificial pond at the back. On the hill, there were no cherry blossoms, but instead, there were many fruit trees. Perhaps it symbolized the meaning of peach trees filling the world. Note, meaning a teacher of good caliber would have students everywhere, by ChatGPT. However, due to growth issues, the trees that flourished the most were apple trees. During this season, although there were no fruits, the trees still had a unique beauty. As for the pond at Toyonagasaki, it was at its most beautiful right now because a variety of lotus flowers were blooming. From a distance, the scent of the flowers could already be smelled. In addition to the lotus flowers, there were also several swans on the pond. This was Mimizu Mitsuo's first time seeing swans. After just walking around the school grounds, she already felt thoroughly satisfied. Before she knew it, under Kato Megumi's guidance, Mimizu Mitsuo had spent the entire day touring the Toyonagasaki campus. It wasn't until dusk that she snapped out of her daze. I guess it's time to head back, right? You're right. Let's go, together. Eh? Mimizu Mitsuo was taken aback. Seeing her expression, Kato Megumi explained, I've rented a room at Azuma-san's place, sometimes I stay there. This wasn't something that needed to be hidden. Although living together as high school students might be considered too casual by many, Kato Megumi didn't care what others thought. She only cared about the opinions of those who mattered to her. After hearing Kato Megumi's explanation, Mimizu Mitsuo couldn't help but widen her eyes. Living together as high school students? But then, thinking it over, Mimizu Mitsuo felt that it made sense. The girl in front of her was incredibly cute, and she had a close relationship with the boy in question. It wouldn't be surprising if they lived together. But then, just as she was processing this, Mimizu Mitsuo recalled the girl with long, straight black hair whom she had met at Yakuma's house. By the way, is there anyone else at Yakuma-san's house? Mimizu Mitsuo asked cautiously. Are you talking about Kasumi Joka-senpai? Senpai also rents a room at Azuma-san's place. You must have met her. Kato Megumi blinked. She was a bit surprised that Senpai couldn't see through Mimizu Mitsuo. Yes, I did meet her once, but I barely managed to say a few words before I running away. Mimizu Mitsuo blurted out. Her mind was in a chaotic mess. The two girls in the picture on Yakuma Azuma's phone both were living with him. What was the relationship here? She was genuinely curious. Chapter 157, We should be considered lovers, right? What is the relationship between Kato-san and Yakuma-san? In the end, curiosity could not be suppressed. On the way home, Mimizu Mitsuo curiously asked. Kato Megumi, the one being asked, placed a finger on her cheek and thought for a moment. Probably lovers, I guess. After some thought, Kato Megumi gave that answer. This response was not surprising. On the contrary, Mimizu Mitsuo found Kato Megumi's way of phrasing it confusing. Why say probably? That's strange. Aren't you two dating? Mimizu Mitsuo felt that if someone as deeply affectionate as Kato Megumi were ignored and not given enough sense of security, that would be nothing short of a crime against heaven and earth. Moreover, Kato Megumi was so gentle and adorable. Kato Megumi saw through Mimizu Mitsuo's thoughts. Although explaining was a bit troublesome, Kato Megumi did not want others to misunderstand Yakuma Azuma. Dating? The relationship between me and Azuma-san probably can't be defined that simply. Kato Megumi gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. At the beginning of the school year, Kato Megumi had a cute bob haircut. Now, her hair had grown a bit longer. Mimizu-san, you got scared by me this morning, didn't you? Kato Megumi said while tucking her hair, her finger pointing at herself. Mimizu Mitsuo nodded slightly. She had indeed been frightened this morning. A girl as grown as Kato Megumi silently appearing right beside her without making a single sound. If the other party hadn't spoken first, Mimizu Mitsuo felt that she would not have noticed Kato Megumi's presence at all. Seeing Mimizu Mitsuo nod, Kato Megumi slightly lowered her eyes, because I have very little presence. Hearing this, Mimizu Mitsuo opened her mouth wanting to refute. After all, how could a girl as cute and gentle as Kato Megumi have a low presence? But thinking it over carefully today, while walking around Toyogasaki with Kato Megumi, there were indeed a few times when she spaced out and forgot about Kato Megumi's existence. Her mouth, which was about to speak, suddenly didn't know what to say. She even took a cold breath, finding it a little unbelievable. I've been like this since I was very young. In class group activities, I was almost always alone. Sometimes, even the teacher forgot to call my name during roll call, and my elementary school classmates completely failed to recognize me after moving up to middle school. Kato Megumi lowered her eyes as she recounted her past. The things that happened to Kato Megumi, hearing them made Mimizu Mitsuo feel sorrowful. She herself felt a little down just from being teased by classmates a few times a day. She couldn't even imagine if she had been ignored by others since childhood, how devastating that would be. But Azuma-san was able to notice me. Kato Megumi's words made Mimizu Mitsuo, who had been about to offer words of comfort, momentarily freeze. Azuma-san transferred into my class in middle school. Everyone had been with me for over 2 years, yet almost no one knew my name. But on the very first day he transferred in, Azuma-san came up to me and said, "You're Kato Megumi, right?" At that time, I found it unbelievable, but that was only the beginning. From the day he knew me, he never once forgot me. He always paid attention to me. He always said I had some kind of magic, but to me, the real magician was Azuma-san. Kato Megumi's tone was very gentle. A girl who was always light and subtle, never revealing her emotions, yet now, she exuded a sweetness filled with happiness. Because she was lowering her head, Mimizu Mitsuo could not see Kato Megumi's expression. At this moment, Kato Megumi's eyes were overflowing with emotions. This morning, she had truly been startled. The moment Mimizu Mitsuo was scared by her, Kato Megumi felt a sense of emptiness inside. Her Azuma, who could always notice her existence. Her Azuma, who would gently smile at her and say that she had the pleasant scent of tuberoses. Her Azuma, who had only her in his heart and in his eyes whenever she tilted her head, he looked as if he had been struck by Cupid's arrow. So, even if the person in front of her had the same appearance as Azuma, the same voice as Azuma, everything was the same, Kato Megumi could still immediately recognize that this was not her Azuma. Up until now, Kato Megumi's heart was still empty. She could feel that Yakuma Azuma, the one who always noticed her, was not here. But Kato Megumi still calmly conversed with Mimizu Mitsuo. She simply didn't want to cause any more trouble for her Azuma. What happened next? What happened next? Mimizu Mitsuo had been completely drawn into Megumi and Azuma's story. Kato Megumi withdrew her emotions, lifted her head, and blinked. I'll continue the story later. We're almost at the station. The bullet train arrived at Shibuya Station. The two got off and walked toward Yakuma's house. Seeing the silhouette of the apartment building from afar, Mimizu Mitsuo suddenly remembered something important. Inside that apartment, there was also another girl with long, straight black hair. Ah, how should I act to resemble Yakuma-san the most? Mimizu Mitsuo asked. The senpai in the apartment probably doesn't know about my situation yet. To avoid causing more trouble for Yakuma-san, I want to try pretending a little. Hearing this, Kato Megumi could only shake her head helplessly. I don't think you'll be able to fool her. Kasumijoka-senpai is very smart. Hearing this, Mimizu Mitsuo looked unconvinced. Yakuma Azuma had stayed at her house, facing Yatsuya and her grandmother for 7 whole days without exposing a single flaw. And yet, for her, everyone could immediately tell something was off. The reason she got exposed by Kato Megumi was simply because this gentle girl cared too much. There was no way that everyone could see through her that easily. Seeing Mimizu Mitsuo's unconvinced expression, Even though she knew it was probably futile, Kato Megumi still explained a little. Normally, Azuma-san calls Kasumijoka-senpai Utaha-senpai or simply senpai. Azuma-san and Kasumijoka-senpai are very close, holding hands, head pats, that kind of thing is normal. And Kasumijoka-senpai usually calls Azuma-san lonely-kun. If she refers to him as you or him, or if she keeps tapping or shaking her leg, it means she's angry. After hearing this, Mimizumitsu's jaw dropped. She really wanted to ask Kato Megumi if she ever got jealous when other girls were this close to Yakuma Azuma. But before she could ask, the two had already arrived at Yakuma's doorstep. Before they could even open the door, it was pushed open from the inside. Kasumijoka Utaha stood with her arms crossed, her wine-colored eyes staring at the two of them. Mimizumitsu suddenly felt a chill down her spine. It was clearly the middle of a sweltering summer, yet it felt as if a cold breeze from the Arctic was creeping through her collar. Cautiously stepping into the apartment, she hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Kasumijoka Utaha speak. "You, go stand over there. I have something to say to you." Hearing this form of address, Mimizumitsu shuddered. "TSK TSK TSK." She looked down. A pair of white slippers was tapping rhythmically against the wooden floor. Judging by the speed of that leg shaking, she could already tell how irritated the owner was. "Why?" Mimizumitsu obediently walked to the spot Kasumijoka Utaha had pointed at. But Kasumijoka Utaha didn't look at her. Instead, her gaze settled on Kato Megumi. In those eyes, there was a hint of questioning. Kato Megumi turned away and softly whistled. Receiving no information, Kasumijoka Utaha turned back to Mimizumitsu. "Aren't you going to explain?" "Senpai, Explain what?" "Yakuma Azuma?" "Senpai, could you give me a hint?" "Stop calling me senpai over and over. I don't know you." "Who are you?" That is. You. Are. Who? Where is Yakuma Azuma right now?" Mimizumitsu froze, startled as she looked up. Had she really been seen through after just a few sentences? But the moment she lifted her head, Kasumijoka Utaha had already walked into the kitchen at some point. At this moment, she was holding a kitchen knife, gripping it tightly in her hand. Even though she was holding it upside down, with the blade pointing toward the floor, Mimizumitsu had absolutely no doubt that the long-haired girl in front of her would dare to stab her. Kato Megumi hurriedly ran over and wrapped her arms around Kasumijoka Utaha's waist. Kasumijoka Utaha's breathing was slightly ragged. But perhaps because Kato Megumi was here, she was still holding on to a sliver of rationality. Knowing the story behind the 600-page love letter, Kasumijoka Utaha understood clearly that if something had really happened to Yakuma Azuma, Kato Megumi would not be standing here so calmly. But reason was one thing. At this moment, the fact that she was gripping the knife wasn't just for show. Mimizumitsu's face turned slightly pale. She hurriedly, as quickly as she could, recounted the entire story of the identity swap. Kasumijoka Utaha listened halfway before putting the knife back in its place. However, her gaze toward Mimizumitsu remained far from friendly. Since the day before yesterday, she had already felt that something was off. Today, after just 2 sentences, she was absolutely certain the person in front of her was definitely not Yakuma Azuma. The personalities were too different. Thinking of Hogyoka Maru, Kasumijoka Utaha immediately linked the situation to supernatural phenomena. After a brief silence, she turned away and left. Even though she understood that the swap wasn't Mimizumitsu's fault, Kasumijoka Utaha still didn't want to talk to her. Watching her retreating figure ascend the stairs and disappear onto the 2nd floor, Mimizumitsu let out a sigh. Kasumijoka-senpai doesn't actually have anything against you. She's just taking out her anger elsewhere. Kato Megumi spoke up to explain. Mimizumitsu nodded. "I get it. Honestly, that kind of reaction is normal. Kato-san, you're a little too gentle." Hearing this, Kato Megumi simply smiled quietly without responding. She was being this kind to Mimizumitsu because of Yakuma Azuma. In reality, her feelings weren't all that different from Kasumijoka Utaha's, it was just that she expressed them differently. I'll go to sleep first. Hopefully, I'll switch back soon." Mimizumitsu slumped and walked toward her room. "At least eat dinner first." Kato Megumi pulled her back. Then, she stepped into the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out the ingredients, and started preparing dinner. Nighttime. Mimizumitsu lay on the bed, eyes closed, trying to fall asleep. Kato Megumi sat at the edge of the bed. To avoid putting pressure on Mimizumitsu, she didn't look at her, but instead picked up the Bunny Girl Senpai book on the table and buried herself in reading. Even though Mimizumitsu was tense, she had been exhausted from the entire day. About half an hour later, she finally drifted into sleep. Once Kato Megumi confirmed that Mimizumitsu was fast asleep, she finally lifted her head, fixing her gaze on the girl lying on the bed, her eyes never wavering for even a second. Before long, the door to the room was pushed open. Kasumijoka Utaha also stepped inside, pulled up a chair, and sat down beside Kato Megumi. Chapter 158, We Are Lovers. Yukima Azuma's room. Mimizu Mitsuo had fallen into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi and Kasumijoka Utaha were still sitting by the edge of the bed. What do you think? Azuma-san must have his own reasons. I don't want to cause him any more trouble. Oh. Actually, I can understand Kasumijoka-senpai's feelings. You don't need to comfort me. After this brief exchange, neither of them said anything more. Time quietly passed by. It was nearing midnight. The two girls sitting by the bed gradually began to feel the onset of sleep. Fatigue quickly took over their minds. Kato Megumi propped her hands on the bed, furrowing her brows, trying to keep her eyes open. Kasumijoka Utaha tried to stand up, but her body wouldn't listen to her will. In a daze, the moment when the old day transitioned into the new one arrived. Unable to resist the sleepiness, both of them slumped down by the edge of the bed, falling into a deep sleep. In the silent room, Yukima Azuma opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He looked at the two girls who had fallen asleep by the bed. His emotions were tangled. He was surprised by their sharpness and also moved by their feelings for him. With just a few brief exchanges, they had realized that the person they were talking to, though with the same face and voice, was completely not him. This, perhaps, could only be called love. But at this moment, Yukima Azuma felt a little scared. The past few days had passed peacefully. It was because he had always stood in the middle, balancing everything. Giving each girl special attention. That's why the relationship issues could be delayed until now. But this time, even just leaving for a short while, everything was exposed right before his eyes. Between these two girls, which one should he choose? This question, in fact, Yukima Azuma had already had an answer for a long time. He chose all of them. But that was only his own thought. Would these two girls, and even Ariri, Yukino Shita Yukino, agree with that? Normally speaking, there would be no way that could be acceptable. These girls, in his memory, were all heroines. They were not possessions of anyone. They had their own feelings, their own love. Kasumijoka was proud. Kato Megumi was sharp. Ariri was arrogant yet clumsy. Yukino was righteous yet cold. Could people like them truly compromise their feelings for a single person? Yukima Azuma had declared his intent to form a harem, but whether it would happen was still an unknown. Even he himself could only say that he would try his best. Temporarily pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Yukima Azuma gently sat up without making a sound. Then, he leaned down, wrapped his arms around the slumped Kasumijoka Utaha, and placed her on the bed. Next, he picked up Kato Megumi, placing her on the outside. Finally, he laid down in the middle. No matter what happens tomorrow, he still had to do this. After all, he couldn't let these two girls just sleep by the edge of the bed until morning. They would surely wake up with sore backs. It was a big mistake to let them worry like this. How could he let them suffer physical pain? And why not carry them to their own rooms? It could only be said that the things one must face, sooner or later, must be faced. The next morning, Kasumijoka Utaha sensed the change in light, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she gradually woke from her sleep. Before even opening her eyes, she smelled a familiar and pleasant scent. Something warm stirred in her chest. It felt like she was hugging a large body pillow. And this pillow was truly comfortable to sleep with. Kasumijoka almost wanted to fall back asleep. But wait, did she have a pillow like this in her room? Something felt off, and Kasumijoka opened her eyes. She looked down and saw the sleeping face of a young man. No wonder it felt so incredibly comfortable. Yukima Azuma had curled up into her arms, becoming a living body pillow. The corner of Kasumijoka's mouth couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. Her arm that had been draped over his neck gently lifted, intending to stroke his cheek. However, as soon as she raised her hand, she met a gaze from the opposite side. No matter how subtle it may be, the bed wasn't that big. Kato Megumi's presence couldn't be ignored. Kasumijoka Utaha and Kato Megumi, who had no idea when she woke up, stared at each other. The air was a little awkward. But after that brief moment of eye contact, Kasumijoka couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph rise within her. Whether Yukima Azuma had intentionally curled up against her, or simply unconsciously shifted toward her while sleeping, no matter what, he was in her arms now. Kato Megumi saw through Kasumijoka-senpai's thoughts. But she didn't say much. She just gently pulled herself out of Yukima Azuma's embrace under the blanket. She had woken up early. And as soon as she opened her eyes, Kato Megumi realized she was being tightly held in his arms. She buried her head into the blanket to check. She found that his hands were holding her tightly, almost as if he didn't want to let go. At first, Kato Megumi was quite happy about it. But when she lifted her head out of the blanket, she saw Yakama Azuma's body nestled in Kasumijoka's arms. Immediately, the girl, with a face like tuberoses, pouted slightly. But when she saw Kasumijoka-senpai waking up, Kato Megumi quickly hid her expression. She also took this opportunity to gently pull herself out of Yakama Azuma's embrace. If she didn't do so, he'd be in big trouble later. But deep down, Kato Megumi couldn't help but sigh quietly. She wasn't the type to be this accommodating. Maybe it was because she loved him so much, spoiling him to the point where even her own limits had become blurry. After a few seconds of facing each other, Kasumijoka Utaha also released Yakama Azuma. She reached out and poked his forehead. Yakama Azuma gradually woke up, his eyes darting around as he took in the scene before him. Utaha-senpai, Megumi, good morning. Kato Megumi sat up, quietly covering her mouth as she smiled to herself. Kasumijoka, being more direct, glared at him, then sat up and lightly kicked his leg with her little foot, wrapped in black stockings. So, Yakama Azuma obediently sat up, giving the impression of someone who was about to seriously face the consequences. Seeing his demeanor, the anger Kasumijoka Utaha had been feeling suddenly dissipated by more than half. The remaining anger, she directed at Yakama Azuma, coldly asking, "Don't you plan on explaining yourself?" She was only angry because something like this had happened, and he hadn't said a word to her about it. When something like this happens, shouldn't they face it together? He hadn't even bothered to discuss it with her. It felt like he was treating her as an outsider. Kato Megumi had similar thoughts. The swap was something Yakama Azuma couldn't control. But if he were to explain, at least they could help in some way. "I was wrong, please forgive me this time." Yakama Azuma clasped his hands together, looking as though he was sincerely apologizing. "Oh, and Utaha-senpai and Megumi haven't had breakfast yet, right? How about I make some wons? And while we eat, I'll explain everything. No excuses. No pretending not to understand what they were talking about." Yakama Azuma directly expressed his attitude. Then, he obediently tried to make up for his mistake. This was the way of Yakama Azuma. After all, what had happened couldn't be changed by any explanation now. Since everything had already been exposed, it was better to fix things quickly before it was too late. Kasumijoka Utaha sighed helplessly. Kato Megumi simply smiled faintly. Despite being angry earlier, in this moment, both girls were soothed by the boys' efforts. The three of them moved to the living room. Yakama Azuma finished making the wontons and placed them in front of the two girls. Then, he went back to the kitchen, got his own portion, and sat at the table. At that moment, Yakama Azuma began to briefly recount the story of Itomori Town. In short, he had been entrusted by the guardian god of that place. He traveled to Itomori Town 3 years ago, attempting to save the town which was being affected by fragments of the comet Charlotte that had fallen. After hearing Yakama Azuma's story, Kasumijoka Utaha furrowed her brow. Although she had encountered supernatural abilities before, things related to gods were somewhat beyond her comprehension. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi, hearing about such miraculous things for the first time, couldn't help but be amazed. Even though she had witnessed it with her own eyes, she was still in awe. After a moment of processing the story, Kasumijoka Utaha was the first to speak up. "What if you don't succeed? Will there be any consequences? Does that god threaten you in any way?" In Kasumijoka's eyes, although the lives lost in the disaster in Itomari Town were tragic and she sympathized with them, but in her heart, they were no match for Yakama Azuma's well-being. Kasumijoka Utaha may have a kind nature, but she could easily disregard everything for the one she cared about. Therefore, compared to the town of Itomori, she was more concerned about whether this would affect Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma shook his head. "It won't affect anything. To put it plainly, I can stop this swap whenever I want. Although I say it's a god, it seems their abilities are very limited, otherwise, they wouldn't have needed my help. Even if I fail, that guardian god of Itomori would probably just sigh about it, but can't do anything." Upon hearing this, Kasumijoka Utaha felt much more relieved. If it was just an effort-based commission like this, then there was really no major problem. "Has Azuma-san come up with any plans? Do you need our help with anything?" Kato Megumi asked. "I have a few ideas for now," Yakama Azuma replied, sighing. "If we were in the same timeline, Megumi and Senpai would definitely be able to help a lot. But from 3 years ago, it's really a bit difficult to reach." The two girls glanced at each other. Both understood that Yakama Azuma was probably just comforting them. But if he said it that way, then there was a high chance they really couldn't help much. "When will this swap end?" Kasumijoka Utaha asked. 5 more times." Yakama Azuma answered truthfully. Kasumijoka Utaha nodded, not saying anything further. After finishing breakfast, Kasumajoka Utaha hugged Hogiokamaru and returned to her room. Yokama Azuma got up, preparing to take Kato Megumi home. Last night, Kato Megumi had stayed out all night. Moreover, it seemed like she hadn't informed her family about the urgent situation. As they left Yokama's house, the two walked towards Kato's home. Today, Kato Megumi seemed somewhat quieter. Yokama Azuma of course noticed this. Throughout the walk, he kept wondering how he should approach the subject. It wasn't until they reached Detective Hill, looking up at the hill where the fateful meeting had taken place, that Yokama Azuma seemed to see the figure of a girl amid the cherry blossom rain from that day. Megumi, we're lovers, you know. Yokama Azuma suddenly said something abrupt. But Kato Megumi immediately understood. Yokama Azuma was referring to the conversation she had with Mimizu Mitsuo yesterday. At that time, she had vaguely described their lover relationship. And now, Yokama Azuma was bringing it up again, but with an incredibly firm tone. Chapter 159, Kato Megumi's Reluctance. The summer breeze blew through the cherry trees along the slope. The leaves rustled softly. A sparrow flew from the distant sky and landed on a branch. There was already another sparrow sitting there. The two birds stood together, seemingly leaning on each other. Why suddenly bring this up? Kato Megumi's fingers began to twirl a strand of her hair. This small action of hers was often a sign of unease within her. Yokama Azuma looked seriously into Kato Megumi's eyes, carefully observing even the smallest changes in her expression. Here, he had to be as cautious as possible. One small slip-up could result in losing everything. Why suddenly? Since Megumi accepted my love letter, aren't we already a couple? Yokama Azuma deliberately mentioned the love letter. He wasn't bringing it up to soothe Kato Megumi's dissatisfaction. Rather, he was trying to provoke her emotions to the surface. As expected, when the love letter was mentioned seemed to be touched at her weak point. She immediately looked up, staring straight at Yokama Azuma with her clear, watery eyes. 600 pages of love letters had led her into this without a way out. But the one who started all of this, Yokama Azuma, seemed to easily step back from the situation. Could she and he really be called a couple? If so, then, what about Kasumajoka Utaha, Yukino Shita Yukino, Soraginko, how are there? Oh, and also Sawamura Eri? Kato Megumi looked straight into Yokama Azuma's eyes, reading out each name one by one. She seemed to be forcing him to give an answer. With Kato Megumi's personality, when it came to someone she liked, she would never openly say such things. Instead of declaring her stance clearly and making her lover feel troubled, she usually preferred to quietly stay by their side. Like a gentle spring rain, softly melting away all obstacles bit by bit. But this time, Kato Megumi spoke up. Because not long ago, she had realized something. And that was how deep her feelings for Yokama Azuma had grown. It was no longer just a simple liking, it had become a love she couldn't let go of. When she realized Yokama Azuma could be replaced by a stranger, Kato Megumi felt her heart hollow out, as if everything had been drained from her. She was not only afraid of losing Yokama Azuma, but also afraid of his very disappearance. Once she realized her love had reached this point, the issues she had deliberately ignored before, Kato Megumi could no longer avoid them. There were many exceptional girls around Yokama Azuma. Could they really just keep living like this forever? If one person was to eventually be pushed out of that circle. Kato Megumi thought that the sooner she clarified things, the better, as it would lessen the pain. If she wasn't important to Yokama Azuma, then being discarded right now would be the best option. In the future, her Azuma would suffer less heartache. As for herself, she would rather cut off things once and for all than let the dull knife keep cutting bit by bit. With this thought, Kato Megumi's voice became resolute. Azuma-san, would you be able to maintain your friendship with all of them for my sake? Yokama Azuma shook his head. That wasn't realistic. At least, Utaha-senpai and Eri, the two of them had already crossed the boundary of friendship. To ask them to return to that boundary. It would be better to kill Yokama Azuma. Seeing him shake his head, Kato Megumi puffed out her lips. That's too straightforward. At least pretend to hesitate a little. She said with some dissatisfaction. Even though she had expected the answer, hearing such a firm response felt too harsh. She let out a small sigh. Suddenly, Kato Megumi felt that this might be for the best. Her Azuma wouldn't be too heartbroken, which could be considered a small blessing in the midst of misfortune. So, Azuma-san, please don't bring up the lover thing anymore. I'm fine, but if others hear it, it will definitely cause misunderstandings. If that happens, Azuma-san will have a headache, you'll see. I'll go ahead now, bye-bye. With that, Kato Megumi began to step up Detective Hill. At the top of the slope, just a little further, and she'd be home. For Yokama Azuma to continue walking her back, she thought that would be too cruel. Even she couldn't be so forgiving. As a result, before she could take another step, Kato Megumi felt her hand being held back. The grip was tight, and she couldn't easily pull away, unable to just leave. So, Kato Megumi turned her head and blinked, looking at Yakuma Azuma. "We're definitely a couple, and that can't be changed no matter what. Azuma-san, don't be underhanded, you're the one who said you couldn't keep a normal relationship with the others." I did say that. "Then, Azuma-san, stop being capricious. Do you want everyone to be your lover too?" "Yes, I want that." Yakuma Azuma nodded. Kato Megumi froze for a moment, then puffed her cheeks in anger. She looked at Yakuma Azuma with an expression of helplessness. "Azuma-san, are you a child? Only children would say something like that." Her tone was light, with no reproach. There was no anger in her heart, just a simple sense of confusion. Kato Megumi thought Yakuma Azuma wasn't the type of person to say something so impulsive. Because how could that possibly become a reality? "Exactly because I'm not a child, that's why I can say I want everything." Yakuma Azuma tightened his grip on Kato Megumi's hand, refusing to loosen it even a little. "When I was a kid, I had nothing. I experienced enough loneliness. So now, when I have the ability, I won't let go of anything I want. I like Kato Megumi, I love a gentle Megumi. No matter who tries to separate us, I won't accept it. Even if it's you, I won't agree. I have many ways to make that happen." As he spoke, Yakuma Azuma raised his other hand and gently touched Kato Megumi's cheek. Kato Megumi's breath became quick, her emotions tangled like a ball of yarn. She could only stare at Yakuma Azuma's hand as it reached toward her. Although her heart was still pounding, she didn't feel sweetness. This forcefulness had an effect on her, but if used on others, it would definitely backfire. Kasumijoka-senpai was a proud person, not easily bent. Sawamura-san had a fragile heart, if handled too roughly, she would only shatter. As for Sora Ginkgo, Kato Megumi didn't know her well, but she didn't think that person would accept such mere coercion. Even if she were by Yakuma Azuma's side, she would only watch him sink into sorrow every day. Just as Kato Megumi sighed inwardly. Yakuma Azuma's fingers brushed her cheek, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Then, suddenly, he pulled his hand back. All she saw was his empty hand. Suddenly, a bright red rose appeared. Its vivid color bloomed before her eyes, causing Kato Megumi to freeze for a moment. Yakuma Azuma gently shook the rose in his hand. The light fragrance of the flower reached Kato Megumi's nose. "Impressive, right? This one's for you, Megumi. I have many more tricks up my sleeve, ways to make you willingly stay by my side." Looking at the beautiful flower swaying before her eyes, Kato Megumi suddenly burst out laughing. Well, it was true, Azuma-san wasn't a child. He had many ways. How could it be like a child, just clutching tightly to what they liked without letting go? She reached out to take the rose. She sighed softly. "So, Azuma-san, are you determined to build a harem? You all are my wings." Azuma-san, saying it so bluntly, even I would get angry. Kato Megumi's fingers touched Yakuma Azuma's waist, giving it a gentle twist. Earlier, Yakuma Azuma had told her not to spoil him too much. If she was angry, she could pinch his soft waist. But Kato Megumi had never been able to do that. Now she realized that he had been scheming from the start. Back then, he had just given himself an escape route. A little pinch, wouldn't it soothe the anger? And Yakuma Azuma immediately grimaced, acting as though it hurt terribly. Kato Megumi let go of him, not having used much force at all, and she found herself feeling both angry and amused. She took a deep breath. Then, she reached out to poke Yakuma Azuma's cheek. "Words like that, it's fine to say them to me, but if you say them in front of the other girls, I'm sure Azuma-san will be hated. Please don't do that." Yakuma Azuma nodded seriously. Seeing him nod, Kato Megumi let out a small snort. Then, she took Yakuma Azuma's hand and pulled him up Detective Hill. "I baked some cookies. Azuma-san, take some with you. They should be pretty good." Yakuma Azuma found himself being led by Kato Megumi as they walked up the Detective Hill. In that moment, his heart ached again. He had prepared himself to be scolded by Kato Megumi, to hear harsh words, or even to be slapped. He was also prepared for how to comfort her afterward. But all his preparations were for nothing. The girl in front of him accepted it all too calmly, making Yakuma Azuma feel heartbroken. Kato Megumi deserved to be with someone better. But he truly didn't want to let her go. He was sure this had hurt her. All he could do was make it up to her later. "I agreed, yet Azuma-san is sulking. Should I make a bigger fuss instead?" Kato Megumi's soft voice rang out. Yakuma Azuma suddenly looked up. But he realized that Kato Megumi, walking ahead, hadn't looked back at all. Mostly because she understood him too well. She could guess exactly what he was thinking. No need for Azuma-san to use such little tricks. "I've already realized I can't live without Azuma-san. Kato Megami's voice was light and joyful. When was it? Maybe from the very first day she met Yakama Azuma. The moment that young boy transferred into the class and took the initiative to talk to her. From that moment, she knew she couldn't leave the boy who introduced himself as Yakama Azuma. She just hadn't realized it before. After all, when you love someone, you don't recognize it immediately. It wasn't until she was standing under the gymnasium after a physical fitness test, watching his figure, that she suddenly realized, so I like him. It wasn't until she saw the young boy walking toward her, injured, that her heart tightened, her face turned cold, and she finally understood, so I can feel this heartache for him. Confessions have always been an unnecessary display. Love letters can never fully express the depth of one's feelings. Because confessing isn't the beginning of love, it's simply an honest declaration after recognizing love. And love letters aren't tools to speed up the process of winning someone's heart, but a keepsake after success. Kato Megami had already sunk deep into it. Have I spoiled you too much, Megami? Well, what can I do? Because I like Azuma-san. I love Azuma, so I can't help but be like this. Chapter 160, Kato Megami's First Time Detective Hill. Yakama Azuma and Kato Megami held hands, standing on the slope, looking down below. In fact, not only does the view of the slope look beautiful from below, but it's also stunning from above. Yakama Azuma looked towards the day during spring break, the spot where he had once stood. At that corner, there was a cherry blossom tree behind him. When the wind blows in the spring, it seems that a beautiful cherry blossom rain would fall there. The slope was not smooth at all, filled with many rough and uneven spots. What is the probability that a white beret would roll down the slope all the way to the corner of the street? Yakama Azuma couldn't figure it out, but it was definitely a rare event that could only happen with luck. Before spring break, one day I met Azuma-san here. Azuma-san didn't just pick up my hat, but also helped me put it back on. Kato Megami's recollection carried a sweet feeling. The legendary fateful meeting. Yakama Azuma blinked at Kato Megami. For me, the day Azuma-san transferred here was truly a fateful meeting. The corner of Kato Megami's mouth slightly curved up. The two of them admired the scenery for a while, then looked away. After walking down the street for a while, they reached Kato's house. Are Megami's parents home? As he asked, Yakama Azuma rummaged through the backpack he was carrying. He had deliberately brought a bag today. Inside were some gifts prepared for meeting the parents. For example, canned tea, alcohol, and some beautiful jewelry. Speaking of which, some of these were bought by Mimizu Mitsuo. The rose he had just conjured using magic to give to Kato Megami was also something he had prepared earlier in the bag. They're not here. Azuma-san doesn't need to worry, my parents are at the company during the day. Kato Megami smiled slyly beside him. Upon hearing this, Yakama Azuma zipped up his bag. Well then, next time. Meeting the parents didn't have to be rushed. Kato Megami took the key and opened the door to her house. She then pulled Yakama Azuma inside. From the shoe rack, Kato Megami took out a brand new pair of indoor slippers that had been prepared in advance and handed them to Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma changed into the slippers and went into the living room with Kato Megami. Sure enough, there was no one home. Kato Megami pressed him to sit on the sofa. Then, she went into the kitchen to prepare tea. Yakama Azuma sat on the sofa, curiously looking around, when he suddenly remembered something and asked, Megami's parents aren't home, so what about your sister? Isn't she supposed to be on break at home recently? At that moment, Kato Megami came out of the kitchen with the tea. As she handed the cup of tea to Yakama Azuma, she replied, she said yesterday that she had a class reunion today and won't be back until the evening. She definitely isn't home right now. Okay, Azuma-san, just sit here and wait for me for a bit, I'm going to make cookies. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma smiled and shook his head. You're making them right now? I was supposed to make them yesterday, but you were causing trouble, Azuma-san. Yesterday, Kato Megami had came to Toyogasaki to get the cookbook she had left in her desk drawer. She had brought it to school last time and flipped through it during break. As a result, she had forgotten to bring it back. I feel really guilty. Let me help out as compensation? Azuma-san, just sit quietly. I'll make it myself. What's the point of you helping? The two of them chatted lively in the living room. But neither of them knew that on the other side of the hall the door to a room quietly cracked open a small gap. Kato Hirumi peeked her head out, sneaking a glance. At first, she really had planned to go to the class reunion at university. She was about to graduate this year, and everyone had arranged to meet up before graduation. However, Kato Megami hadn't returned home last night. When she woke up, no one was home. Normally, in the morning, Kato Megami would wake Kato Hirumi up for breakfast. So today, Kato Hirumi hadn't set an alarm. As a result, she had slept straight through until now. She definitely had skipped the class reunion. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was Kato Hirumi listened to the cheerful conversation in the living room. She felt it was best to pretend she wasn't home. With her younger sister's personality, she knew for sure that before she was completely certain of her feelings, Megumi wouldn't bring anyone home. Moreover, after hearing that exchange, the level of intimacy was already too much. Knowing her sister well, Kato Hirumi understood that Kato Megumi, when talking to ordinary friends, was much more careful with her expressions. But when talking to the boy she brought home, her tone was overly natural. It was even more comfortable than when talking to her own sister. It was like an old married couple who had been together for many years. She stuck her head out to peek. But she really couldn't see the situation from the sofa. Kato Hirumi quietly closed the door to her room. She then went to the window of her room. If she could, she really wanted to climb out and go sit at the family restaurant nearby for a while. But unfortunately, even though her room was on the first floor, there was a burglar-proof mesh outside the window. The gap was only wide enough for a child to squeeze through. She tried but couldn't. Kato Hirumi reluctantly sat back down on the edge of the bed and sighed. Well then, she would just stay in her room. Once they left, she would go out and pretend she had just come home. As someone with experience, Kato Hirumi knew all too well that at times like this, her sister absolutely didn't want to be disturbed. However, after sitting for a while, Kato Hirumi's stomach started growling loudly. Thinking about having a big meal out today, she had eaten very little last night. And she hadn't eaten anything this morning. Now, it was almost noon. At that moment, from the crack in the door, the sweet scent of cookies wafted into the room. Kato Hirumi felt entranced and collapsed onto the bed. This was torture. She endured for a while. Finally, Kato Hirumi couldn't stand the growling hunger anymore. She quietly sneaked to the door again. She opened it a little, peeking outside. She thought that her sister had brought a guy home. They couldn't just be hanging out in the living room, right? Either they had gone outside with the cookies, or they had gone to Kato Megumi's room. Whichever it was, once they were distracted, she would seize the chance to sneak out first. She needed to eat, after all. At that moment, Kato Hirumi suddenly saw, behind the sofa, a young man stand up. She finally got a clear view of his appearance. He was definitely over 1.8 meters tall, which was quite a striking height in Japan. He was wearing only a simple white t-shirt and black shorts, but his figure suited the outfit perfectly, leaving a great impression. His looks were undeniable. His skin was so smooth that even a girl like Kato Hirumi would envy him. Adding to that were his sharp, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, making him extremely handsome. Having seen him clearly, Kato Hirumi couldn't help but gasp. Did her sister really bring her boyfriend home? Was he not just some male host hired to come home with her? The thought flashed in her mind but was immediately dismissed. After all, Megumi wasn't the type of girl like that. Moreover, this boy would be wasting his talents if he were a host. Done, try it. So it's Pocky. Azuma-san gave me a box last time, so I wanted to try making it myself. It looks good, but these cookies. If I were eating them alone, they wouldn't be much fun. The conversation between the two of them reached Kato Hirumi's ears. Soon after, she saw her younger sister who was nibbling on a Pocky stick move closer to the guy. Without hesitation, he bit the other end of the stick. The distance between them gradually shortened with each piece of the biscuit being devoured. Finally, as expected, their lips completely met. Kato Hirumi's face turned a bit warm. She quietly pulled her head back into the room. My sister is being too forward. No, looking at this, it must be mutual feelings. But calling this eating a biscuit? Ridiculous. She mumbled in dissatisfaction. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but peek her head out again. The result, those two still hadn't separated. Kato Hirumi quickly retracted. This time, her face turned a little red. It's been too long. Not to mention eating Pocky, even a normal kiss probably wouldn't last this long, right? Another 20 seconds later, Kato Hirumi stuck her head out for the third time. Still not done? This time, she decided to wait a full 40 seconds. Finally, when she peeked out for the fourth time, the two of them finally pulled apart. Moreover, they were holding hands, walking up the stairs, seemingly heading for Kato Megumi's room. Kato Hirumi sighed in relief, quietly sneaking out of the room. As she passed the kitchen, she grabbed 2 Pocky sticks, quickly chewing them down. Just 3 seconds. She muttered with frustration, then rushed out the door, trying to open it as quietly as possible and slip outside. On the other side, Yakama Azuma was being pulled up the stairs by Kato Megumi. They went straight to her room's door. This is the first time a boy has been in my room, Megumi whispered. Azuma wasn't nervous at first, but after hearing this, he felt a little anxious. What would Megumi's room be like? Various images of a cute room appeared in Azuma's mind. But soon, those images started to become more ordinary. Megumi opened the door. The scene that greeted his eyes was almost exactly what he had imagined. Just as I thought, it's Megumi's style, a very ordinary girl's room. There's no helping it, I'm just a normal girl. But if you look closely, there are many details that are distinctly Megumi. Really? Small details that touch the heart, only noticeable when you observe carefully, just like Megumi. Kato Megumi's cheeks involuntarily flushed. She pulled Azuma into the room. Before he could observe everything, he saw Megumi sit on the edge of the bed and gently pat the empty space beside her. Azuma instinctively swallowed. This action. Is it a hint? No matter how you think about it, it can only be that. Azuma stepped forward and sat next to Megumi. Before he could say anything, he was pulled down by Megumi, and they both fell onto the bed, bathed in the soft pink hue of a girl's room. Megumi took the initiative to kiss him. Then, there was the sound of fabric rubbing. Beside the bed. On Kato Megumi's desk. In the pencil holder, there was a yellow bamboo card. The relationship fortune-telling, Daikatsu. Day and night, thinking of it, with a jewel in hand, hearts and minds in mutual understanding, wisdom leads to destiny. Chapter 161, See you again after 3 years. My Imudo, the lovers entangled in bed at night, a pear tree crushes the begonia. Kato Megumi, of course, had made up her mind. She was the type of person who wasn't good at hiding her feelings. After she had clearly understood Yakuma Azuma's attitude today, if she couldn't be apart from him, then she should boldly claim him, decisively keep him by her side. Of course, there was still some shyness. But compared to the love that was deeply ingrained in her bones, a little girl's embarrassment meant nothing. By the time the evening light had faded outside the window, Kato Megumi pushed Azuma out of her house. Although she really wanted to stay wrapped up with him at this moment, she needed to calm down a little. After sending Yakuma Azuma away, Kato Megumi leisurely returned to the living room. On her fair and beautiful face, there were still traces of tears, and a hint of blush that hadn't faded. No one knew what was going through her mind. Her expression constantly changed. It started with bashfulness, then joy, happiness, and finally, a gentle reluctance. Passing by the kitchen, Kato Megumi suddenly stopped. Why were 2 pocky sticks missing from the plate? She stepped in and carefully counted again. Sure enough, 2 sticks were missing. She had made a total of 30 sticks. Yakuma Azuma took 10. The 2 of them had eaten 1. But now, only 17 were left. Kato Megumi glanced toward her sister's room. Immediately, her cheeks turned bright red. She set the box of cookies down, then quickly ran upstairs, back to her room to clean up the mess. Evening. When Kato Hirami returned from outside, she saw her younger sister sitting on the sofa in the living room, her expression somewhat dark. Sis, were you home this morning? Kato Megumi asked, her tone sounding light. But for some reason, there was a hint of a frightening gloom in it. No, I went to a class reunion early this morning. Kato Hirami immediately shook her head in denial without thinking. Upon hearing this, Kato Megumi simply responded with a no. Then, she turned and went into the kitchen. Not long after, she brought out 2 portions of dinner. Come eat dinner. Kato Megumi called. Kato Hirami hesitated for a moment. If she hadn't quickly denied it earlier, would there still be any dinner left? Another day passed just like that. The days that followed after Mimizumitsu swapped with Yakuma Azuma, thanks to Kato Megumi's help, everything went very smoothly, with no more incidents. As for Yakuma Azuma, his plan was also progressing steadily, step by step. Days passed without anything noteworthy. On days of identity swaps, Yakuma Azuma would mostly run over to Sawa's house. He stayed with Sawao Yuki, telling stories, writing drafts, and cooking. Time just passed like that. The first volume of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, published by Sawao Yuki, began to create a stir. Although there was no grand promotional campaign initially, the sales didn't break any records. But just relying on the quality of the story, the magical fever started to spread across Japan. Since it was a serious novel and not a light novel, it leaning more toward Western literature. After Yakuma Azuma solved the translation issues, the export process also went smoothly. But he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he still had 3 years. By the last 7 days of the identity swap, Harry Potter had become extremely famous. Yakuma Azuma had also completed the entire series. At Sawa's house. The story can be temporarily concluded here. Yakuma Azuma said, drawing a circle to mark the end on the manuscript. Then, he gathered the final pages and set them aside on the table. Sawao Yuki was no longer lying on the bed but sitting next to the table. She was resting her head on the table, tilting it to look at him. More than a month had passed. Her asthma had nearly completely healed. Even after intense physical activity, she no longer had any issues. Moreover, thanks to over a month of careful care from Yakuma Azuma, Sawao Yuki's body had undergone noticeable changes. From a slender girl, she now had healthier, more balanced proportions. and Yakuma Azuma's gaze unintentionally lingered on Soayuki's chest. It had only been a little over a month. The rate of growth was honestly a bit too much. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes every day, Yakuma Azuma might even have suspected that Soayuki had something stuffed inside her shirt. Noticing his gaze, Soayuki didn't get angry. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest. Yakuma Azuma looked away, reaching out to tap her forehead lightly. Nyan. Soayuki held her forehead and let out a cute whine. I didn't use that much force, stop pretending. Yakuma Azuma said helplessly. Humphrey. As my Onii-chan-sama, you should care for me more. Soayuki removed her hand from her forehead, speaking with righteous indignation. Yakuma Azuma lightly pinched her cheek. The elasticity was noticeable. Her face had gained some flesh, soft and smooth, making it hard not to touch. It seemed that the nutritious meals were worth the effort he put into planning every meal. After a moment of inner admiration, Yakuma Azuma's mood gradually calmed. Only one more week he would have to say goodbye to this cute little sister of his. Soayuki, sensitive to the change in his mood, immediately sensed the shift. For a moment, her heart fluttered in anxiety. But she quickly regained her composure. Onii-chan-sama, what are you going to do with the royalties from the sales? It's accumulated to quite a considerable amount now. Soayuki said, pulling out a revenue report from the drawer and handing it to Yakuma Azuma. He took it, glancing over it from the preliminary estimates. It was definitely more than enough. After setting the report down, is the map of Gaifu Prefecture ready? Yakuma Azuma asked. Soayuki nodded. She pulled out a prepared map from the drawer. Yakuma Azuma unfolded the map. After observing for a moment, he quickly found the location of Itomori Town on the Gaifu Prefecture map. Right next to Itomori Town there was an inland lake, called Lake Itomori. Speaking of which, Lake Itomori was not a natural lake. It was the result of a fragment from a comet that fell to Earth 1200 years ago, altering the geography of the area. Yakuma Azuma picked up a pen. He drew a few lines around the area near Itomori Town by Lake Itomori. He circled part of the region. Then, he pushed the map towards Soayuki. Yuki, can you help me with something? Soayuki didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. Just tell me, Onii-chan, as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely complete it. Soayuki knew well Yakuma Azuma didn't come to her every day just to be by her side. He had his own goal. And once that goal was achieved, this extraordinary encounter across time and space would come to an end. But even so, if Yakuma Azuma asked for her help with anything, she would still do her best to fulfill it. Even if it was something she couldn't accomplish right away, she would try her best to make it happen in the time left. It's not really that difficult. Yakuma Azuma said, pointing at the area he had marked on the map. I want you to buy this plot of land. We'll use the royalties from Harry Potter to pay for it. The deadline is 3 years. As long as it's completed before then, it's fine. If the royalties aren't enough, just sell part of the movie adaptation rights, that should cover it. The remaining money, consider it a gift from me to you. As your Onii-chan-sama, I've never given you a present before. Once you've bought it, just announce it's for building a resort. But no construction is needed, just make sure no one lives in that area. After hearing Yakuma Azuma's instructions, Soayuki nodded seriously. She carefully noted down every detail. Although Yakuma Azuma's request was a bit strange, Soayuki didn't ask a single question. She simply prepared to carry it out. Once everything that needed to be said was done, Yakuma Azuma fell silent. What needed to be done was essentially finished. Soayuki was the eldest daughter of the Soa family. As long as there were enough funds, buying part of the land in Itomori Town wouldn't be a big issue. As for the stubborn people who refused to leave, they would be compensated appropriately. Then, the god of Itomori would pull them into a dream, sending them visions. If even that didn't convince them to leave, then it could only be said that it's hard to convince those who are about to die. Thinking this, Yakuma Azuma felt the god of Itomori probably wouldn't mind. So the plan to save Itomori Town was now complete. But at the same time, he had to think how to explain this to Soayuki. Before he could figure it out, Soayuki spoke first. Onii-chan. How many days are left? She had deliberately avoided asking about the time limit before. But now Yakuma Azuma's attitude showed the deadline was drawing near. So it was time to clarify things. Yakuma Azuma sighed helplessly. Soayuki was a very smart girl, of course, she had figured out some things. 6.5 days. He said honestly. Soayuki nodded. The room fell silent again. Soayuki, usually full of energy, now couldn't find the words to say. She lowered her head, her locks of hair hung down, like a silk curtain, hiding her face in that moment. No one knew what she was feeling inside. Time passed, but how long, no one knew. Soayuki finally lifted her head again. On her face she forced a smile. I see then, for the time left, Anya-chan has to stay by my side and take care of me properly, okay? Seeing her like this, Yakuma Azuma reached out and gently patted her smooth, black hair. My name is Yakuma Azuma, I live in Shibuya, Tokyo, he said, a bit helplessly. At that, the dullness in Saoyuki's eyes immediately lit up with life. The corners of her mouth also instinctively curved upward. But right now, I don't know Yuki. You'll have to wait for 3 years. Only then will I recognize you again. Before that, you can't look for me. If you can accept this, then, 3 years later, we will meet again. Got it? Yakuma Azuma said seriously. Saoyuki nodded without hesitation. Chapter 162, Have you started liking him? Not being able to see Anya-chan for 3 years will definitely be a little lonely. But I will try to endure it, please rest assured, Anya-chan. Saoyuki solemnly promised Yakuma Azuma. Growing up in the prestigious Sawa family, Saoyuki's personality far surpassed that of other girls her age. As long as there was hope of meeting again, 3 years would pass quickly. Yakuma Azuma nodded slightly. Then, as if remembering something, he spoke, on the last day, I probably won't be able to stay with you. I have to make a trip to the mountains. Hearing this, Saoyuki's eyes immediately lit up. Is it to the shrine in the mountains of Itamari? Yakuma Azuma nodded and replied, I have to go to the shrine for a ritual. Recently, during their conversations, Saoyuki had also heard Yakuma Azuma talk about the god of Itamari. After all, this was a supernatural swapping. Being someone who knew the truth, Saoyuki was naturally curious. Besides asking Yakuma Azuma, she had also used the Sawa family's influence to gather some information. In fact, many details about the god of Itamari were told to Yakuma Azuma by Saoyuki herself. So, the moment she heard that he was going into the mountains, she immediately understood that it was to visit the shrine. The shrine worshipping the god of Itamari was not located in Itamori town but on a large mountain nearby. Ordinary shrines were built for easy access. Even if they were on mountains, there would still be trails and torii gates leading the way, meant to help people reach them for worship and offerings. But the god of Itamori was different. The shrine was located inside a hidden cave. For nearly 100 years, aside from the successor Miko of the Mimizu shrine making annual visits, no one else had ever set foot there. In fact, aside from those from the Mimizu shrine, perhaps no one in this world even knew the exact location of the Itamori shrine. According to the timeline, after the Mimizu shrine completed the ritual dance and finished weaving the kumihimo, it would also be time to enter the mountains for the ritual. That day coincided with the final day of Yakuma Azuma's identity swap. Can I come with you? Saoyuki seemed quite excited. I promise I won't cause trouble, just bringing my eyes, not my mouth. Saoyuki herself wasn't particularly interested in the god of Itamari. But this god had clearly manifested, bringing Yakuma Azuma to this place. Saoyuki thought that if something unpredictable happened 3 years later, she could go before the god of Itamori to find a way to change the situation. There's no issue with the Mimizu shrine, but will the Sawa family let you go that far? Yakuma Azuma was doubtful. Recently, he had also gained some understanding of the Sawa family's situation. Saoyuki was not only the legitimate eldest daughter but also a strong candidate to become the future heir of the family. Her importance to the Sawa household was unquestionable. Moreover, last time, when Saoyuki secretly ran away, she suffered an asthma attack. Based on that precedent, Yakuma Azuma found it hard to be optimistic about her chances of leaving home. Anya-chan has sneaked in here so many times, taking me out once shouldn't be a problem, right? Saoyuki playfully winked. Without thinking, Yakuma Azuma immediately shook his head. Then forget it. Why is that? Taking you out isn't the problem, but you'll definitely be punished when you return. So just stay home and focus on recovering. I've been fine for a long time now. I'm a healthy Bishujo now. Saoyuki placed her hands on her hips and spoke with confidence. After all, the pale complexion from her past illness had completely disappeared. Instead, she now had a healthy rosy glow. I heard that if you sneak out again, you'll be under house arrest for an entire year. It's fine, 1 year is 1 year. I can take the opportunity to focus on studying. Please, Anya-chan Anya-sama. Hearing this, Yakuma Azuma felt a bit helpless. Saoyuki's attitude was clearly like this since Yakuma Azuma was leaving anyway. And she had to wait 3 years. If that was the case, being under house arrest for 1 year wasn't a big deal. She could use the time to focus on studying the required subjects for inheriting the Sawa family. Completing these courses in advance and reaching the level needed to manage the Sawa family. That way, 3 years later, she would have time to look for Yakuma Azuma. Yuki's plan was meticulous. But if she were really placed under house arrest, then the next year of her life would basically become a dark period. No relaxation at all, only burying herself in harsh lessons every single day. After all, this little girl hadn't even entered high school yet. A childhood like that would be nothing but dull and lifeless. As the person she called Donnie-chan Sama, Yakama Azuma didn't want Yuki to have such a bleak past. Actually, whether I get locked up or not, I was planning to focus on my studies anyway. Just as Yakama Azuma was about to offer more advice, Yuki suddenly spoke up. Enduring these gloomy days now would allow her to chase after brighter colors in the future. Before meeting Yakama Azuma, Yuki had merely been passing her days. But now, she had suddenly gained this awareness. Looking at the young girl's face, still slightly childish, yet already exuding a determined expression in the end, Yakama Azuma nodded. Alright then, I'll come pick you up that day. Hearing that, Yuki immediately raised her hands and cheered, Yada, Onii-chan Sama-sku, Onii-chan Sama Banzai. And at the same time on the other side, Tokyo, Sensuji Temple. During the recent identity swaps, Mimizu had visited Meiji Shrine and strolled around Okanamizu. She had been to Tokyo's Sky Tree, admiring the panoramic view of the city from above. She had also stopped by the Tokyo Library, spending some time surrounded by a sea of books. And her final destination in Tokyo, Mimizu wanted to visit Sensuji Temple. She also intended to pray to the gods a little. After all, the identity exchange had happened. What if gods actually existed? Mimizu wanted to get into a university in Tokyo. She would do her best, of course, but if the gods could manifest and help out a little, that would be even better. Sensuji Temple wasn't some hidden temple deep in the mountains. It was located right in the bustling heart of Tokyo. Nestled within the city, yet it remained one of the best preserved large temples in Japan. Outside the temple was a lively commercial street. Vibrant neon lights stretched all the way to the temple's gate. Standing before the entrance of Sensuji, Mimizu bought a candied apple. She took a bite. It was far tastier than any candied apple she had ever eaten before. This is amazing. You should try one too. Mimizu handed the second candied apple she had bought to Kato Megumi. Though they had only known each other for a few days, the two had already become quite close friends. Partly because they got along so well, and partly because Kato Megumi was simply too gentle. Kato Megumi accepted the candied apple and took a small bite. The sweetness was just right, not overwhelming, but perfectly balanced. She carefully examined the bite mark on the apple's surface, trying to figure out a little secret from it, so that she could make some herself later and give them to her Azuma. Speaking of which, how did things go after that? After the physical fitness test? Mimizu asked casually. These past few days, Kato Megumi had told her many stories about Yakama Azuma. To help her get into character better. The girls who were close to Yakama Azuma were fine even if they found out about the identity exchange, it wouldn't be a big deal. But he knew way too many people. From his classmates at Toei Agasaki to those he met as the president of Laplace Corporation. To avoid causing trouble, Mimizu needed to understand things even more thoroughly. At the moment, the story had reached the summer Kumikut event. But suddenly, Mimizu asked about the physical fitness test at school. After that? Kato Megumi blinked in confusion. Mimizu nodded. I mean after you helped Yakama-san apply medicine in the classroom. Didn't Sawamura-san get angry and run off back then? So what happened afterward? How did they end up getting along and running the club together? This question didn't come out of nowhere. It was because 2 days ago Ariri had come to Yakama's house to freeload and draw her manuscript. And the moment Mimizu saw those twin-tailed blonde locks, exactly as described, she immediately turned around and ran away. She thought it was simply because she was afraid of acting poorly and exposing a flaw. But 2 people already knew about it. Would adding one more really make that much of a difference? And now, Mimizu brought up the events after the physical fitness test. For some unknown reason, Yakama Azuma had been bitten by Ariri so that he got injured. In the end, it was Kato Megumi who helped him apply medicine. Yet after that, the two somehow made up as if nothing had ever happened. According to Azuma-san, Sawamura-san took the initiative to apologize. Azuma-san accepted her apology and conveniently invited Sawamura-san to join the club. Kato Megumi spoke in a light tone. But the way she looked at Mimizu was somewhat intriguing. I see, Yakama-san really has a good temper. Mimizu muttered under her breath. Deep inside, she felt a bit indignant on Yakama Azuma's behalf. Thinking that Ariri had gone a little too far. Even if Kato Megumi explained that it was a personality type called tsundere. Mimizu-san, do you like him? Kato Megumi suddenly asked. Even though it was phrased as a question, her tone sounded more like a statement. After speaking, Kato Megumi calmly took another bite of her candied apple. Mimizu was so startled that she froze. By the time she fully grasped the implication of Kato Megami's words, she immediately shook her head like crazy. Her tied-up ponytail swayed back and forth with emotion. "Haha, Megami, what are you even saying? How could I possibly like Yakuma-san?" Mimizu Mitsuo laughed loudly, as if she had just heard a joke. "I haven't even met him before, where would I get the chance to like him?" After adding one more retort, she quickly took 2 bites of her candied apple, then turned her head toward Dasaku-sa. "Let's go inside and have a look. I heard they serve vegetarian meals in the temple." Kato Megami didn't say anything more. From the very beginning, she hadn't even mentioned Yakuma Azuma's name. Yet Mimizu Mitsuo didn't need to ask who she meant. She brought up Yakuma Azuma all on her own. Chapter 163, Shrine, Deity, Butterfly. In the final days of Swapped. Early in the morning, Yakuma Azuma led Yuki, who had secretly snuck out, to the Mimizu shrine. "Grandmother, I want to bring a friend along, is that okay?" Yakuma Azuma asked Mimizu Hitoa. As expected, the kind old woman did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Even though it was a worship ceremony for the deity, which sounded solemn, it seemed that Mimizu shrine did not have too many rigid rules for outsiders. Even the ritual dance of the previous festival could be watched by all the townspeople. And no matter what they discussed below, it didn't matter. Perhaps it was because Itamori's guardian deity was not too strict. Thus, the group of 4, Yuki, Yakuma Azuma, Mimizu Hitoa, and Mimizu Yatsuo walked up the mountain together. The mountain path in Itamori was not easy to traverse. At the very least, vehicles could not go up, they had to walk. Mimizu Hitoa was already elderly. By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, she was already showing clear signs of exhaustion. Yakuma Azuma didn't think much and immediately crouched down in front of her. "Let me carry you on my back." The 4 of them would walk a bit, then rest for a while. Yakuma Azuma had excellent stamina, but Yatsuo was still young, and Yuki's health, though improved, could not yet be called strong. After a few stops they finally reached the mountain's peak. From there, just by turning around, they could see the entire view of Itamori town and Itamori Lake. And on the other side of the mountain, not too far away, there was a cave. That was their destination this time. Yakuma Azuma sat Mimizu Hitoa down. As the old woman stepped down, she glanced at Yakuma Azuma's wrist. There, a thin, reddish-orange braided cord was wrapped around it. It was looped several times, resembling an ornament. "Mitsuo, you're wearing that braided cord again today?" the old woman asked curiously. This braided cord had been specially brought back from the shrine by Mimizu Mitsuo. On the day they made Kumihimo, Mimizu Hitoa had seen Mitsuo bring this cord home. She had asked her what she intended to do with it. Mitsuo said she wanted to give it to someone. Yet today, it appeared on her wrist. "Ah, since today is the day of worship, I thought I'd wear it," Yakuma Azuma replied casually. This cord was the very thing Mimizu Mitsuo had deliberately left by the bedside before the identity swap ended. She had even written in the diary, instructing him to wear it on the last day of the ceremony. Even though he didn't know what it meant, Yakuma Azuma still wrapped it a few times around his wrist. "I see." Mimizu Hitoa gently nodded, her expression seeming thoughtful. Then, the 4 of them continued into the cave. Around the cave entrance were decaying wooden remnants. In the past, there must have been a torii gate or something similar. But too much time had passed, and no one had repaired it, leaving only ruined remains. Following the path inside the cave, they soon saw a stone shrine. This shrine was seamlessly connected to the cave's foundation. Yakuma Azuma thought there must have been a massive rock here once, which had been carved into this shrine by human hands. Mimizu Hitoa placed the offerings she had brought in front of the shrine. Then, she closed her eyes and silently bowed in worship. Yakuma Azuma and the others followed suit, bowing before the shrine. As for whether they were sincere or not, that depended on each person. While bowing, Yakuma Azuma silently called the name of Itamori's deity. But there was no response. Thinking back, ever since Swapped and that brief conversation with the deity of Itamori, he had never been able to make contact again. Now, right before this shrine, there was still no response at all. When he opened his eyes, Yakuma Azuma looked at the tightly shut stone door of the shrine. A sudden urge arose within him. He wanted to push it open and see what was inside. But the thought only flashed by. In the end, he held himself back. The swap was still ongoing. Mimizu Mitsuo's grandmother was right beside him. Even though worshipping the deity of Itamori did not have strict rules, such a disrespectful act was surely forbidden. Better to wait until the swap was over. After returning to the other side, he could come back to check later. After all, Yakuma Azuma had already memorized the path. The worship ceremony ended. Mimizu Hitoa sat outside the cave to rest for a while. "Grandmother, I'm going to take a few pictures." Yakuma Azuma pointed toward the forest on the slopes of Itamori Mountain. Don't go too far, be careful not to get lost." Mimizu Hitoa reminded him. So Yakama Azuma walked toward the forest. So Aoyuki followed along. The two of them strolled for a while, until the cave was no longer in sight. Only then did they begin to speak. See anything strange? Yakama Azuma asked curiously. So Aoyuki could see through the perception concealment caused by the identity swap. Though the exact mechanics were unclear, maybe she could spot something different. So Aoyuki simply shook her head. I didn't see anything. It just looked like a normal shrine to me. Is that really the shrine of the Itamari deity? A being capable of swapping two people across a 3-year gap in time yet living in such miserable conditions. So Aoyuki couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of mistake. Mimizu's shrine has worshipped it for generations, so there's no way it's the wrong one. Yakama Azuma waved his hand dismissively. In the Mimizu lineage, every generation had a woman who experienced the swap. If they had been worshipping the wrong deity, the divine phenomenon wouldn't have lasted through so many generations. How about raising some money to renovate the shrine and temple? Forget it, that deity doesn't seem like the type to care about incense offerings. Really? So, Onyai-chan, what are you doing here? I have a few things to do. With that, Yakama Azuma took out a notebook and a pen from his backpack. So Aoyuki curiously looked over. He opened the notebook, placed the pen on a fresh page, took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes. The Harry Potter novel had already published 1 volume. Discussions flooded the internet. Across the world, countless people believed in and longed for the magical world described in the books. Many sought to find Platform 9 3 out of 4 in real life. The conditions for the literary skill had been met. When Yakama Azuma opened his eyes, his pen lightly glided across the page. The soft scratching of the pen echoed. And at that very moment, brilliant streaks of light suddenly burst forth from the strokes of his pen. The notebook in Yakama Azuma's hands transformed into a Pandora's box that had just been opened. One by one, shimmering rays of light emerged, then began to swirl around him. So Aoyuki stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. It was like witnessing actual magic. For a moment, she was stunned. And then the radiant lights began to transform. They morphed into countless creatures. One stream of light descended onto So Aoyuki's shoulder, turning into an owl. Looking at the owl perched on her shoulder, and the other mystical beings circling around Yakama Azuma, this is. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The fantastic creatures from Harry Potter? Yakama Azuma stopped writing, closed his notebook, and gave a small nod. This was the first time he had truly used the supernatural abilities granted by his literary skill at level 7. In total, he had summoned 17 magical creatures from the books. Each of them retained the abilities described in the novel. Furthermore, they were entirely under his control. It had to be said his literary skill was undoubtedly a product of the system. Compared to Kasumijuka's literary skill, the difference was staggering. However, this was also the limit of level 7. If he wanted to summon creatures with more powerful settings or increase the number, he would need to level up his skill even further. So Aoyuki reached out and gently stroked the owl on her shoulder. This is amazing. Could it be that Onyai-chan is actually a god? Her eyes were filled with awe but also a trace of disappointment. A god was simply too distant. Nah. Yakama Azuma shrugged. Rather than being some god, I'd much rather be human. Hearing that, So Aoyuki couldn't help but laugh. After her laughter faded, she continued petting the owl, already guessing Yakama Azuma's intention. These magical creatures. Are they meant to drive people away from this area? Exactly. Once you buy out the town of Itamori, they will remain in the forest to keep outsiders from entering. Then can I keep the owl? It was meant for you from the start. Yuawa, Onyai-sama, I'm going to cry. Come here, let your super cute Imuto give you a gift in return. Overcome with emotion, So Aoyuki immediately pounced toward Yakama Azuma. Judging by her pursed lips, it seemed like she intended to offer a kiss. But Yakama Azuma simply raised a hand to press lightly against her forehead, holding her back with ease. That Onyai-sama, don't reject a girl's heartfelt gratitude. Wait 3 years. If you still feel this way, then we'll talk. After a brief moment of teasing, Yakama Azuma waved his hand. The magical creatures immediately scattered, vanishing into the Itamori mountain forest. They would take their assigned mission seriously. For the next 3 years, before the comet fell, they would do everything in their power to ensure no one stepped into the impact zone. Once they were gone, Yakama Azuma spread open his palm. Just moments ago, he had grasped a strand of light in his hand. Now, as he opened it, a golden metallic sphere appeared. On either side of the sphere, glistening golden wings were attached. Oh, it's the golden snitch. So Aoyuki leaned in closer. Recognizing the object in Yakama Azuma's hand, she gasped in admiration. It has a different mission. Yakama Azuma flicked his wrist. The golden sphere transformed into a streak of light, shooting off into the distance. So Aoyuki followed its trajectory with her eyes. It seemed to be heading toward Tokyo. Won't this cause a butterfly effect? She asked. Probably. Yukima Azuma watched as the light disappeared into the horizon. But some things still have to be done. Chapter 164, Izumi Sagiori and Izumi Mama. After returning from Mount Itamari, the sky had already turned dark. Yukima Azuma returned to Mizumitsu's room, waiting for the swap process to end. Time gradually passed. It was not long until midnight. Yukima Azuma felt drowsiness creeping in. But this time, he did not close his eyes and drift off to sleep. Instead, he activated his shogi skill, dispelling his fatigue. Resisting it was somewhat difficult. Several times, Yukima Azuma almost fell asleep. But in the end, he managed to endure until dawn. And then, before Yukima Azuma's eyes, the world was swallowed by pitch-black darkness. Within that darkness, a brilliantly colored butterfly flew in. That butterfly was the only source of light in this dark world. Its colors constantly changed, without any discernible pattern. Yukima Azuma watched as the butterfly approached, landed on his head, and began to flap its wings. Immediately afterward, shimmering, multicolored dust fell. The moment his body was completely covered by that dust, the world before Yukima Azuma suddenly changed. No longer an empty darkness, nor Mizumitsu's room. So, I'm back, huh? Yukima Azuma sat up from the bed, looked around, then clicked his tongue in appreciation. This transition scene was a bit crude, wasn't it? That magnificent butterfly, was it the true form of the god of Itamari? Yukima Azuma reached out to turn on the light in his room. But just as he raised his hand, he noticed an orange-red braided cord tied around his wrist. Did this Kumahimo return with him as well? In previous experiments, aside from himself, it seemed that no other objects could be swapped. This was truly strange. Yukima Azuma held up his hand and carefully examined the braided cord. The more he focused, he faintly heard the voice of a girl. That voice, Yukima Azuma had never heard before. But he guessed it must belong to Mizumitsu. Kumahimo symbolizes the connection between people. It can carry thoughts and emotions. Yukima Azuma gazed at the cord for a long while before removing it. He found a brocade jewelry box in a drawer, placed the braided cord inside, and stored it carefully. After putting it away, he took out his phone. He did not immediately search for information about Itamori town. Instead, he first opened the line interface. He searched for the name Izumi Sagiori. Seeing that the contact still existed, Yukima Azuma was slightly surprised. He clicked to check their chat history. The content of old messages had completely changed. Their relationship had reverted to a professional work partnership. Now, Izumi Sagiori was a collaborating illustrator for Laplace Corporation. The person responsible for communicating with her was Yukima Azuma himself. But the two only addressed each other by their pen names. They never became friends. Yukima Azuma closed the line interface. This change, he had already anticipated it. The butterfly effect. In fact, even still having contact with this girl was an unexpected miracle. He used his phone to search for news about Itamari town. All the articles online had changed. The description of the comet fragment's impact site had changed from Itamori town to a developing resort area. The number of casualties in this disaster had dropped from 500 to 0. As expected, 2 years after the swap timeline ended, Sawayuki had successfully purchased the land affected by the comet fragment. This mission to save Itamori town could be considered a perfect success. Yukima Azuma turned off his phone screen and lay down. Time to sleep. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. At the same time, somewhere else in Tokyo, the Izumi household. Izumi Sagiori was holding her digital drawing tablet, working on a somewhat provocative illustration. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the door. "Come in." Without looking up, the girl said. The door was pushed open. A beautiful woman, bearing a 70 to 80% resemblance to Izumi Sagiori, stepped inside. "Sagiori, you're staying up late again. Go to bed early." "Just a bit longer, Mom. I'll sleep after I finish this." "Is this the promotional poster for the Bunny Girl Senpai movie?" "Yeah, it's about to be released, and it seems like the deadline is really tight." Hearing that, the beautiful woman walked over to Izumi Sagiori and sat down beside her. She tilted her head and glanced at the tablet screen. Izumi Sagiori instinctively flinched slightly. But then she quickly remembered. This time, she had taken on a project suitable for all ages. Moreover, she had to restrain her usual drawing style a bit. There didn't seem to be anything that couldn't be shown to others. Letting out a sigh of relief, Izumi Sagiori turned back and actively showed her tablet to the beautiful woman. "This part here looks a bit empty, doesn't it?" The woman pointed at a corner of the screen and gave a suggestion. Izumi Sagiori took a look and felt that her mother had a point, so she began making adjustments. "Show me the request details, I'll help you out." the woman said with a smile. As the first-generation Eromanga sensei. And at the same time, the mother of Izumi Sagiri. Mrs. Izumi's drawing skills were even superior to Izumi Sagiri's. Helping out as an assistant was, of course, no problem. Hearing that, Izumi Sagiri handed her phone to her mother. Mrs. Izumi scrolled through the drawing request that Yakama Azuma had sent while smiling. Then she asked, laughing, "So, how are things between you and Azuma-kun? Do you two get along well?" Hearing that, Izumi Sagiri's face immediately turned bright red. "What do you mean, how are things? It's just a normal work relationship. I don't even talk to him much." "Eh? But last time, didn't Sagiri have a video call with Azuma-kun? That guy called out of nowhere. I only reluctantly responded because he was being serious about the project." "Is that so? That's a shame. I think Azuma-kun is a good kid. It would be nice if you two became friends." "I don't need that." Izumi Sagiri pouted and turned her head away in annoyance. She had always been a shy person, so she didn't have many friends. To the young girl, her mother was clearly trying to set her up. However, she didn't exactly have a bad impression of the person being matched with her. His attitude toward his work was completely identical to hers. It felt like if they became friends, they would definitely get along well. Thinking that, Sagiri shook her head. No, why did it suddenly turn into having to be friends? They hadn't even spoken to each other that much. Seeing her daughter's reaction, the corners of Mrs. Izumi's lips curved up in a meaningful smile. Since childhood, Sagiri had always been extremely shy, and she had put in a lot of effort trying to help with that. But even now, Sagiri still didn't have a single like-minded friend. However, it seemed that had finally changed. After finishing the poster, Mrs. Izumi set down the tablet and patted Sagiri's head. "All right, go to bed early." "I know already." Chapter 165, Waking Up in a Panic, Seeing Soroginko in a maid outfit. Morning. Yakama household. It was already 9:30 a.m. The sun had risen high, and its golden rays streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a bright streak on the floor. On a normal day with Yakama Azuma's biological clock, he would have been awake by now. He might have even finished his morning jog. But perhaps due to overexerting himself the day before, Yakama Azuma was unusually exhausted today, sleeping all the way until now. In his drowsy haze he vaguely heard someone calling him. His consciousness gradually returned. Yakama Azuma woke up. Beside him, sure enough, someone was calling him. A girl's voice so clear and pleasant, like the chime of silver bells, carrying a captivating allure. "Wake up. It's time." Hearing that voice, Yakama Azuma reluctantly opened his eyes. As his vision adjusted to the light, a breathtaking sight entered his view. A beautiful girl with short silver hair was leaning over the edge of his bed, reaching out, seemingly about to wake him. Her fair face was slightly flushed. That shy, bashful expression sparked an irresistible urge to tease her. Moreover, she was wearing a black and white maid outfit. The soft frills and delicate lace swayed gently with her movements. She was like a little maid straight out of a dream. Yakama Azuma gradually widened his eyes. "Ginko-senpai?" Hearing him call her name, Soroginko's face turned an even deeper shade of red. The hand she had extended was about to pull back. "Why, you're finally awake. That's good. Hurry and get up." Soroginko spoke while attempting to retreat from the bedside. A glint flickered in Yakama Azuma's eyes. The next moment, he reached out and grabbed Soroginko's retreating hand. Caught off guard, Soroginko let out a soft whimper. Yakama Azuma used the momentum to pull her into his embrace. Originally, half of Soroginko's body was leaning over the bed. Now, with a single tug from Yakama Azuma, she lost her balance completely. And just like that she tumbled straight into the blanket. By the time Soroginko lifted her head again, Yakama Azuma's face was right in front of hers. The overwhelming shyness and unexpected situation rendered Soroginko utterly defenseless. Her entire body curled up in his arms like a startled little white rabbit. Her soft lips parted slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Yakama Azuma, still groggy from sleep, narrowed his eyes and mumbled, "Senpai in a maid outfit. So cute. This must be a dream." As he spoke, he tightened his embrace around Soroginko. And then he casually planted a kiss on her cheek. Muah. With just that soft sound, Soroginko's rationality instantly evaporated. Her body went completely limp, melting like water as if she was ready to be at his mercy. Just then, "Oba-san, what's taking so long? We're going to be late." The bedroom door suddenly swung open. A long oj strand peeked in first. Then, Hinatsuru's small head followed. When she saw the scene on the bed, her eyes widened in shock. For a childlike eye, even though no one was undressed, this level of intimacy was already scandalous. However, this time Hinatsuru didn't scream. She squeezed through the doorway and swiftly shut the door behind her. Then, she sprinted toward the bed. With a small leap she wedged herself right between the two of them. "I wants to be hugged by Shizu too." And with that declaration Hinatsurui proudly claimed her fair share of the benefits. The little girl's sudden leap finally pulled Soroginko back to her senses. "Azuma. This isn't a dream. Wake up already." She struggled to lift her arms from between the two of them. Then, grabbing Yakama Azuma's shoulders, she forcefully shook him. Yakama Azuma realized he could no longer keep up the act. So he pretended as if he had just awakened from a wonderful dream. He released Soroginko from his embrace. Then, feigning surprise, he asked, "Senpai? Why are you here?" Freed from his grasp, Soroginko immediately jumped off the bed. She retreated straight to the door, not forgetting to grab Hinatsurui along with her. With a loud bang, she flung the door open and dashed out. Only after the door closed did her voice ring out from outside, "Today is the Ryu match. Hurry up and get dressed. If you don't hurry, you'll be late." Yakama Azuma sat up. He stretched his arms. Only now did he remember today was the first day of the Ryu title match. Lately, he had been so busy with matters in Itamori that he almost forgot about the tournament. But then again, even if he lost one match today, he would still claim the Ryu title as usual. That said, since Skinko and I had already come for him, it was best to get ready quickly. Yakama Azuma entered the changing room. He took out his professional shogi attire and put it on. When he stepped out of the room, the red on Soroginko's face had yet to fully fade. But her expression carried a trace of urgency. Clearly, due to the tight schedule, she had tossed aside the events from earlier. Seeing Yakama Azuma step out, she quickly approached him. She reached out and adjusted his collar and belt. She straightened the collar properly and tightened the belt neatly. Then, Soroginko took Yakama Azuma's hand and pulled him toward the entrance. Awawa, holding hands. Hinatsurui, standing nearby, widened her eyes in admiration. As Yakama Azuma was pulled along, he casually grabbed Ai's hand as well while passing by her. Hinatsurui immediately showed a satisfied expression just like Yakama Azuma. She too was pulled along. Early in the morning, the three of them hurriedly took a taxi toward the Tokyo Shogi Association. Fortunately, the Ryu tournament's opening ceremony was held in Tokyo. Otherwise, they might have really been late for the first match. Only after getting into the car did Soroginko finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was only then that she realized she was still holding Yakama Azuma's hand. She hurriedly let go. However, even though she let go, Yakama Azuma had no intention of doing the same. Her fair, slender fingers remained firmly clasped in his, their fingers intertwined. Soroginko bit her lip lightly but said nothing. "Ginko-senpai, you were so adorable in that maid outfit, like something straight out of a dream. But why did you dress like that to wake me up today?" Yakama Azuma first offered the highest praise for Soroginko's maid attire. Then, he voiced the question lingering in his mind. Soroginko hesitated. Her fingers instinctively tensed. It's because I lost a bet with Master Humphrey." As she spoke, she lowered her head. Even the tips of her ears, hidden beneath her beautiful silver hair, were now flushed red. Hearing that, Yakama Azuma immediately understood. Deep in his heart, he sincerely thanked the one Soroginko called Master Seikondo Rina. The master Soroginko referred to wasn't the same master that both of them shared. It was a female shogi player named Seikondo Rina. For nearly 20 years, she had held the title of Juryu Umayasuki. She had achieved the status of Eternal Four Crown in women's shogi, once dominating every single title, thus earning the name Eternal Queen. She was an incredibly formidable senior. She often studied shogi with Soroginko, and was someone Soroginko deeply respected. On a side note, despite being so powerful, she was still only a women's shogi player and had never attained professional status. This fact alone showed just how difficult it was for a female player to become a professional in the world of shogi. Seikondo Rina believed that Soroginko had the highest potential to become a professional female shogi player. It could be said that she had placed great expectations on her. Therefore, she wholeheartedly mentored her without expecting anything in return. Thanks to this, the two of them shared a very close relationship. And naturally, this master was also well aware of Yakama Azuma's existence. In the past, she had proactively helped with Soroginko's matters on multiple occasions. This time was no exception. Yakama Azuma thought for a moment perhaps he should buy a small gift and personally visit Seikondo Rina later. Just to thank her in person. After all, he had just witnessed an unbelievably beautiful sight. As for the little girl sitting beside him, Hinatsurui was currently using her phone to search for maid outfits on Amazon. But after browsing through several stores, none had sizes suitable for children. In the end, she had no choice but to give up in frustration. About 15 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of the Tokyo Shogi Association. The three of them got out and quickly walked inside. By now, there weren't many people outside the association. However, quite a few reporters were gathered at the entrance, waiting for news. The moment they saw Yakama Azuma approaching, the reporters immediately swarmed around him. The association staff quickly stepped in to disperse the crowd. The opening ceremony of the Ryu tournament had already ended, and the first preliminary match was scheduled to begin at 10:00 a.m. Late players would be given a maximum grace period of 5 minutes. If they were still absent after 5 minutes, they would be declared an automatic loss. Right now, it was already 9:55 a.m. In truth, these association staff members were waiting here specifically for Yakama Azuma. Yakama 7 Dan, please follow this way. Under the staff's guidance, Yakama Azuma quickly made his way down the tournament hall corridor. Soroginko and Hinetsuru stopped walking. Both of them checked the time, then let out a sigh of relief in unison. We finally made it. Shizu? Hinetsuru puffed up her cheeks and grumbled. She had been looking forward to this match for a long time. As long as Yakama Azuma won the Ryu title, as promised, she would officially become his disciple. Rather than worrying about Azuma, you should be more concerned about yourself. Soroginko gazed at Yakama Azuma's back as he walked away. She knew he had been extremely busy lately. The fact that he overslept today was clearly due to sheer exhaustion. She wasn't good at explaining these things, but she also couldn't stand hearing anyone complain about Yakama Azuma. When Azuma wins the Ryu title and officially takes you as his disciple, you'll be stepping into the world of professional shogi. As the disciple of Ryu of Azuma. If you don't become a professional female player within 3 years, wouldn't that be a disgrace to Azuma's name? Hearing that, Hinetsuru suddenly tensed up. She played shogi because she loved it and admired Yakama Azuma. So she had never been too concerned about titles or ranks. But if it meant tarnishing Yakama Azuma's reputation, that was something she could never accept. I won't bring shame to Shizu, Hinetsuru whispered in protest. But deep inside, she felt a little anxious. Right now, she was simply learning shogi from Yakama Azuma. The only people she regularly played against were Yakama Azuma, Soroginko, and Kitaki Kazuki. So when it came to her actual skill level, Hinetsuru had absolutely no confidence at all. Chapter 166, Stand Proud Child, the future is yours. Exactly 10 o'clock. Yakama Azuma arrived at the competition venue just in time. The audience had been quiet, but the moment Yakama Azuma appeared, a commotion erupted. In this Ryu tournament, if one were to name the most anticipated player, there was no one else but Yakama Azuma. He had achieved total victory in the previous official tournament to claim the championship. The youngest to ever reach 7 Dan. Many people wanted to witness it. To see just when Yakama Azuma's undefeated streak would finally come to an end. Would he continue writing his legend in the Ryu tournament, winning consecutively to seize the Ryu title? Or would he fall along the way, a genius hitting an impassable wall? Amidst everyone's watchful eyes, Yakama Azuma walked toward his match table. Hello. An acquaintance. I remember you, Kawi Kenichi 1 Dan, right? As soon as he sat down, Yakama Azuma saw the young man sitting across from him and smiled. As for this young man, Yakama Azuma still had some impression of him. In the preliminary rounds of the official tournament, he had faced this opponent in his very first match. Back then, Yakama Azuma played aggressively, and the game ended quickly. Even though it was a one-sided slaughter, Yakama Azuma could sense that this young man's skills were not weak at all. Originally, after the preliminaries, Yakama Azuma had intended to give this player some guidance if they ever met again. After all, he had been treated as nothing more than a sacrificial lamb to make an example of. But as it turned out, Kawi Kenichi 1 Dan had been eliminated in the very first round. There was no opportunity to meet again after that. When Yakama Azuma found out about this, he had been quite puzzled. After all, with a skill level around 3 to 4, even if he had the misfortune of facing him in the first round, it shouldn't have led to outright elimination. And now, Kawi Kenichi 1 Dan, sitting across from Yakama Azuma, was sweating profusely. Back in the preliminary rounds of that tournament, after his match with Yakama Azuma, his shogi spirit had nearly collapsed. In the 2 matches that followed, he played erratically. Eliminated early from the preliminaries. After returning home, he shut himself in, devoting himself entirely to analyzing moves to stabilize his mindset. It wasn't until a few days ago that he finally regained his shogi spirit. After that, he registered for the Ryu tournament. Kawi Kenichi 1 Dan hadn't even been aiming to win the Ryu title. He simply wanted to play a few solid games of shogi to rebuild his confidence. However, earlier, during the drawing of matchups, his first round opponent had not yet appeared. When he asked the organizers, he was told that a competitor had arrived late and had missed the drawing. Checking the list, That late competitor was none other than Yakama Azuma 7 Dan. Upon learning this, Kenichi 1 Dan felt as if the sky had collapsed. You even remember someone as insignificant as me? I'm truly honored. Kenichi 1 Dan shot up from his seat, trembling as he bowed deeply to Yakama Azuma. His attitude made Yakama Azuma freeze. This kid? That polite? Please, take a seat. No, you first. Eh? Do I look that intimidating? No, getting to play against you is my honor. Yakama Azuma was still bewildered but eventually sat down. Only after seeing him sit did Kenichi dare to do the same. Well then, now that both players are present, let the match begin. The referee placed the game timer in position and announced the start. Please guide me. Kenichi bowed deeply. Please guide me. Yakama Azuma gave a slight, symbolic nod. Kenichi went first. In theory, once a player has established their own playing style, the opening moves from both sides should be familiar and played swiftly. However, Kenichi hesitated for a long time on the very first move. In the end, he advanced a bishop pawn. Last time, he had played Agakari and was utterly crushed by Yakama Azuma's Agakari. It seemed he had developed a psychological shadow. But if he didn't use Agakari his best strategy, then he would probably lose even more miserably. So, after much hesitation, Kenichi still decided on this move. Seeing his opponent enter an Agakari formation, Yakama Azuma immediately switched to Furubashi. His opponent had been so polite, he couldn't bring himself to be too ruthless. With Yakama Azuma's shogi skill level of 9, if he played the same style as his opponent, it would surely crush his opponent's shogi spirit, making him doubt his entire existence. It would be just like what happened to Mjin before. By the next game, he might completely lose his sense of the game. By using a different playing style, even if he lost, his spirit might waver, but at least he would still retain his feel for shogi. On the audience stands. Oh, it's Furubashi. Shizu rarely uses that move. Zenitsu I watched Yakama Azuma's board intently on the big screen. It's not that rare. Soroginko was also staring at the broadcast screen, unconsciously recalling her recent matches against Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma had always been a versatile player, able to play in various styles with ease. But recently, he hardly ever repeated the same opening. In every match, he seemed to be experimenting with a new sequence of moves. And despite all the chaos in his play style, she still saw no hope of victory. Soroginko could feel it clearly. Yakama Azuma had gone even further ahead. Even though she was desperately trying to catch up, the gap between them only continued to widen. Really? Shizu almost never uses it against me. You haven't played against him much lately. Oba-san, are you showing off? You little brat. Just wait, play 2 games against him and you'll understand. While they were chatting, the situation on the board had already become clear. Kenichi's Agakari formation had been utterly shattered. Yakama Azuma's Furubashi strategy was nearly at a transcendent level. No matter how tight his opponent's defense was, he could break through with ease. However, since Yakama Azuma had deliberately given up some moves, Kenichi managed to hold out until the 200th move. After struggling for a while longer, Kenichi could only smile bitterly and place his piece down in surrender. I lost. That was an excellent match. Eh? Really? Stand proud. You are strong. I will remember you. The future is yours. Yakama Azuma stood up and patted Kenichi on the shoulder. Poor kid, another disastrous opening match. Might as well give him a little motivation. After giving his unfortunate opponent a dramatic, Frodkina-style encouragement, Yakama Azuma immediately left the venue. There was still some time before the second match began. Meanwhile, Kenichi remained frozen in his seat. The future is mine? He repeated the words. Then, his gaze gradually became resolute. That's right. Even though I lost, last time I only lasted 40 moves, but this time I made it to 200. I'm not standing still, I'm moving forward. No matter how hard it is, I'm still advancing. Even Yakama-senpai praised this as an excellent match. My efforts weren't in vain. I will keep fighting. Todokai. One day, I will stand before Yakama-senpai with pride once again. Spurred by a single compliment, Kenichi, a mere 1-dan player, was instantly set ablaze with fighting spirit. Even though he had lost the first match of the Ryu preliminaries, as long as he won the next 2 matches, he still had a chance to enter the main tournament. Unlike previous official tournaments, this time, Kenichi was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was brimming with determination to fight. On the other side, Yakama Azuma left the match venue. He sneaked straight into the spectator seats. Then sat down next to Soroginko and Zenitsu I. Shizu? That was amazing. Zenitsu I immediately threw herself at Yakama Azuma, beaming with joy. Once this Ryu tournament was over, she could officially become his disciple. Sora Ginkgo, however, looked a bit doubtful. Why did your move seem a bit drawn out? You could have transitioned into the endgame by move 90. Hearing that, Yakuma Azuma immediately smiled. Ginkgo-senpai, you'll definitely defend your queen title again this time. The day you become Eternal Queen isn't far off. Sora Ginkgo tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Yakuma Azuma suddenly brought this up. Moreover, in this year's Queen tournament, she was certain to face Sei Nakami Ike head-on. By her own assessment, her chances of winning didn't look great at all. Seeing Sora Ginkgo's puzzled expression, Yakuma Azuma explained, "In that match just now, I did intentionally hold back. After all, my opponent was very polite. But that one Dan player on the other side didn't notice at all. To be precise, even a professional 4-Dan player would struggle to notice. But Ginkgo-senpai, you were sharp enough to see that the game could have ended by move 90. Ginkgo-senpai, you're probably the strongest female player right now. Becoming a professional player is just around the corner." Hearing this, the gloom in Sora Ginkgo's heart instantly faded. If she could really become a professional female shogi player, then she would have fulfilled Seikondo Rina's wish. Moreover, the gap between her and Yakuma Azuma would shrink. Just being able to see Yakuma Azuma's back was enough. However, soon after, Sora Ginkgo felt that something was off. "But I just lost to Seikondo-sensei last night." Sora Ginkgo pouted, feeling like Yakuma Azuma was just trying to console her. It was precisely because of that loss that she had worn a maid outfit to find Yakuma Azuma today. Eh? Yakuma Azuma was momentarily stunned. "No way, Ginkgo-senpai, were you distracted during the match?" With his shogi skill level of 9, Yakuma Azuma was certain he hadn't misjudged Ginkgo's strength. By now, Sora Ginkgo should be at the level of a professional 4-Dan player. Her skills were just shy of reaching level 7. Sora Ginkgo recalled last night's match. She did seem a little distracted. What was she thinking about at the time? Something about Azuma's Ryu match. And the maid outfit. The moment that thought surfaced, Sora Ginkgo's face turned bright red. It seemed she had unconsciously wanted to lose that match. Because if she lost, she would have a legitimate reason to wear a maid outfit to see Yakuma Azuma. She had wanted to see Yakuma Azuma's surprised reaction, to hear him praise her. Realizing this, Sora Ginkgo turned completely red. Her little head, adorned with a cute maid headband, looked as if it was about to overheat. Shizu, you're definitely a maid uniform fanatic, aren't you?" At that moment, Hinitsuru suddenly blurted out. Hearing this, Yakuma Azuma fell into deep thought. "I don't know, I never realized I had such a preference. Shizu absolutely loves maid uniforms. Oba-san wore a maid outfit today, and Shizu kept staring. You brat, shut up." Chapter 167, I pledge the future of Hinitsuru. After chatting for a while with the maid girl and the mischievous little kid in the audience, the second round of the preliminary quickly began. Yakuma Azuma's opponent in the second round was a professional 4-Dan shogi player. But the opponent's Dan rank didn't really matter. To Yakuma Azuma, there were only two types of shogi players in the world. One type was Njin. The other type was the rest of the players. As long as they belonged to the rest of the players, Yakuma Azuma would crush them absolutely. His level 9 shogi skill encompassed all playing styles and techniques, reaching a near-peak level. If this were a different setting, a character like Yakuma Azuma would almost certainly be a deceased shogi master, whose soul was bound to a ring, appearing as an old master to train a genius disciple on a quest to find the hand of God. After swiftly advancing through the second and third rounds, Yakuma Azuma officially entered the main tournament of the Ryu Championship. The main tournament of the Ryu followed a standard single elimination format. A total of 32 players qualified for the main bracket. From the round of 32, each round eliminated one losing player. There were 6 rounds in total, with the finals being a best-of-all match. As long as he kept winning, he would become the Ryu. The Ryu title was the most fiercely contested among all shogi titles. It also had the highest prize money. This year, with additional sponsorships, the total prize pool reached 300 million yen. As Japan's national-level championship, the Ryu tournament received attention from the entire country. However, Yakuma Azuma didn't expect the level of attention to be this high. Just after finishing an interview following his qualification for the main tournament, as he stepped out of the Shogi Association, he came face to face with a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man. The beautiful woman wore a traditional Japanese kimono, predominantly deep blue. The kimono had no visible brand, but anyone knowledgeable about clothing could tell that the fabric was extraordinarily expensive. Although she was a stunning beauty, standing there, she did not evoke any frivolous thoughts. The aura of this woman was overwhelmingly strong, carrying a sense of superiority without needing to express anger. She exuded authority. Seeing these two, Hinitsuru's eyes immediately widened, and even the oji on her head drooped. She wanted to hide behind Yakuma Azuma. But in the end, she didn't move, standing frozen in place. "Dad, Mom." Hinitsuru I softly called out. These two were Hinitsuru I's parents. "Hello there, I am Hinitsuru Takashi, I father. I am Hinitsuru Akina." Of course, they couldn't just stand and talk in the middle of the street. After a simple introduction, everyone moved to a nearby private tea house. This tea house seemed to be a members-only establishment, where only those with a certain account balance could enter. And to use a private room, an even higher balance was required. This place was typically a venue for the upper class to discuss business. Yakuma Azuma wasn't sure if Laplace Corporation had a membership here. But the Hinitsuru family certainly did. The group went up to the second floor. "Our daughter has been troubling you all this time. We sincerely apologize. We've heard about her apprenticeship, but we still have some objections." Hinitsuru I's father calmly spoke. Hearing this, Hinitsuru I immediately became agitated. "Dad." She called out, then quickly turned to look at her mother. Hinitsuru I understood clearly, even though her father was the one speaking, but the one making the decision was her mother. After all, her father was merely a son-in-law who had married into the family. Hinitsuru Akina. A name that carried significant weight even within Japan's upper class. The current head of the Hinitsuru family. The person in charge of Hinitsuru Ryokan. In Japan, anyone involved in the Ryokan, Japan, business at a certain scale could not ignore this woman. Her daughter was staring at her with pleading eyes, but Hinitsuru Akina's expression remained unchanged. As still as a tranquil lake. She shifted her gaze to Yakuma Azuma and slowly spoke. "Before making a decision, we conducted an investigation. Currently, in the world of shogi, no female player has ever become a professional player. While it is possible to become a female shogi player, unless one wins a title, their status remains unstable. Yakuma-sensei, you are still just a high school student, and you likely have no teaching experience. In such a situation, we cannot entrust I to you." Her words were firm, leaving no room for retreat. Even somewhat harsh. Hinitsuru Takashi, standing beside her, cleared his throat lightly. "Ahem, dear, saying that is a bit disrespectful to sensei." But Hinitsuru Akina did not even turn her head as she coldly replied, "Silence." Hinitsuru Takashi immediately fell obediently silent, lowering his head. Hinitsuru I also lowered her head. She pouted, refusing to speak. Seeing her puffing up her cheeks like she was sulking, Yakuma Azuma reached out and gently patted Hinitsuru I's head. To an ordinary person, the words just spoken might have been difficult to hear. But to Yakuma Azuma, he could understand them. In fact, he even felt that the head of the Hinitsuru family in front of him was already being both indulgent toward her daughter and reasonable. One had to understand Hinitsuru I was the heiress of the Hinitsuru family. Moreover, if Hinitsuru Akina did not have any other children, Hinitsuru I would be the sole future successor of the Hinitsuru family. In such a situation, the heir suddenly declared she didn't want to inherit the family business but instead wanted to pursue shogi. This was no different from Musk Clan's son saying he wanted to drop out of school to become a professional esports player. And not even joining the youth division of a well-known team but going to some obscure training camp. Agreeing to such a thing would be absurd. If this were Mrs. Yukinoshita, if Yukinoshita Haruno had said she wanted to play shogi, she would undoubtedly have been locked in a dark room immediately. For this reason, Yakuma Azuma had originally planned to win the Ryu title first before meeting Hinitsuru I's parents. After all, if she was going to pursue shogi, what could be more convincing than learning from one of the very best in the field? At the very least, it would carry some weight when spoken. But it seemed that plans could never keep up with unexpected changes. Yakuma Azuma continued to pat Hinitsuru I's head. He had promised to take her as his disciple and he would definitely keep his word. However, he also needed to make additional commitments. Hinitsuru I is a child I truly like, and I want to take her as my disciple. You two are I's parents, so it's understandable that you're worried. I completely understand. Therefore, in order to take I as my disciple, I am willing to offer a corresponding guarantee. Yakuma Azuma did not speak much about Hinitsuru I's talent. To Hinitsuru Akina that factor held little value. Hinitsuru I might become a female shogi player who wins a title. She might even become the first female professional shogi player in history. But all of that was merely a possibility. As long as Hinitsuru I remained within the Hinitsuru family, her future was almost certainly set as the heir to the Hinitsuru Ryokan business. Even if she did not manage it well, a dead camel is still bigger than a live horse. Even if Hinitsuru Ryokan's scale were reduced by half, its heir would still hold a status far higher than a female shogi player. On one hand, there was a gamble on probability, with a reward that wasn't particularly ideal. On the other, there was a massive and stable profit. Hinitsuru Akina had no reason to choose the first option. Unless there were additional conditions attached. Yakuma Azuma reached into the pocket of his coat, pulled out a golden business card, and placed it in front of Hinitsuru Akina. If Hinitsuru I does not achieve any notable results in her shogi career, I am willing to guarantee her future both in terms of material wealth and status. Hinitsuru Akina picked up the business card from the table. On the front was a single symbol. Flipping it over, the meaning of those characters became immediately clear. Laplace Corporation. She carefully put the business card away. Then, after taking a deep breath, she nodded slightly. I see. If you are willing to go this far for then refusing any further would be truly discourteous. May I ask one impolite question? What is your company's revenue this year? Hinitsuru Takashi lifted his head. Isn't that a bit too much? Hinitsuru Akina shot him a glare. The live-in son-in-law immediately lowered his head again. Yukima Azuma, however, remained unfazed. Laplace was founded this spring. Over the past 6 months, our total revenue is approximately. The total stock and cash assets currently held by the company are estimated as follows. Chapter 168, Take the Card, Stay Away from My Daughter. Laplace Corporation was established this spring. It has been half a year now, and the total revenue is roughly as follows. The total number of shares and cash flow currently held by the company is also approximately this much. Yukima Azuma briefly summarized the financial status of Laplace Corporation. These figures were accessible to anyone who wished to look them up. The core assets of Laplace Corporation consisted of several original investment stocks that had yet to reveal their potential, along with copyrights and patents for a number of original works. These assets had not yet been realized. When the time came for them to take effect, what seemed insignificant now would help Laplace Corporation grow dozens of times over. Aside from these key assets, the rest of Laplace Corporation's financial information was not particularly confidential. Moreover, even without considering those core assets, the amount of cash currently recorded in Laplace Corporation's books was already an astonishing figure. After Yukima Azuma finished presenting the company's assets, the man sitting opposite, Hinitsuru Takashi, was left wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Although he was only a live-in son-in-law, he had still married into a prestigious family. Hinitsuru I's father, despite appearing timid in front of Hinitsuru Akina, was still considered a rare young talent in society. He had graduated in economics and business administration from the University of Tokyo and continued his studies there for a master's degree. During his university years, he had also been a prominent figure. Otherwise, how could he have caught the eye of Hinitsuru Akina? However, despite being a young and talented man with a family, the gap between him and Yukima Azuma was like night and day. Given the scale of Laplace Corporation, if Azuma and Hinitsuru I were to be together in the future, the Hinitsuru family would not have the standing to demand Yukima Azuma to marry into their household. On the contrary, it would have to be Hinitsuru I marrying into the Yukima family. And from the moment she appeared until now, maintaining her icy demeanor, Hinitsuru Akina finally showed a hint of surprise. After a brief moment of astonishment, a sharp glint flashed in the eyes of this beautiful woman. Yukima-sensei, I can clearly feel your determination. To be honest, even I think I is being given too much favor. If that's the case, entrusting I to you is, of course, not a problem. However, there are some conditions that need to be discussed first. Hinitsuru Akina's icy attitude gradually thawed. A faint smile appeared on her face. Hinitsuru I, hearing her mother's agreement, secretly lifted her head. She saw that her mother was actually smiling. At that moment, even the ojo on top of her head stood straight up in shock. From childhood until now, she had never seen her mother smile at an outsider. Even toward her own daughter it was only an occasional occurrence. Shizu, you're amazing. Hinitsuru I didn't understand much but could only whisper in admiration. Yukima Azuma gently stroked the girl's hair. Reality proved that all unfavorable situations in this world stemmed from the incompetence of the parties involved. Please go ahead. Yukima Azuma responded. Hinitsuru Akina nodded slightly. Although it may seem strict, I is our only daughter, so there are some matters that must be clarified in advance. If I does not earn the title of queen before she comes of age, she must give up shogi. At the same time, Yukima-sensei, you must marry I. One of your children must take the Hinitsuru surname. Yukima Azuma nodded slightly. The conditions were not unexpected. As the future heir of the Hinitsuru family, Hinitsuru I bore the responsibility of continuing the family lineage. If Yukima Azuma wanted to take her along the path of shogi, he also had to take on a corresponding responsibility to ensure the continuation of the Hinitsuru family. Living as a son-in-law was not realistic, so the only option was to raise a child to become the future successor of the Hinitsuru family. If they got married, Hinitsuru I would take on the Yukima surname. Taking away a Hinitsuru meant returning a Hinitsuru. This was entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, sitting beside Yukima Azuma, Hinitsuru I's oj was now spinning like a propeller. Even when Yukima Azuma tried to hold it down, it refused to stay still. Her sapphire blue eyes, despite not being in the middle of a shogi match, gleamed with a faint purple light out of excitement. Her petite body was brimming with enthusiasm. "Shizu, let's do our best together." As she spoke, Hinatsurui's small body twisted restlessly. The corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. "You'd better be talking about working hard in shogi." Yakuma Azuma was caught between laughter and tears. "Hee, of course." Hinatsurui nodded enthusiastically. At this moment, she looked as if she wanted to throw away all sense of shame and jump straight into Yakuma Azuma's arms. But when it came time to actually play shogi, this little girl would surely give it her all with absolute seriousness. Through the time they had spent together, Yakuma Azuma had gained some understanding of Hinatsurui. Despite her cheerful laughter deep down, she was undoubtedly feeling immense pressure. And as it turned out, Yakuma Azuma was right. At this moment, deep within her heart, Hinatsurui had already made up her mind. She was determined to win the queen title as promised. Shizu had placed such trust in her and had even dared to stand up and vouch for her. She absolutely could not let Shizu down. After settling the matter regarding Hinatsurui, the atmosphere around the tea table immediately became much more harmonious. Everyone sipped tea and exchanged small talk. Even though it was just casual conversation, Yakuma Azuma spoke with remarkable wit, his knowledge far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. Instead, he conversed effortlessly with the Hinatsuru couple. The more Hinatsuru Akina observed Yakuma Azuma, the more satisfied she felt. Initially, when she arrived, she had carried some lingering anger. She had thought her daughter had been lured away by some unknown blonde-haired brat. But now, the situation had completely turned around. "Yakuma-sensei, when do you think would be an appropriate time to hold the official disciple ceremony?" Hinatsuru Akina asked. She had already planned out the arrangements for the ceremony in her mind. "Let's do it in September. After the Ryu tournament concludes, I'll win the Ryu title, which will be more beneficial for I." Yakuma Azuma replied. Hinatsurui Akina smiled and nodded. She had also considered this but had refrained from bringing it up. Being accepted as a disciple by an ordinary professional shogi player versus being accepted by the Ryu, the reputation that would spread would be completely different. And Yakuma Azuma had confidently brought it up on his own. That alone showed how much he truly cared for Hinatsurui. As Ai's mother, this naturally pleased her. "Then we'll wait until Yakuma-sensei returns victorious. At that time, we'll hold a grander banquet to celebrate both the ceremony and your Ryu title." Hinatsurui Akina's words finalized the decision. By now, everyone's teacups had been emptied. Hinatsurui Akina could tell that Yakuma Azuma had no intention of lingering. So she did not take the initiative to invite him to stay for dinner or to visit the Hinatsuru household. However, as she stood up, Hinatsurui Akina's gaze instinctively drifted toward Hinatsurui. Seeing her daughter clinging to Yakuma Azuma like superglue, Hinatsurui Akina's eyes shifted slightly before she spoke. "Now that I think about it, Ai is currently on summer break. She had been asking to stay at Yakuma-sensei's place to study shogi, but we didn't agree. After all, back then, we hadn't met Yakuma-sensei yet, so we were naturally worried about our daughter. But if it's Yakuma-sensei, of course, we can be at ease. The only question is, do you have the time to teach her?" Hearing this, Yakuma Azuma was genuinely a bit surprised. No matter how outstanding he was, surely it wasn't enough to make someone entrust their daughter to him this easily. Most prestigious families still valued propriety and formality. At the moment, Yakuma Azuma hadn't even officially taken Hinatsurui as his disciple. They ought to be more concerned about their reputation. Just as he was still pondering, he felt a light tug on the hem of his sleeve. Turning his head, he met a pair of round, sparkling eyes. "Hinatsurui. This little girl was just one step away from outright writing please," Shizu across her face. At that moment, Yakuma Azuma finally understood. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Hinatsuru woman always wore a cold, unreadable expression. But in reality, she doted on her daughter to an extreme degree. To the point where she was almost on the same level as Sayuri. During summer break, she can stay at my place. I still have a spare room." Yakuma Azuma nodded in agreement. "Then I'll be counting on Sensei to take care of her. I'll send Ai's personal belongings to your residence today," Hinatsurui Akina said, then pulled out a black card from the sleeve of her kimono. She placed the card on the table and slid it in front of Yakuma Azuma. "This is my daughter's disciple fee, as well as her daily living expenses. Please accept it, Yakuma-sensei." Yakuma Azuma did not refuse and picked up the card without hesitation. He accepted the money with dignity. As for the exact amount inside the card, Yakuma Azuma didn't care in the slightest. Rather than the specific figure, he was far more curious about the card's original purpose. There was no way Hinatsurui Akina had prepared a disciple fee in advance. Letting Hinatsurui stay at his place had clearly been a spontaneous decision. Which meant this card. Could it be that legendary type of card? "There's 5 million in the card. Stay away from my daughter." As Yakuma Azuma took the card, Hinatsurui Akina smiled slightly, a subtle emotion flickering in her eyes. As expected, Yakuma Azuma had guessed correctly. Originally, this card had been prepared to drive someone away with money. Zenitsuru Akina knew her daughter's personality very well. She was incredibly stubborn. Once she set her heart on someone, it was nearly impossible to change her mind. If Yakuma Azuma had really been some delinquent Gyro, she would have used this money to make him leave, crushing Hinitsuru I's spirit in the process. However, there wasn't just 5 million in the card. There was a full 100 million yen. But now, Hinitsuru Akina felt like that amount might not be enough. When the official disciples ceremony was held, she would add more. Chapter 169, no longer alone. Stepping out of the tea room. Soroginko had been waiting outside for a long time. Regarding Hinitsuru I's family matters, she naturally couldn't eavesdrop. Initially, Hinitsuru Akina had arranged another tea room for Soroginko. But out of concern for Yakuma Azuma, she truly couldn't sit still. She had stepped out of the tea room, waiting in the hallway. Seeing everyone walk out, chatting and laughing together, Soroginko let out a sigh of relief. She quickly approached Yakuma Azuma and softly asked, "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Yakuma Azuma held Soroginko's hand. He gently stroked the back of her hand, soothing her emotions. "Of course not, they're I's parents, we only discussed the apprenticeship." Hearing that, Soroginko finally felt at ease. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Hinitsuru Akina didn't seem like an ordinary woman. Aside from her status in the shogi world, Soroginko was just an ordinary girl. Her family background couldn't exactly be called prestigious. Faced with a situation straight out of a manga, confronting power and influence, it was natural for her to be nervous. But when Yakuma Azuma held her hand and gently reassured her, Soroginko immediately felt at peace. She knew that if Yakuma Azuma said there was nothing to worry about, then there truly was nothing to worry about. Hinitsuru Akina glanced at the tightly clasped hands of Yakuma Azuma and Soroginko. Then, she turned her gaze toward her daughter. The matter of age, huh? But it wasn't too concerning. They were still young, after all. By the time Hinitsuru I grew up, Yakuma Azuma would only be 25. What happens then is still uncertain. "And this is?" Hinitsuru Akina asked politely, as if trying to learn more about Yakuma Azuma's acquaintances. "This is Soroginko, my shogi senpai. After I becomes my disciple, she'll be our fellow apprentice as well." Yakuma Azuma introduced her. "Ginko senpai, this is Lady Hinitsuru Akina, I's mother." Hinitsuru Akina hadn't expected this. She was momentarily stunned, but then she slightly bowed in greeting. Soroginko maintained a serious expression and returned the gesture. "So, a fellow apprentice of Yakuma-sensei. That means we'll be like family from now on. I came too hastily this time and didn't prepare a meeting gift. After the apprenticeship ceremony, I'll be sure to make up for it. My daughter, I'll be counting on you two to take care of her." Soroginko gently nodded. Though she usually carried a cold and aloof aura, she was actually quite shy. When facing strangers, she was easily flustered. Seeing Soroginko looking a bit awkward, Yakuma Azuma smiled slightly. He pulled his adorable senpai behind him, casually cutting off the formal pleasantries. "It's getting late. We'll take our leave now. Thank you both for your hospitality." After bidding farewell to the Hinitsuru couple, the three of them boarded a train back to Yakuma's home. Why is this little brat tagging along too? Now that they were among familiar people, Soroginko had returned to her usual self. She glanced at Hinitsuru I and asked in confusion. "Oba-san, I will be living with Shizu from now on." Hinitsuru I hid behind Yakuma Azuma and boasted. Hearing that, Soroginko's gaze instantly turned cold. She stared at Hinitsuru I, as if trying to freeze the smug little girl in place. The temperature around them seemed to drop by a few degrees. Hinitsuru I shivered slightly, then immediately scooted closer to Yakuma Azuma, clinging to his other arm. Seeing this, Soroginko pouted. The atmosphere gradually became filled with gunpowder. "Ginko-senpai, next spring, you'll be entering high school, right?" Yakuma Azuma suddenly asked. Soroginko was slightly puzzled but still nodded. At that time, apply for a school in Tokyo. Toei Agasaki offers direct admission for shogi players. That way, next spring, we can experience school life together. As he spoke, Yakuma Azuma pulled out his phone and scrolled to the admission regulations page of Toei Agasaki Private Academy. Soroginko's academic performance might be a bit weak. But with a special shogi admission slot, the entry requirements would be lowered. It shouldn't be a problem. Soroginko took the phone from Yakuma Azuma's hand and carefully read through the details. After confirming the information, the corners of her lips immediately curled up. Since Azuma is inviting me like this, it's not like I can't consider it," she murmured softly. In her mind, the image of sharing school life with Yakuma Azuma had already begun to take shape. At school, The labels of older sister senior and younger brother junior would naturally fade away. At that point, letting him call her Kuhai would be fine too. That way, she could escape from the forbidden position. The more she thought about it, the happier Sora Ginkgo felt. That stupid little brat, she still hasn't realized how much of a disadvantage the master-disciple relationship is, huh? Sure, it creates a natural sense of closeness, but at the same time, it also imposes natural restrictions. If it weren't for being a sister, senpai, Sora Ginkgo would have made her move long ago. The train passed by the statue of the loyal dog, Hukiko, and gradually slowed to a stop. The three of them disembarked and exited Shibuya Station from the north gate. After turning onto a side street and walking a short distance, they arrived at Yakuma's home. Yakuma Azuma took the key from his pocket. He inserted it into the lock, and with a click, the front door opened. Okay. Before he could even take a clear look inside the apartment, a synchronized greeting rang out. Just as Yakuma Azuma mentally prepared himself, boom. Boom. Two bursts of confetti poppers exploded. Golden streamers shot up to the ceiling before gently fluttering down. Kasumijoka Utaha and Ariri each held a small party popper, standing on either side of the door. Kato Megumi and Yukino Shita Yukino stood in the hallway. Garasamifo, who hadn't been home for a while, was also present in the living room. It was clear they had planned this in advance. They had even thought things through carefully. If the confetti had been fired the moment he stepped in, Yakuma Azuma would definitely have been startled. But by calling out first before setting off the poppers, it turned into a pleasant surprise instead. Truly considerate. What's all of this? Although Yakuma Azuma asked with some curiosity, the smile on his face was impossible to hide. It's a celebration for your promotion to the Ryu League. Actually, it's also for your previous official match. Kasumijoka Utaha spoke while stepping forward, brushing the golden streamers off Yakuma Azuma's hair and shoulders. Azuma, seriously? Something this worth celebrating? Why didn't you say anything? Ariri leaned in, poking Yakuma Azuma's cheek. Her voice carried a hint of sulkiness. Clearly, she still hadn't forgotten about the last time when she had barged in, oblivious, demanding to play shogi with Yakuma Azuma only to be utterly defeated. I'm just used to it. Yakuma Azuma replied helplessly. Before the spring break, there had been no one truly close to him. No matter what achievements he attained, there was no one to share them with. He was not the type to boast about his accomplishments just to receive praise. Over time, it became a habit to silently achieve great things. What do you mean used to it? From now on, there will always be people celebrating with you, Lonely-kun. Kasumijoka Utaha picked off the last bit of confetti from Yakuma Azuma's hair, then gently placed her hand on his cheek. Used to it? He was clearly far too accustomed to solitude. So much effort had been spent gathering people around him, yet he didn't even know how to enjoy it. She really couldn't understand what went on in Lonely-kun's head. Don't just stand at the door talking, come in already. At this moment, Kato Megumi reminded them. Only then did the two realize Yakuma Azuma and the others were still standing outside. After the three changed into indoor slippers and stepped into the living room, before them was an enormous cake placed on the dining table. Well? What do you think? We made it ourselves. Ariri stood proudly, hands on her hips, puffing out her small chest in triumph. She looked as if she was eagerly awaiting praise. Konobaka Ariri, you contributed more to the mess than to the actual baking. The majority of the work was done by Yukino Shita-senpai and Kato-san, yet you still dare to boast. Kasumijoka, standing beside her, mocked. Hearing this, Ariri immediately puffed up her cheeks, took a deep breath, and let out a little huff, revealing her small fang-like teeth. Aramama, just taste it first. Yukino Shita picked up a kitchen knife and carefully cut a small piece from the giant cake, then handed it to Yakuma Azuma. He took a spoon, scooped up a bite, and placed it in his mouth. He tasted it seriously. It was delicious. Even without considering the effort behind it, just in terms of flavor, this cake was better than most store-bought ones. Their skill was evident. Both Yukino and Megumi were naturally adept at household tasks, and their cooking skills were outstanding. It was just that, usually, their abilities were overshadowed by Yakuma Azuma's own talents, so they rarely had the chance to shine. This is probably the best cake I've ever had. Thank you. With Yakuma Azuma's way with words, he could have easily come up with something far more poetic. But in this moment, he only wanted to say a simple thank you. Lifting his gaze, he looked at the girls standing before him. His heartbeat quickened. This scene 3 years ago, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of it. The reason he had worked so hard all this time. Perhaps it was for this very moment. As long as he was no longer alone, he was willing to do anything. Chapter 170, It's just plum wine, how could it make you drunk? Don't stare at me like that, even I feel embarrassed at times like this. Yakama Azuma laughed as he took the knife and plate. He cut the cake and handed pieces to each of the girls beside him. Hearing that, everyone burst into cheerful laughter. Kato Megumi and Kasumijoka Utaha went back to the kitchen and brought out more dishes. Dinner became extremely lively. Kato Megumi sat next to Yakama Azuma. While everyone was chatting happily, she gently waved her hand, signaling Yakama Azuma to lean down. He complied. Kato Megumi moved close to Yakama Azuma's ear and softly said, "This, Mimizu-san also helped out. She asked me to pass along her congratulations to you, Azuma-san. She couldn't sit down and eat with us, so you have to eat Mimizu-san's share too." After saying that, Kato Megumi winked at Yakama Azuma. Hearing that, Yakama Azuma was slightly stunned. In his mind, the image of that red-orange Kumihimo cord suddenly appeared. A moment later, Yakama Azuma nodded. "I'll do that." Then, he cut another piece of cake and calmly continued eating. "Now that I think about it, Yuri suddenly ran over here yesterday just to make a cake?" Azuma, Azuma didn't notice, right? My disguise was perfect, wasn't it? Yuri, Humphrey. Utaha, hey, you fat woman. Are you picking a fight with me? Yuri, Garisa-sensei, did you come all the way back just for this? I'm really touched. Azuma, after all, I am a teacher. When a student achieves something, of course, they should be congratulated. Mifu, oh right, Azuma-san, what is this drink? I found it in the corner of the kitchen. Megumi, oh, that's plum wine I brewed myself. Azuma-kun isn't of drinking age yet? Yukino, that kind has very low alcohol content, it's fine. Azuma, no. Even if the alcohol content is low, it's still alcohol. Confiscated. Mifu, watching the bottle of plum wine being taken away by Garisa-mifu, Yakama Azuma could only sigh helplessly. He wasn't particularly fond of alcohol. But he did quite like the taste of this homemade drink. As someone who had been reincarnated, drinking a little wine didn't seem like a big deal to Yakama Azuma. But Garisa-mifu was a teacher. Getting caught red-handed, he could only accept it. After taking the bottle away, Garisa-mifu curiously opened the lid and took a sniff. There was no strong alcoholic scent, instead, a fresh, mellow aroma of plums lingered at the tip of her nose. Garisa-mifu unconsciously swallowed. It smelled so good. Thinking about Yakama Azuma's cooking skills, the appeal of the bottle of plum wine in her hand skyrocketed exponentially. Watching Garisa-mifu gulp, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but chuckle softly. Garisa-sensei, since it's already been confiscated by the teacher, drinking it should be fine too, consider it disposal. Yakama Azuma spoke at just the right moment, giving Garisa-mifu a way out. Hearing that, Garisa-mifu was immediately convinced. This is disposal. As she spoke, she took out 2 tall glasses. Among those present, only she and Shita Yukino were of legal drinking age. The plum wine was poured. The clear liquid rippled as it flowed down. The fresh fragrance of plum spread across the table. It smells so good. I want to drink too. Yuri sniffed twice and immediately held out her glass. Well, just a little then. Garisa-mifu had already taken a sip, so refusing now felt a bit difficult. Moreover, Yakama Azuma had said the alcohol content was very low, and she hadn't noticed any strong alcoholic smell. It should be fine. Thus, except for Hinitsuru, the other girls each received a small portion of plum wine. The little Hinitsuru pouted in grievance. Yakama Azuma handed her a bottle of orange juice. Elementary school students really shouldn't be drinking alcohol. Everyone raised their glasses, lightly clinking them in midair. Then, they took small sips. Yuri, Kato Megumi, and Soroginko each took a sip first, and their eyes immediately lit up. Normally, they didn't like alcohol, even had some aversion to it. But the plum wine made by Yakama Azuma had no bitterness at all. On the contrary, it carried a uniquely refreshing sweetness. Everyone instantly loved it. Kasumijoka Utaha and Yakama Azuma had drunk together before. So this time, they simply enjoyed it. Garisa-mifu took a small sip, and her eyes immediately brightened. She quickly finished her entire glass of plum wine. Her fair skin gradually flushed pink. Yakama Azuma, in the middle of picking up food with his chopsticks, suddenly froze. Wait a minute, Garisa-mifu's setting in the manga. Wasn't she supposed to have an extremely low alcohol tolerance? Glancing at Garisa-mifu, whose face was gradually turning red, Yakama Azuma shook his head. It seemed like that setting was true, but it should be fine. This plum wine had an extremely low alcohol content. Even Yuri, that Tahobaka, could handle 1 or 2 glasses just fine. Garisa-mifu was a professional teacher, she couldn't possibly get drunk from just a bit of plum wine. That's what Yakama Azuma thought. But then he saw Garisa-mifu pouring herself a second glass. Her hand wobbled as she held the bottle, struggling to pour the wine into her glass. Yakama Azuma immediately realized this was bad. Garasa-sensei, you don't handle alcohol well. Have some juice instead. Yakama Azuma quickly stepped forward and took the bottle from Garasumifu's hand. Who says so? I can still drink. Give it back. I'm totally not drunk. Garasumifu wobbled and lunged toward Yakama Azuma. Her voice was starting to slur. Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. Truly an absurd level of alcohol tolerance. If this had been stronger liquor, she'd probably be out cold from just dipping a chopstick into it. Yakama Azuma handed the bottle to Yukino Yukino beside him. Then he reached out to support Garasumifu, who nearly collapsed to the floor. I'll take Garasa-sensei to her room to rest. Yakama Azuma said to the group. The girls all nodded in agreement. Even though Garasumifu's alcohol tolerance was ridiculously low, she was still a teacher. They couldn't let her get drunk and embarrass herself in front of her students. Even if there wouldn't be any serious consequences. Meanwhile, Garasumifu reached out and pinched Yakama Azuma's cheek. You problematic student. I don't need to rest. I still want to drink 18 more glasses. As soon as she said that, Garasumifu wobbled and dozed off. Well, that made things easier. Yakama Azuma no longer had to support her. He simply picked her up with both arms and turned toward the group at the table, smiling helplessly. Then, carrying Garasumifu, he headed for the stairs. In just a moment, he had reached the second floor. Yakama Azuma stopped in front of Garasumifu's room. This room hadn't been opened in a long time. Recently, Garasumifu had been staying at Shuchin Academy for an advanced teacher training program and hadn't returned here. The door was still locked. Without Garasumifu's permission, no one else had entered to clean or touch anything. Yakama Azuma tried turning the doorknob. As expected, it was locked. Garasa-sensei, where's your room key? Yakama Azuma gently shook Garasumifu in his arms, trying to wake her. Problematic student. Clearly, she was still out of it. With no other choice, Yakama Azuma released one arm and steadied Garasumifu. Then, he reached into her coat pocket to search for the key. Ugh. HMNN. He wasn't even using any force, yet Garasumifu let out strange sounds. Combined with her flushed face from the alcohol, the atmosphere wasn't just tinged with pink anymore. It had completely crossed into black and white striped territory. Especially now, with Garasumifu being drunk, her entire body was limp as if all her bones had melted away. She was leaning completely against Yakama Azuma. The figure of a fully grown woman. For a high school boy, this was quite the challenge. Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. Why did escorting a teacher back to her room require him to practice self-control? Fortunately, it didn't take long. Yakama Azuma found a set of keys. He pulled them out and tested them on the door. On the third try, the door unlocked smoothly. Yakama Azuma supported Garasumifu and prepared to step inside. Right now, he just wanted to lay Garasumifu on the bed as quickly as possible. Then rush straight to the bathroom and splash his face with cold water. However, when Yakama Azuma fully opened the door, cold water was no longer necessary. Yakama Azuma immediately regained his composure. He still needed self-control, but any stray thoughts had vanished. This room. There wasn't even a place to step. Books and miscellaneous items were piled up in towering heaps everywhere. Finding a path to the bed seemed impossible. Yakama Azuma tilted his head and glanced at Garasumifu. He reached out, pinched her cheek, and gently tugged to the side. Mugagagu. Garasumifu, her cheek pulled, groggily opened her eyes. Seeing the state of her room, she instantly sobered up by half. Dear, esteemed Garasumifu-sensei, would you mind explaining to me why your room has ended up like this? Yakama Azuma asked with a smile. Chapter 171, Garasumifu. The fact that Garasumifu is a disaster at housekeeping. Yakama Azuma almost forgot about it. It can only be said that, as a dignified and imposing ice-cold female teacher, Garasumifu's usual demeanor is far too deceptive. To the point that even Yakama Azuma overlooked the daily life of this aging single young woman. And the truth proves that letting one's guard down comes at a price. Dear esteemed Garasumifu-sensei, could you kindly explain to me why your room ended up like this? Yakama Azuma flashed a holy smile. Garasumifu, having just sobered up a little, now only wished she could find a hole to crawl into. As a teacher, for her room to be like this, what a disgrace. But what could she do? Garasumifu lowered her head, a growing sense of shame swelling inside her. Until it reached a breaking point, and her psyche completely collapsed, she simply gave up. Thanks to the effects of alcohol, she opened her mouth and said, "It's not like I want it to be like this. But the more I clean, the messier it gets. If I could tidy up, of course, I would have done it already. I'm such a terrible teacher. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm almost 30 and still can't even find a boyfriend. If only someone would marry me, that would be great. That way, I wouldn't have to clean my own room anymore." Hey, you troublesome student, why don't you just marry me? I'll even let you handle my salary card. In a drunken stupor, Gerasimova once again passed out. Her current intoxicated state completely exposed the true desires within her heart. Truly, alcohol loosens the tongue. But to want to get married just to avoid cleaning, is this the true terror of aging single women? Yakuma Azuma helplessly picked up Gerasimova once again. Amid the chaos, he tried to find a path wide enough. After carefully laying her properly on the bed, Yakuma Azuma glanced around at the messy piles of stuff, made a simple plan, and then got to work cleaning. Fortunately, Gerasimova was only a disaster at housekeeping, not a true slob. Her room was cluttered, but it wasn't actually dirty. Yakuma Azuma picked up the books scattered on the floor and neatly placed them on the shelf. The clothes piled on the chair, he took them to the closet to hang up. Has this been worn already or not? Looking at the wrinkled dress in his hand, Yakuma Azuma pondered. The usual way to check was to bring it up to his nose and sniff it. But doing that with Gerasimova's clothes didn't seem appropriate. After a moment of deliberation, Yakuma Azuma grabbed a laundry basket and tossed the dress inside. Even if it hadn't been worn, it was so wrinkled it would need ironing. Might as well wash it to save the trouble of overthinking. After picking up stuff for a while, Yakuma Azuma suddenly found himself holding a bright red lace item, his mind momentarily going blank. What the hell kind of battle armor is this? Why was something like this just lying around so casually? Yakuma Azuma quickly tossed it into the laundry basket and continued tidying up. Yakuma-san, I'm home. A sleepy voice murmured. Yakuma Azuma froze at the strange way he was being addressed. He turned to look toward the bed only to see Gerasimova still deep in slumber. That earlier line must have been sleep talking. It's just. What exactly was this icy female teacher dreaming about? This felt like some kind of weird character setup. Even the way she unconsciously called out Yakuma-san was quite something. Carrying the laundry basket out of the room, placing it in the laundry room, Yakuma Azuma then headed downstairs, walking into the kitchen to grab a can of red bean soup and some hangover medicine. This hangover remedy was originally bought for the alcoholic bass player Hiro Kakuri. Unexpectedly, it was coming in handy right away. Having preparations in advance really does pay off. The girls sitting around the dining table had all stopped eating, their eyes fixed on Yakuma Azuma. He had helped Gerasimova upstairs and had been gone for quite a while. Even though they were certain nothing inappropriate had happened, they still couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Gerasu-sensei was really drunk, so I went up to give her some hangover medicine. Otherwise, she'd definitely wake up with a headache tomorrow morning. Yakuma Azuma gave a simple explanation. The girls exchanged glances before turning their eyes toward Kato Megumi in unison. Now was the perfect time for Saint Kato Megumi to step in. Need any help? Megumi asked gently, living up to expectations. Yakuma Azuma thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's okay, it seems like Gerasu-sensei doesn't like other people entering her room. I just gave her the medicine and left immediately. Gerasimova took her image as a teacher very seriously. Whenever she came to Toyogasaki to teach, her suit was always neatly ironed, without a single crease. The fact that she kept her suit so pristine showed that she was quite meticulous in her appearance. Given that, Yakuma Azuma figured it was best to keep quiet about Gerasu-sensei being a disaster at housekeeping. Among the girls present, 2 were current students in Gerasimova's class. One was a former student of hers. And one, although not in Gerasimova's class, was an outstanding student at Toyogasaki. If they went up to help clean, then when Gerasimova woke up, she would definitely be so embarrassed she'd want to disappear on the spot. Carrying the hangover medicine and red bean soup, Yakuma Azuma returned to the room on the second floor. Pushing the door open, he immediately saw Gerasimova, who was supposed to be lying still, sitting up instead. Her beautiful eyes were now open. Though a little dazed, she seemed to be somewhat awake. Gerasu-sensei, perfect timing. Here's the hangover medicine and red bean soup, please have some. Before he could finish his sentence, Gerasimova cut him off. Don't call me sensei. Her soft voice sounded like she was acting spoiled. We already have that kind of relationship. Yakuma Azuma. A giant question mark immediately popped up above his head. What kind of relationship? Another weird character setting popping up again. Sensing that the situation was getting out of hand, Yakuma Azuma immediately pulled out his phone. He opened the camera, switched to video mode, and started recording. If I can't call you sensei, then what should I call you? Yakuma Azuma played along and asked. Of course. My love. As she spoke those words, Gerasimova looked a little shy. Ah, so it's this kind of setting. My love, please have the hangover medicine. Darling, feed me. Alright, here, open your mouth and say ah. Ah. So bitter, PR. My shoulders are sore, massage them for me. Okay, then lie down. You've worked hard. Right there, That's perfect. All done. Anything else? I want darling to clean my ears for me. The next morning, Gerasimova bolted upright in bed, eyes wide in horror. Gerasimova? A bit of glistening drool still clung to the corner of her mouth. She parted her lips slightly, her mind blank, her entire being frozen in a daze. This is a disaster. I just had a dream indulging in the pleasures of life. My desires have become way too obvious. But why was it that delinquent student? Gerasimova vaguely recalled she had dreamed of marrying Yukino Azuma. He was her husband, helping her clean up her room. When she came home from work, he served her tea, massaged her shoulders, and even cleaned her ears. Just thinking about it felt so good. No, wait, that's not the point. Gerasimova shook her head furiously, trying to snap herself back to reality. They had a clear-cut teacher-student relationship. How had things developed into that kind of dynamic? She let out a deep sigh. Could it be that I've been too exhausted lately? Was the training at Shuchen too intense? Muttering to herself, Gerasimova finally regained her composure. But as she became fully conscious, she was met with a spotless, unbelievably tidy room. Everything that had been scattered messily across the floor had disappeared without a trace. Her clothes were neatly hung in the closet. Textbooks, notebooks, and teaching materials were carefully categorized on the shelves. Even the half of the bed she hadn't slept on was perfectly smooth. Gerasimova froze once again. She rubbed her eyes. The sight of a clean, orderly room remained unchanged. She pinched her cheek lightly. Ouch. Not a dream. Gerasimova's pupils trembled violently. Just then her gaze drifted to the edge of her blanket. Right next to her pillow lay an ear-picking spoon with a fluffy cotton tip. Eei. She inhaled sharply. Gerasimova tried to analyze the situation calmly. She carefully reconsidered, pondered for a moment, and then, enlightenment struck. Total realization. It wasn't a dream. What had she said to her student last night? At that moment, Gerasimova felt like her utter incompetence at housekeeping was no longer the biggest issue. What did I do with Yukino Azuma yesterday? The scariest part wasn't getting drunk. It was getting drunk and remembering everything afterward. Perhaps it was because the plum wine had too low of an alcohol content. The more she recalled, the clearer her memories became. She had clung to Yukino Azuma, a teacher making her student call her my love. She had called him darling and shamelessly acted spoiled. Gerasimova felt like her life had turned completely gray. Everyone has to die someday, but not from embarrassment. Chapter 172, why has no one hung him on a streetlight yet? Crouching in the corner of the room, Gerasimova opened her mouth but couldn't scream, only letting out a sound like a mole's squeak. Gerasimova, what on earth have you done? That was your student. Moreover, it was someone Yukino liked. A deep sense of guilt flooded her. If possible, she truly wanted to dig a hole and live in it for the rest of her life. But obviously, that was impossible. People still had to face reality. After 20 minutes of internal struggle, Gerasimova decided to confront her shame. She timidly took small steps toward the door. Using all the courage she had left, she gently pressed down on the doorknob, pulling it open just a crack. Through the small gap, Gerasimova cautiously observed the outside world. She was afraid Yukino Azuma would be standing right outside, grinning mischievously as he waited for her to open the door. Fortunately, there was no sign of Yukino Azuma outside. Gerasimova let out a sigh of relief. Mafu-sensei? A voice suddenly rang out, making Gerasimova's entire body tremble. She slowly turned her head. Good news, the person outside wasn't Yukino Azuma. Bad news, the person outside was Yukino Shita Yukino. Yukino Shita Yukino looked at Gerasimova with a puzzled gaze, as if wondering why she was acting so guilty, like a thief. Mafu-sensei, you're awake? There's some plain porridge downstairs that Azuma-kun prepared. Azuma-kun said that even though he gave you a hangover remedy, you'd probably only want to eat something light when you woke up. Upon hearing that, Gerasimova tried to feel her condition. It seemed to be true. She had gotten drunk at home before. Every time she woke up, her head would feel like it was being hammered. But this time, there was no such feeling at all. Thinking back to last night, Yukino Azuma had thoughtfully fed her the hangover remedy. Even though her room was a mess, he hadn't been angry at all. Instead, he had helped her clean everything up. Gerasimova's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she could understand why her former student liked Yukino Azuma. But precisely because she understood, she didn't dare to look Yukino in the eyes. He's not home? Gerasimova asked in a small voice. He left early in the morning. Today is the premiere of the anime film adaptation of his light novel. Yukino, as a branch manager of Laplace Corporation in Japan, naturally knew all the details regarding the release of the company's works. She also planned to head to the company later to check the response data from the premiere. But today Mifu-sensei seemed strange. Garasu, upon hearing that Yakuma Azuma wasn't home, let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She quickly shook her head, trying to drive away those strange thoughts. Then I'll go eat. After saying that, Garasu hurriedly ran downstairs. On the other side. Today was the premiere of the Bunny Girl Senpai movie. There was still exactly 1 hour until the screening, but the Ginza theater was already packed with people. Azuma. Standing in front of the theater, Kurokawa-kan smiled sweetly when she saw Yakuma Azuma approaching. Today, Kurokawa-kan was dressed in a pure white dress. The girl who was once called an emotionless doll needed only a white dress to leave others breathless. To avoid being recognized, she wore large sunglasses and a sun hat. But at this moment, her sunglasses had slipped down to the tip of her nose, revealing a pair of bright eyes focused intently on the young man in front of her. She had been working seriously all this time just so she could watch this premiere together with Yakuma Azuma. The movie that he had written specifically for her. The achievement he had earned by single-handedly overturning the prejudices of tens of thousands of people. No matter how cold a heart might be, when you witness these things, you will definitely be warmed by that young man. In the past, Kurokawa-kan had only focused on work, completely clueless about anything related to love. But in the face of such deep emotions, no matter how oblivious she had been, she could now understand her own heart. She had fallen in love with the young man who had saved her twice. The first time, on the bridge, Yakuma Azuma had saved her body. The second time, outside the window, Yakuma Azuma had saved her soul. So, starting today, Kurokawa-kan was willing to offer both her body and soul, devoting herself wholeheartedly to loving Yakuma Azuma. Good morning, Okan-san. Yakuma Azuma waved at Kurokawa-kan, flashing a smile. Kurokawa-kan was mesmerized by that smile. But at the same time, she felt a bit puzzled. Why did he call her Okan-san instead of guardian? Speaking of guardian, Kurokawa-kan suddenly recalled something else. Her earlier doubts were quickly overshadowed, replaced by an intense sense of embarrassment. Do you want to add a little more love to it? Kurokawa-kan whispered, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. The doll girl was no longer just a doll. Of course, she fully understood what she had done. But she had done so completely willingly. Even though bringing it up now was a little embarrassing. If it was Yakuma Azuma, then it didn't matter. However, just as Kurokawa-kan was waiting for Yakuma Azuma's response, Okan-chan. Wha? You're finally okay. A petite figure suddenly dashed out from behind Yakuma Azuma, throwing herself straight at Kurokawa-kan. Kurokawa-kan was startled and instinctively raised her hand to block. Taking a closer look, she finally recognized who was in front of her. It was Mumcho, the YouTuber who had filmed Love for Real with her. Their private relationship was quite good. Kurokawa-kan had even asked Mum about things related to Yakuma Azuma. On any other day, meeting Mum again would have made her very happy. But right now, why the hell was this girl here? Okan, I'm so glad you're okay. Sumiyuki also stepped forward from the side. Upon seeing Sumiyuki, Kurokawa-kan immediately understood. Yakuma Azuma must have invited the Love for Real members, the ones who had helped produce the video clarifying the truth. That made perfect sense. But still, Kurokawa-kan pursed her lips slightly, looking somewhat resentful. Mum, who had been all excited just moments ago, slowly began to realize that something was off. Okan-chan, are we interrupting you too? She asked Kurokawa-kan in a small voice. Even though it was a little embarrassing, Kurokawa-kan still gave a small nod. Yes. You are, that was way too straightforward. Mum sighed in exasperation. But right after, she realized it wasn't surprising at all. Just looking at everything Yakuma Azuma had done for Kurokawa-kan. Even as an outsider, she found this couple way too adorable. The perfect example of a great hero riding a seven-colored cloud to rescue a princess. For Kurokawa-kan, who was actually living in this story, it was completely understandable for her to be deeply immersed in these feelings. If only, in her younger years, she had met a hero like that. The high school girl who had long since passed the proper age let out a small sigh. Even though they were interrupting. The premiere tickets had already been purchased, so Mum and Sumiyuki couldn't just turn around and leave. In the end, the four of them entered the movie theater together. The ticket line stretched endlessly, extending from the ticket counter all the way to the popcorn stand. Seeing the massive crowd ahead, Mum couldn't help but marvel with admiration in her eyes. Looking at this turnout, the box office is going to explode. So jealous, Nyan. That's only natural. Sumiyuki glanced at Yakuma Azuma. After all, the original work has already sold 7 million copies up to this point. 7 million original fans. Even if only 1/7 of them came to watch the movie, the revenue would already be astronomical. Not to mention, fans of this series were known to be fanatical across the internet. And beyond that, the theater audience wasn't limited to just the original fans. As a theatrical anime movie, its audience would be many times larger than that of a light novel readership. "Boss, has anyone contacted you to write scripts?" Mom asked curiously. On a side note, the reason she called him boss was because she had officially been poached by Yakuma Azuma, leaving her old company to join Laplace Corporation. "Seems like it. My work line account has received quite a few offers." As Yakuma Azuma spoke, he pulled out his phone, switching his line account to work mode. A tidal wave of messages flooded the screen. Handing the phone over to Mom, Yakuma Azuma nonchalantly added, "But I haven't paid any attention to them." Mom blinked as she stared at the screen. Immediately, she spotted invitations from several major talent agencies. The figures they were offering were absolutely outrageous. Moreover, they were only asking him to write scripts. There were no unreasonable conditions attached. At this point, the name Yakuma Azuma had practically become the dark horse of the industry. Any company that could get their hands on a script written by him could easily create a superstar adored by millions. As for character development, just follow the script, and everything would fall into place. Because of that, the script offers sent to Yakuma Azuma had become increasingly insane. Staring at the mind-boggling numbers on the screen, Mom swallowed hard. "Boss, you've struck gold. Just by writing a few scripts, your annual income would be over 1 billion yen. Nah, at this point, even if I do absolutely nothing, my annual income will still exceed 1 billion yen.